X again. At Northeast Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again. So call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 800-930-5956 or visit northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you. Northeast Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Oh, hold still. This is only going to hurt a little. It's Reese on the Radio on NewsTalk 1080 WTIC.
What's going on, you guys? It is just after 11 o'clock on this incredibly snowy Monday. As the beginning of your week, of course, I am Reese on the Radio. Normally, we begin? Eric Erickson, roughly at this hour. But that's okay. We're going to keep it local. We're going to keep it live. And we're going to keep it focused on you. Why? Because you, in essence, are the eyes and ears for everyone else. You are the folks who either have to sit at home. You are the folks who maybe have some neighbors, maybe some family members, maybe even some elderly folks who are without power due to the storm. Some of you cannot stay home in spite of being told to stay off the roads. You have a family to take care of. You have a job that won't give you time off. You are what we would consider an essential worker. And we want to hear from you. 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. All walks of life, all people in the Nutmeg State, even those traveling from far and abroad who are coming into the Nutmeg State. If you've got to travel here into this storm, into this mess, we want to hear from you as well as you try to weather the storm. Yes, figuratively and literally. Do what you got to do. But give us a call and let us know what the roads look like. We've got traffic here. Mark Christopher's here. We've got news here. Morgan Cunningham is here until John Silva takes over the microphone. But they can't see everything. And in a limited amount of time, they can't cover everything. So you can be doing us and everyone around you, your neighbors, a great service by letting us know what you're going through. Now, I was listening to a little bit of Brian's show as I was driving in. On my front-wheel drive, yes, I need new tires. Front-wheel drive coming down a hill. I only slid twice. And that was my fault because I was actually playing around in the snow. But I didn't see anybody out on the road. But when I'm listening to Brian says there are some people out there, even Joey said it, there are some of you out there who are Uber driving. And I got to tell you, I know there's a great opportunity for you to make that money out there, but I can't help but say, why risk it? Please, I would love to hear from you. I know that this is an opportunity to make some good money. When I was a kid, and many of you have experienced this, so I'm not telling any tales you haven't heard before, but I had a bunch of friends in the neighborhood who would come by my house, and they would say, Reese, come with us. We're going to go shovel snow around the neighborhood. And I said to myself every time, what are you, crazy? There's snow out there. I don't want to go through that. And they were like, and I'm not going to kid you. You guys know because you've probably done it. These kids came home with bank. And the next year I was out there with them. I wasn't missing another opportunity. That money, I'm talking about, it went a long way. It went a long way. Burned a hole in my pocket, but it was nice to have that kind of money in my pocket. So I know the guys who are driving Uber and Lyft. I know the reasons why you're out there because there's a serious opportunity. But this is it's considerably dangerous to be doing this out there. So I want to hear from you as well. What kind of rides you're picking up, where they're going, if they are families or people who have to get to their job because there are, as we like to say on this show, no days off. Talk to me about those experiences. Tell me the roads that you're traveling, the ones that look dangerous, the ones that are backed up. You know, again, we have traffic and weather here. It's not to sort of outshine those guys. Those guys are going to cover the areas that they cover, but they can't cover everywhere. The little nooks and crannies, the little places, you know, the little go-betweens or the background, the back streets. Some of those areas that you guys are using that, you know, are sort of off the beaten path, maybe is not so slippery, or the roads get clearer faster. It's important that we hear from you so we can let everybody know what's going on, especially if they're familiar with that area. So no matter where you are, don't be shy. And if you have to, I mean, we should get a text number. I don't know why. We got to do that, because I know a lot of people are very reluctant to call. I get that all the time. It's like, hey, I listen to you all the time, but I don't want to call. It's okay. We got to get a way for you to contact us on the show so you can tell us what the roads look like and tell us what you're experiencing out there. Like I said, and by the way, don't call if you're driving on Uber. If you're in between calls, you know, in between rides, then call us. You should not be on the phones when you're driving on the roads. Speaking of which, coming down the hill I have to come down to come to the studio. So I'm driving down this hill, and I've been driving it this entire winter. I didn't move into my apartment until January 1st. It was snowing that day too. Christmas Eve into New Year's Day. And the first day I had to come into work, I had to come down that hill, and in my head I'm saying to myself, I don't have all-weather, what do you call it? What's the name of the tires? All season. I don't have all-season tires. And the first thing I was concerned about was, I'm going to come down that hill too fast. I'm going to step on the brake. I'm going to slide. I'm going to go into oncoming traffic. It was a nightmare. And every day that it's been snowing or it's been icy, I've got to come down that one road. Anyway, so I'm driving down that road today. I see all the snow that's out there. It's not too bad, but I see myself picking up a considerable amount of speed at one hill. And then it makes a, not sharp, but a considerable left turn on the road as it's coming off, I don't know, arguably a mountain. And the whole time I'm saying to myself, why did I pick this place to live? Why do I have to be at the top of a hill and come down? And as I'm coming down there, I'm just saying to myself, whatever you do, just lightly step on the brakes, slow down your wheels. Don't skid. Don't step too hard on the brakes. Just come down and slow down your... And I did. I get at the bottom, and I'm like, I can't do this. You know what I almost did yesterday, Roland? Do you know what I almost did last night? I got to tell you, you know what I almost did? I was so desperate, I almost did it. I almost slept right here on the floor. I did not, because something in my head was going, what if it is? But I was blowing it off. This snowstorm, I was saying to myself, it's not going to be that bad. It's nothing. They always hype it up, and then it's nothing. And then at 4 o'clock, when they said the snow was coming, it didn't snow.
Yeah, it was light flurries.
Yeah.
I was on my way down to the hotel at 4.
Yeah, nothing. Still seeing nothing about 5:30. Then all of a sudden starts coming down. I see a little bit of sticky stuff, and I'm going, wait a minute. If this stuff's supposed to be a blizzard, we're supposed to be... All of a sudden, I'm looking at my phone, and it goes from Sunday at 4 o'clock. It's supposed to be snowing until Tuesday, by the way. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do we got now? It looks like at 5 o'clock, that's when our snow's going to end. Tonight. What happened? All of a sudden, the weather is not none of that stuff is happening. So I feel sort of robbed. I feel robbed, taken advantage of. Again, about the snow. Not that this isn't bad.
Just 18 inches is
A foot and a half? That's nothing.
Yeah, that's a lot.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
For what? For New England? Go to Buffalo. They get that kind of snow in August. They don't care about that.
Well,
it's nothing.
we can only speak for where we are.
A foot and a half in Connecticut?
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot for
Where?
Connecticut.
Okay, somebody's going to have to let me know. I lived in New York all my life. a foot and a half. I've seen rougher snow than that.
We have too, but a foot and a half late. Our last like 6 winters.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, we haven't really. We got like one good storm, and the rest was really just, 1 to 3 inches type of situation going on.
And
so
now
this,
people
this
consider
year,
this bad.
You come up here from Texas, and all of a sudden we get a 2 feet and then a foot and a half that we haven't gotten in 6 years.
You
man.
would blame me. Of course you would blame me. I have nothing to do with the weather. I'm the person who says that bring it on. I love the seasons. I don't think it's that bad. These people are crazy. Let's go to Stevie V. What's up, Stevie?
Well, people going downhill, before you get going too fast, you can always put in low and keep your car going nice and slow.
You can always, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. You can put your car in what?
In low gear.
In low gear. Oh, okay. Yeah.
That'll hold you back. And if somebody doesn't have anti-lock brakes, you can always use emergency brakes.
Right.
On the rear wheel, so you still have the steering. But most cars do have the anti-lock brakes now. So.
Yeah, I didn't look. My concern mostly was the fact that my car is front-wheel drive. Dumb idea. It's a front-wheel drive, and I don't have all-season tires. So
yeah, I
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I don't have them either. I started going in this morning. They wanted me in a half hour early. I got stuck. I had to back up a good distance. I turned around and hardly made it was like really blizzard type conditions. You could hardly see the side of the road.
Now, Stevie, do you have to be on the road?
Well, they did want me in.
Okay.
I may still go in later on anyways, but I don't technically have to be. But yeah, I gave the old company a try. You know what I mean? Like old school,
I gotta listen to me. Back in the day in the 90s when we had that night like mid 90s storm in New York, there were people who were cross country skiing on Fifth Avenue. That's how bad it was. But it was nothing compared to this. It was a much serious storm. It took out all the underground the outdoor subways in like Brooklyn and the Bronx. All of them were done for. The snowfall, you could get no train service. And that's how bad it was. And when I was working for a company called Logistics Worldwide on Fifth Avenue, they called me in. I was on 24-hour call, and I had to walk from Brooklyn into Manhattan. So I had to go across the Brooklyn Bridge into Manhattan and then take an underground train to get up to the office. I'll never forget that. And still got in the office and got there at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I was there till 8 o'clock that night. So,
awesome. How long do you have to walk for?
Oh, I walked for at least 3 hours.
Wow.
I walked 3 hours to get it. And look, it was worth it. I was getting paid a hell of a lot of money. Plus, my boss was he was a gem. My boss, Paul, was a good guy to me. He was always took care of me. So whenever he asked me to come in, I was a workaholic. In fact, every girl I ever dated at the time said I was a slave to my job.
Gotcha. Well, I grew up old school vehicles. We didn't have all-season tires. I still never had them. But we used to have the rear-wheel drive with the powerful motors, and it was really interesting trying to get up the hill back.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen. Thank goodness I lived in New York. I couldn't make it to work if I had to live under these conditions with the hills and the valleys and all that other stuff. Walking, never. I would have sled to work under these circumstances.
It's a good time to have some dogs.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Stevie. I appreciate you, man. Be safe out there. Yeah. Michael B says the roads look like ish out there. Yeah. John Beckman is in Las Vegas. Listen to what he says. You want to get mad at him? I want everyone to send a hate mail to John Beckman. It says, quote, walking the dog. I have shorts and a T-shirt on, 70 degrees. We all hate you, John. We all hate you. With love, we hate you, John Beckman, just so you know. We hate you with love. Anyway, as I said, folks, we are live. We are in studio. We are giving you updates as they come. We'll hear from the governor. We will hear from all of the state workers who are dealing with the snow, giving you updates on all the roads that we can, but you can help out too and help your neighbors. Give us a call, 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. If you can't do that, go to reasoontheradio.com. You can hit us up on YouTube, and I think you can hit us up on X, but I'll double-check that just to make sure. Let us know what the roads look like in your neighborhood if you have not heard your neighborhood on the radio. We try to get to all, but we can't. It's almost impossible. In fact, we'd have to shut down the show and just do traffic out of every block. But you can help. Let us all know. Call me up live. I'm here hanging out with you, and let us know. And we will get back to our regular programming at 2 o'clock for the rest of the day because the snow is going to start to settle and people are going to start to settle in. But for now, the next couple of hours, we're going to get all the information that we can, and we'll get it to you as soon as possible. That number, again, 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. Roseanne is under the weather. She wanted to be here today to do the show with the snowstorm, also because she believes that many people think that she brought the snow. Roland does for certain. It's funny because every snowstorm, she has either not been here or she's been under the weather. I think that's the payback. We'll talk about that in a minute. In fact, we'll check in on her a little bit. Michael A. says, hey, Reese, is this your idea of a snow day? No, I don't believe in snow days. I don't. I'm sorry, guys. You folks do everything from vacation to days off, and I know they're important for you to sort of, relax and recharge and not. I'm a mile a minute. I'm always, I'm pedal to the metal. I don't like a break because I know that if I get too comfortable, I can get lazy too, and I'm scared to death to be lazy. That's just me, not you. It's not a criticism of you. That's a criticism of me. It's a self-reflection. I must always be on the go. If there's a lull in my motivation, I'll give you a perfect example. Yesterday, I was going to church, and I was supposed to be speaking yesterday. I did speak yesterday. And I got up late. I usually get up at about 7:30. I hit the gym about 8:30. And then I leave. I go have breakfast at 10 Main. And then I go to church, which is right around the corner. That's my routine on Sunday. Some odd reason I got up too late. I got up after 8 o'clock, and I was like, ugh. And I knew I wasn't going to get to 10 Main to have breakfast in time to then make the church. Because, again, I don't want to miss my chance to go hang out with Rodney at 10 Main. That's a kind of a thing that I like to do. Rodney and I would sit down and kind of talk, shoot the crap and all that other stuff. And it's a nice sort of Sunday morning kind of motivational thing for me. Anyway, and I was late for that, and I didn't go work out. And I was beating myself up about it all day because I felt like I was lazy. I get up this morning. Again, I didn't get up at 7:30. I got up at 8:04. I was like, no. But I knew I had to be in early. I got right up. Roseanne's sitting next to me. Oh, my chest hurts. Oh, I have a headache. Oh, my sinuses. Now, I could have taken that opportunity to say, you know what, sweetheart, let me take care of you and not go work out. I knew I could have done it. I said, tell me what you need. I got up. I made her coffee. I said, do you need anything? Got her some water. Got dressed. Went out to the gym. Still got it done. Ended up doing even extra. I did more than the miles that I was planning on because I had to get it done. So anyway, we'll talk about that and much, much more. Pressure phone calls, 860-522-WTIC. Let's take a break. We'll be back. More news, more views. It's Reese on the Radio.
From the Carter Mario Injury Lawyer Studios, visit getcarter.com.
That's getcarter.com. This is WTIC News Talk 1080.
Have bad teeth that need to be replaced? Don't like removable dentures? Worry no more. Come on down to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester any day of the week and ask for the all-on-4 procedure. Call us at 860-643-1898.
January through March are the months our weather can change in a snap. 45 degrees one day, 10 the next. Can you depend on your car to start? Don Cussin here. Your battery can fail in extreme weather. So Cussin Automotive and Napa have a deal on batteries with an earn-back bonus on quality Legend batteries. With any vehicle service, we will test your charging system and battery for free. If your battery fails the test, we will replace it with no additional labor cost. Plus, you'll receive a $20 Visa card, so don't get stuck in the cold. Call or go to CussinAutomotive.com.
Cussin Automotive. Do you right? Cussin. Do you right? Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
And now, a WTIC news update.
11:30, Hartford temperature is 29 degrees. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. As we are awaiting an update with state officials, Governor Lamont's office has organized an update that will be starting momentarily. We are awaiting that beginning before we take it live on WTIC News Talk 1080 to update residents on what's going on with the storm. In fact, actually, I think they're starting right on time. We're going to go join it live on WTIC.
Some others at the Emergency Operations Center. Why don't we turn this over to Bill, if you're there now, sir.
Thank you, Rick, and good morning, everyone. I appreciate you getting on. We're coming to you live here from the State Emergency Operations Center in Hartford. We partially activated the State Emergency Operations Center at 5 p.m. last night in preparation to respond and recover from the blizzard that we're dealing with here. Been a long time since the entire state of Connecticut has been under a blizzard warning. So we're postured here with representatives from our Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, State Police, State Fire Administration. We also have Department of Transportation, Department of Public Health, Energy and Environmental Protection, Department of Developmental Services, and we have some of our other state partners here like United Way 211, Eversource, United Illuminating, Avangrid, and American Red Cross. So this really is a collaborative effort. We've been monitoring this system for a while and getting ready to prepare to respond and recover from it. We expected that this morning was going to be really the brunt of it, so we're by no means out of the woods, but we just wanted to take this morning to give everybody an update on where we are and what we're tracking. So the state of Connecticut remains under a state of emergency until further notice, and that commercial travel ban is also has been in effect since 5 p.m. yesterday and will remain in effect until lifted through a recommendation by our Department of Transportation to the governor's office. Our cold weather protocol, the severe cold weather protocol, is also activated as of noon yesterday on Sunday, and that will remain in place until at least Tuesday at noon to make sure that we can get those out of the elements, the unhoused population, and those seeking shelter. And we'll have some updates on those metrics around the severe cold weather protocol shortly. As mentioned, we just continue to monitor the forecast and the conditions. Something we're also closely tracking is the power outages, the consistency of this storm with the heavy, wet snow. We're aware that and expect to see those numbers continue to tick up. But for a little while now, we've been holding steady about 15,000 power outages across the state that we're tracking currently. As mentioned, we have representatives from Eversource and United Illuminating here embedded with us, as well as in some of our municipal emergency operations center. We have an energy restoration task force available if needed, as well as our Make Safe protocol to make sure we prioritize those utility needs, as well as keep our responders safe with any down wires or emergency calls. So some of the messaging we continue to just want to emphasize is the importance of staying off the roads. While a full travel ban is not in effect, the travel is still very treacherous. the more we can keep everybody home and hunker down for the storm, the easier it'll be for our emergency responders to respond to those emergency calls, as well as our Department of Transportation and municipal public works agencies to get out there and clean this storm up. We also want to encourage the public that as it begins to stabilize and those residents start to dig out, this is that heavier wet snow as mentioned, so please be careful. Sometimes this snow is referred to as heart attack snow. We want people to be very careful as they begin to dig out and use caution, take breaks, stay hydrated, and if you're not feeling well, please stop shoveling. We also just want to reemphasize some of the messaging from our Division of Fire Administration as well as the State Fire Marshal, the importance on if you lose power to use generators safely and also help our firefighters out in those crews if there are emergencies by digging out around fire hydrants. And lastly, I'll just say, this was mentioned yesterday, but always assume that any down wires are energized and don't approach or touch those down wires. You should call 911 if there's a down wire or an emergency, or if you lose power, you should call your utility company to report the outage. Next, I'm going to turn it over to the Connecticut State Police to give an update on what they're tracking. Sergeant Hamill.
Thank you, Director. Sergeant Mike Hamill, Office of Field Operations here. State Police have, responded to over 250 motor vehicle assists, which include vehicles off the roadways, multiple jackknife tractor trailers. So we want to stress again the governor's commercial travel ban. Keeping those vehicles off the roadway, make it a lot easier for DOT to keep the roads clear. Also, we've responded to over 82 accidents at this point in time, and 2 of the accidents have minor injuries. Also, I would like to report that our agency is monitoring multiple road closures in towns, and that's what I got.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. Next, I want to turn it over to United Way 211, who is a really important partner of ours, especially as we activate the severe cold weather protocol, to give an update on what they're tracking.
Yeah, sure. So Tanya Barrett for 211. We have had over 200 calls for severe cold weather. So those are folks that are looking for transportation to warming centers. We have about 168 warming centers that are open across the state. And those warming centers can be accessed at 211ct.org. So people can call or they can use the website, and there is a cold weather banner on the website where you can find this information. And that is the end of our report.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'll turn it over to the American Red Cross for an update.
Thank you, Director. Alexis Isaac with the American Red Cross. So we continue to monitor for any disaster-related needs, working here with our partners at the SEOC. Just another update is due to the weather, we've had over a dozen blood drives that were scheduled today that need to be postponed, and we are in a severe blood shortage, and the loss of 300 units will have an impact that we're going to have to make up for.
Thank you for those updates. And I forgot to mention, we also have the Connecticut National Guard here with us, another key partner. Have not had to activate them for any missions, but as we look at any unmet needs, they may be needed. So we're in their facility here in the Hartford Armory, and a great partner to have also with us at the table. With that said, again, we just wanted to provide a general update. We know we still have a little bit of a way to go to get out of the storm. We anticipate the cleanup and some of the restoration to take a few days, but I can open it up now to any questions from any members of the media for on-topic questions related to the storm. We'll start with Chris Polanski, Connecticut Public Radio.
Thanks so much. I have 2 questions quickly. Are there any injuries or fatalities reported so far?
No, minor injuries on the 2 of the accidents there.
Great. And I guess just compared to the forecast, compared to what we were talking about yesterday, how does this storm stack up so far? Is it worse than we expected, better, about what we expected?
Yeah, I can take that question. Josh Signorelli, the subject matter expert on weather for Demis. It is playing out as forecasted. We've already seen snowfall totals approaching 20 inches in southeastern Connecticut. We've seen wind gusts approaching 70 miles per hour at Groton New London Airport, officially 68 miles per hour. And we do have official blizzard conditions reported in Groton, Meriden, and also Waterbury.
Got it. Thank you all.
Are there any other questions? John Moritz?
Yeah, is there any update? Yesterday, there was a timeline given that for people who are experiencing power outages, that it could take up till Tuesday for them to return. Is there any update to kind of how efforts to restore power are proceeding, and any update to that timeline?
Yeah, so we know our Eversource partners were pushing out messaging to the customers yesterday that in some cases it may be 2 to 5 days. I think until we understand the full impact of those outages, they were planning for upwards of 300,000+ outages is what level they're activated at. As I mentioned, right now between the two major providers, we're only about 15,000. So we hope it remains low, but no update to that timeline, I guess, is the easy answer. But nonetheless, the conditions that are still present with the wind, it makes it very difficult for them to operate in their bucket trucks and get out there and recover. But I can say they brought in mutual aid crews from surrounding states and as far away as Canada to help with the recovery effort that are staged here in Connecticut, ready to go once the conditions are safe to do so. They'll focus on the biggest bang for their buck first, trying to get the most people on those circuits that serve larger populations. But some of those, what they call nested outages, end of the line out, people that are still out of power may experience a few days before they're restored. But we can get a more definite answer from the utility providers once the system stabilizes here later today and share that out. Chris Polanski?
Yeah, just logistically, should we expect any more briefings today?
Rick Green, do you want to tackle that one?
Yeah, hi. I don't think any more are planned at the moment, but we'll keep you posted, Chris. No media briefings yet, at least on the schedule.
Sounds good. Thanks, Rick.
And Pinello?
Hi, thanks. I know this is a little early, but DEEP gave the okay for in-water snow disposal for towns and cities. From the conditions that you know of, do you expect any towns and cities to take advantage of this?
We can get you an answer on that one. The DEEP rep is tied up right now, but I'm not aware of any at the time, but let me confirm and we can follow up if anybody's taken advantage of that order that they put in place, and we can circle back with you on that one. So.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions before we wrap up here? Director Green, any closing remarks for our media partners?
Thank you, Director Turner. No, I think we're good. Thank you to everybody. This is much appreciated.
All right, you just heard an update on WTIC News Talk 1080 that the governor's office organized with Connecticut's emergency management leaders, commenting on where things are at this point in time with the snow. We are hearing that injuries have been minor, no fatalities as a result of the storm at this point in time. The only real issue, the only real snag that seems to continue is the clearing of roads across the state, whether they're local back roads or the state's major highways. Some places still seeing snow, others not. The other point that I will make is that the state is not planning any more updates in that particular fashion, which could suggest that we've reached a certain point in the storm where they're feeling confident in their leadership to this point. But, of course, we'll bring any updates to you as they happen on WTIC News Talk 1080. We'll continue to break down some of the information from this press conference for you at noon in the news. Let's continue on with regular programming. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Herbie Fisher. No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is legal tax defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about legal tax defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
It's Reese on the radio. Ask your doctor if common sense is right for you. On News Talk 1080 WTIC.
All right, we are back. You heard Morgan Cunningham and the press conference. I don't know. Forgive me, nothing against the fact that we have to do it, but the fact that there was no one to ask any serious questions. One, was there any fatalities or anyone injured? I don't know. Was that? I don't know. I don't know. Forgive me. I don't know. I know I'm critical. I shouldn't be, but I have to be. It's my job. Sorry. But okay, you have the information. I think what the state has confirmed is that there are not going to be any more real updates unless something else changes, or I guess this particular storm changes directions and things become worse. So I don't expect that. I don't expect them to be making any or having any more press conferences. That could be a good thing, in my view. It means that after this afternoon, things will return to normal. The workers out there, they're not saying that there's any shortage of people who are plowing. We're supposed to get more snow on Wednesday? What kind of snow are we talking? Are we talking about a flurry or a dusting? A couple of inches? What's a couple? That's two. Two is couple. That's nothing. I'm not worried about that. I know. Look, I'm sorry. Forgive me if I'm being too critical. I know there's some people out there just going, it's not that crazy, Reese. I looked at it. Don't get me wrong. It's beautiful. It's a lot. And I know that part of the frustration, and this is the truth, part of the frustration is the fact that you haven't had it in so long, and now you're getting so much of it. And it's like enough already. But you were due. So it's really difficult for me to sort of have a, I don't know. I'm loving every bit of it. My brother-in-law is all the way out in Odessa, Texas, and he's checking out the show. What's up, big guy? And tell the family I said hello. Send them my love. He's got to deal with like ridiculous temperatures out there, and he's in the rigging business. He's in the oil rigging business. Well, he's not a rigger or anything like that, but he's in the oil business. So he's got to deal with the heat all the time. That's Roseanne's brother. And I got to be honest with you. If I had a choice, being where Bones is versus being here, I'm picking here. I don't want to be, that heat is just too much. I was getting darker. I mean, darker, like rolling dark. You know, nothing against you. I'm just saying, comparatively, I'm a light-skinned brother. Okay? You are a dark-skinned brother. You know? My people have not been that dark since roots. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm lighter skin, fairer skin. Not that it's better, just fairer. You know, you can still see the red in my cheekbones. Right? You know, when I blush, it's clear. You can see, oh, look, he's blushing. He clearly is blushing. That heat, I was coming in and it felt like I was getting, well, it was clearly getting darker. And you could see the difference between, like, if you're wearing a T-shirt, you have the old tan line. It was, like, evident. I look like someone had dipped my arm in chocolate. It was really up to here, up to the bicep. It was weird. Nothing against darker skinned folks. For me, light skin all my life, it looked different. It looked like I was, here's a perfect example. It looked like I was wearing blackface. Does that make sense? Does that clear it up for you? Makes better sense to me that way. But that's what it was. It looked, like you could see the color of my skin peeking out from the darker shades where my eyes are located, like just around the eyes. It's offensive. That's what I'm saying. My suntanning was offensive. Yeah, at some point you got to put the shovel down, Reese, at some point. I'm looking at some of the videos that people are posting about the snow, which is, again, those of you who've been posting it in your town, it's been incredible to see some of your neighborhood. Some of you are posting it as beautiful. Others are posting it as a pain in the behind. I think I can understand both points of view. But if you don't have to be out there, don't be out there, especially if the shoveling has not begun or the plowing has not begun in your neighborhood. If you know what the roads are like out there, you've driven them, if you're doing Uber or Lyft and you're listening to the program, give me a call. Let me know what the roads are like out there. Tell me about some of the drives that you're taking. Are you taking people to work? Do they have to go to work? People have to get to visit elderly folks. People have doctor's appointments that they can't miss. I want to hear from you and understand the conditions that you're out there. What's up, Frankie boy?
I'll tell you, this is a nightmare for me.
How?
How? Everything is so white here. I mean, between the snow and the women, I can't make up my mind which one's whiter. It's
Listen to me. This is an opportunity for you, Franklin. I'm going to pose a business opportunity for you. You like helping out the kids, especially the black kids. Here's what I would propose. Imagine Frank's Landscaping, Lawn, and Snow Care, right? You buy a bunch of the equipment, and you get a couple of kids in the neighborhood, and you get them, their jobs. They go out there, and you make, what is your cut? 70-30.
The problem is there's no black people in this state. Everything is white up there. I mean, it's so white here. I mean, it's so white.
Whoa, Frankie, are you telling me you left the black neighborhoods?
I tell you, I miss that black neighborhood. I really do.
No, you don't.
Have more fun. No, I do. And let me tell you something. My birthday was Saturday. I told
Happy birthday.
71. And I told people I would say the best people I've ever met in my life, this is the truth, were those black people. They were Southern Baptist people.
Okay.
They were church people. They were so friendly. I miss those.
Yeah, but those days are gone, man. Nonetheless,
Well, I know
listen,
that.
all I'm saying is that, okay, so you've left those neighborhoods. You know what? Speaking of that, have you checked out my new Substack article? Which, by the way, is really, really buzzing. The headline is, I want to live where the white people are. Don't lie, you do too.
No.
No. You need to read the article. Everyone is checking it out. You got to go to...
Hey, let me tell you the truth about, you mentioned Roots. Let me tell you the truth about Roots. Those weren't black people.
First of all, Roots is not a true story.
No, but they weren't black people. They were Sicilians.
Get out of here. Goodbye. Get out of here. God bless you. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Roots. It's going to run. People are going to be mad at me about the whole Roots thing. I've got enough people who are already upset at me about that. You know, the fact that I went after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that became an issue. Now if I start going after Alex Haley and Roots, forget about it. I'm not going to be invited to any cookout. Not that I would go. I don't want to go through that. I was so disappointed to hear that people are still pretending that story's true. And then have the guy admit that it was myth. That's just another thing. And we're finally done with this month, so we can move on. Anyway. Oh, I just realized you can't go to ReeseOnTheRadio.com, not for a couple of hours, because we're actually changing the format of ReeseOnTheRadio.com. So do not try to reach me at ReeseOnTheRadio.com. I just forgot about that. We changed the entire website. It is going to be much more interactive, much more fun. You can go to the YouTube page directly from ReeseOnTheRadio.com. So when that is up, and I think it'll be up, I want to say in less than 12 hours, it should be up. We changed everything the day before yesterday. About the day before yesterday. So if it's not up tomorrow, it'll be up on Monday. Also, programming note. Need to make sure I get to this. Tomorrow and Wednesday, we have guests. Tomorrow, we have Hartford's own comedian Marshall Brandon will be on the program. He will be our headliner at the Reese on the Radio Funny Ha Ha comedy show at Stadium 15 coming up in the next couple of months. So again, Hartford's own comedian Marshall Brandon. He is from here. He is famous at the Hartford Funny Bone. He is an opener for Dave Chappelle, so this guy is good. He'll be a guest on the show tomorrow at 4 o'clock. We'll talk to him about him doing our comedy special. We'll get that stuff underway. Also, Cara Pavalak D'Amato, Representative D'Amato, will be on the program on Wednesday at 4 o'clock to talk about the controversy with her jacket, Ice In, and a whole bunch of other House-related bills that are, or House bills, I should say, that are coming up to be voted on in the coming weeks and months. We'll talk with her about all of that, so stay tuned for that. Otherwise, be careful out on the roads. If you are on the roads, or if you'd like to tell me what it's like in your community, give me a holler at 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. Or you can meet me on YouTube, or I think you can find me on X at ReeseOnTheRadio.com. That's at ReeseOnTheRadio.com to let me know what it looks like in your neighborhood. Take a picture. Post it up there. We'll talk about it when we return. Stand by. We'll be back. More Newt. Oh, we're going straight to the top? Oh, great. I didn't know that. Okay. That's all right, dude. It is quite all right. It gives me a chance to actually tweak or at least tease the next couple of hours. We've got Gavin Newsom news. We've got White House intrigue, that whole palace intrigue going on in Washington. We've got to talk about the cartels, about that mayhem that's happening at Guadalajara. I'm actually going to get my brother on the phone because his wife's family is from that region and see if they've given her or him any updates, see if I can get some info from them. My brother, Briggs, travels to Guadalajara often, and his wife is very, 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 very Mexican. And when I say Mexican, like she is to the core, that everything about her life is very Mexican-driven. And they spend a lot of vacations there. I think my brother's there, if not twice a year, in that region. So I'm going to call him and find out what's going on in that area. John Beckman is the worst person in the world. If the guy, he is trying to find a way to rub it in everybody's face up here in the Northeast. He says, I'm thinking of going water skiing today. So I hate you. John can be such a troll. We hate you. Yes. Did we not make that clear enough to you, John Beckman? We hate you. We hate you. It's going to be nice up here soon. It'll be May, but it'll be nice. It'll be a while. Somebody told me it doesn't get nice here until, was it you, Roland? Said it doesn't get nice here until after, what, April? Yes, you did. You said March sucks here. You said it's still cold in March.
I didn't say that.
You didn't?
No.
Okay, when do we see cold weather up until?
Yeah, like late March.
That's the point. That's
I didn't
exactly
say it
what I
sucks.
Said. No, you didn't say it sucks. You just said it's cold until then.
Yeah, it's just it's still. Sometimes it's cold till April. You just never know.
I hope
it's cold till May. I remember one time it snowed in it was Christmas in June. It snowed in June.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
You did not get snow up here.
Yeah, in June.
Really?
One year.
Goodness gracious. That doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway.
Snow in June, man.
That's horrible. Anyway, we'll be back. More news, more views. We'll talk about all of that. See if any updates are in the weather. If you've got updates, give us a call, 860-522-WTIC. If you're at work or you're at home, let us know. Let's get to Morgan Cunningham, who is in the WTIC newsroom. We'll be back.
This is WTIC News Talk 1080 with Brian and Company in the morning, Reese on the radio in the afternoon, and news around the clock. WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford and Odyssey Station.
Good afternoon. It is 12 noon, 29 degrees with light snowfall in Hartford. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. We are definitely continuing with that snowstorm, although on more so the back end of the storm, but still a concern for millions of residents across parts of the Northeast stuck at home under road travel bans and blizzard warnings as this fierce winter storm brings with it heavy snow, strong winds, and whiteout conditions that intensified in some parts of the region. The National Weather Service says snow up to 2 feet is possible in many areas today, as well as those heavy winds sharply reducing visibility as it blows snow. Connecticut itself remains under a state of emergency. On Long Island,
there are about 250 plows across the area of Long Island. One of those, because the wind was so heavy, was overturned last night. Oh, so that was probably the worst of it, but there's still a travel ban in place until at least noon. It could be extended beyond that.
That's correspondent Lilia Luciano. Connecticut has a travel ban in effect for commercial vehicles, no dump trucks, tractor trailers, RVs, things like that. And unfortunately, there have been a number of vehicles that fall under the ban that did go out on the roads today. There were several that wrecked, Stonington, Manchester, Danbury, to name a few. As we head into the afternoon, some people are going to start their cleanup. The focus is on doing it safely, says Bill Turner, Connecticut's Emergency Management Director.
This is that heavier wet snow as mentioned, so please be careful. Sometimes the snow is referred to as heart attack snow. We want people to be very careful as they begin to dig out and use caution, take breaks, stay hydrated, and if you're not feeling well, please stop shoveling.
Even though the snow may not be heavy across certain parts of the state at this moment, Connecticut's Department of Transportation says that it will keep its full complement of over 800 plow trucks and 900 drivers in effect today. Even without heavy snowfall, there's still plenty of work ahead of road crews, says DOT Communications Director Josh Morgan.
Been out on the road since about 3:30 yesterday afternoon, and they have a long shift ahead of them today into tonight. Snow is still coming down. They're still out there in full force, and even when that last snowflake falls, we still have a lot of cleanup that we're going to be doing across Connecticut.
Locally, the city of Waterbury is working to clear its local roads, a process the city expects will take the rest of the day. Priority is put on the city's local hospitals and emergency operations areas. DPW Director David Simpson says all of that's taken into consideration in the summer when the city plans for the winter.
Those hospitals remain a priority, and the police department and fire departments are priorities, okay? And our routes are designed that way. They're a priority from day one. On a day like today, the mayor activated the Emergency Operations Center. So there is at least one police representative, one fire representative, with two of our dispatchers in those offices. So if there is an emergency, we can dispatch a vehicle readily.
Eversource is reviewing reports of power outages. It is working to restore the electricity as soon as possible and as soon as safe to do so. But the utility says that's the problem. It's a challenge with the amount of snowfall and in some areas downed trees and limbs. Tricia Modifica is communications director.
We have our full complement of Eversource line crews, and also we were able to bring in outside line workers as well from places close enough by that they could get here quickly, you know, from contractors from New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, close enough they can get here and help us to restore power before the storm, you know, so they were in position to help us restore power before the storm hit.
The utility says it's restored over 18,000 customers earlier already. We're looking at about 13,700 power outages at this point in time. That's about 1,000 fewer than at this point last hour. And some other stories that we're following for you today, not related to the snowfall. A federal judge has permanently blocked the release of special counsel Jack Smith's report on President Trump's classified documents case. That means no attorney general can release the report. CBS's Scott McFarland.
It was a lengthy opinion. Among the things Judge Eileen Cannon cited was the fact that there was nobody convicted in connection with that classified records case, a case she dismissed in July 2024 against then former President Trump, but also that the records are to be sealed to protect the reputations and potential future legal exposure of Trump's co-defendants in that case.
And superstar skier Lindsey Vohn's out of the hospital at last, but faces a long uphill battle to recovery.
In an Instagram post, Lindsey Vonn reveals that horrific crash at the Winter Olympics nearly cost her her left leg. The 41-year-old says it was only because Team USA surgeon Tom Hackett was already on hand tending her earlier injury that he was able to perform an emergency procedure that avoided the need for amputation. She says she's in pain and wheelchair-bound, but adds, quote, "Life is life. We have to take the punches as they come." Vicki Barker, CBS News.
Markets are down today 1.5% on the Dow, or 750 points. S&P 500 down 72 points, 1%. NASDAQ losing 270 points, also a little more than 1%. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. Let's get a look now at the weather.
Local weather, WTIC's Bob Cox.
All right, still snowing out there across the state at varying in intensities. I've seen a recent report of 24 inches of snow in Stonington. There's been 26 and a half inches on Long Island at Islip, 26 inches in Rhode Island at Narragansett, and 25 inches in Providence. So basically there's been 2 feet of snow from parts of Long Island into the southeast quarter of Connecticut, up into southeastern New England, and still snowing in those areas. So we're not quite done yet. And I wanted to mention also earlier this morning, we had a wind gust to 83 miles an hour on Nantucket. 83 mile an hour wind gust. That's pretty impressive. Also gust to 77 miles an hour at Wellfleet and Barnstable on Cape Cod. And recent reports of 20 inches of snow in Madison and Ledyard, Connecticut. So it continues to add up out there. I think as we go forward, though, the snow will be lightening up gradually through the afternoon and tending to taper off from west to east during the late afternoon and evening. I'd say probably about 1 to 4 inches of additional accumulation by the time all is said and done. We'll continue to have blowing and drifting problems through this afternoon into the evening, although the top wind speeds will start to come down. We did gust over 50 earlier today. I think the gusts will still be 40 plus for a while this afternoon, and the winds will come down further tonight. In fact, they should lighten up quite a bit, although it'll probably stay rather breezy to windy, especially in the higher elevations. Temperatures in the upper 20s to around 30 this afternoon, down to the teens tonight. Tomorrow's mostly sunny, highs 25 to 30 degrees, and it looks like a little more snow comes in very late Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. That could produce an inch or two. Right now in Hartford, we've got winds gusting to 37 out of the north and 28 degrees at the weather station. WTIC News Talk 1080.
Attention Southern New England HVAC and mechanical contractors. Eagle Rivet is your trusted roofing partner for professional roof penetrations and flashing. We ensure your customers' roofs remain watertight during installations, protecting their warranties. We also offer complimentary roof inspections to identify potential issues before any HVAC work begins. Call Eagle Rivet today at 860-953-1231 or visit us online at eaglerivet.com. That's EAGLERIVET.com. Eagle Rivet is proud to support rebuilding together Hartford.
Get a new bath in one day with 0 down at Yankee Home.
Yankee Home makes it easy as can be with our never cattywampus lifetime guarantee. Yankee Home.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
From the Carter Mario Injury Lawyer Studios, visit getcarter.com.
That's getcarter.com. This is WTIC News Talk 1080.
We are live, Reese on the Radio. Earlier than our scheduled program, which again is supposed to take blah blah blah. Anyway, we're in essence just breaking down everything that's involved with the snow, talking to folks about what the snow looks like in their area. We're taking, of course, comments online, on the phone, and everywhere. If you want to join us on the chat room, just go to YouTube. Just go to Reese on the Radio Show on YouTube. Or you can go to my X account and just post whatever you like at Reese on the Radio. And just keep it live. We're just making sure that anything that happens, we're keeping primarily focused on that. What the weather looks like. We've got light flurries at every break on the half an hour. We've got Bob Cox until 2:30, I think? Yeah, so 2:30, Bob Cox is here in the Weather Center. And in the next half hour, I think we've got Morgan Cunningham once, and then John Silver, I think, just walked in. Did he travel in through the snow? He must live close by. Or he's a glutton for punishment like me. I think he's live in the studio as well. So we'll get some updates from Kim as well. And like I said, we'll get back to the normal programming about 2 o'clock, because then we'll exactly know where the snow is, what the snowstorm looks like it's going to do for the rest of the week. We had anticipated, or at least it was told to us through weather reports, that we were going to look at a snowstorm that was going to hit us at 4 o'clock yesterday and be well into Tuesday. We are going to be getting some relief, which is I'm thankful for that, as we should all be, that even though there are some places in Massachusetts that are getting hit hard. I just saw a video of Plymouth. They've got 50-mile-per-hour winds plus the snow, and it is blizzard conditions up there. So, of course, everybody else up there be safe and stay indoors. We do have some power outages here in Connecticut as well. I was listening to Brian and company, and he was talking about that. Of course, the governor, Lamont, was on his program to talk about where we are. I think there's been a sigh of relief from most people because we we're not getting hit as hard. The snow flurries can be consistent, but that still gives workers an opportunity to fight back against that. In other words, clear the roads because they're not being dumped on. And that means they'll still be able to operate. It's tough when the winds are hitting and the snow's hitting both at the same time. I mean, forget about it. It's like, I think there was an old term that my friend Nicole used to say. It was like mopping the beach. It's ridiculous. So you can't really operate under those conditions. So I was looking outside, and it looked like a lot of people were out plowing. My apartment complex, they seem to be plowing in our parking lot, but not the main road to get out. I didn't see a lot of plowing that I usually see. I think the last snowstorm at the beginning of the year, snow plows were everywhere to get ahead of it. Now it seems a little light as far as the, clearing efforts are concerned. But that may very well pick up now that it's noon. We'll probably see that grow as far as trucks being out there working. What do you got, Roland?
Just wanted to ask a question. You think snow makes people feel, maybe makes some angry, some happy, but puts them in a kind of mood? Because I was in the hotel this morning.
Okay.
And I went to make my waffle, but they didn't have any butter spray for the waffle iron, which led me to believe that my waffle would stick and I wouldn't get a good waffle. So I asked the lady, would you be so kind as to go get me some extra, maybe I'll have some butter spray in the back or a refill of that so I can make my waffle. She says yes. She's going to go check. Elderly, I don't know how old, but elderly lady walked up. She went to make a waffle. And me being the nice gentleman that I am, I said, ma'am, you might not want to make your waffle because there's no butter spray. Now, see, this conversation down south would have went splendid.
What happened with this one?
She looked at me like I had 4 heads, rolled her eyes with a funky attitude, and I was just like, I was just trying to let you know, ma'am, that there's no butter spray, so your waffle's gonna stick. And she gave me that thank you, like don't
no
talk
thanks.
to me. Thank you. And I was just like, wow. I just didn't expect that response. Someone's trying to be helpful, and that's why I always stay low and out the way, and I don't talk to anyone because
you don't like talking to strangers.
When I do, look what happens.
No, you shouldn't let that happen to you. And yes, to your question, yes, weather can make people grumpy or weird. Other people, like people who love the snow, will always be jovial. Like people who love it, they'll be like, hey, look, it's snowing. Hey, do you know it's snowing? Look at the beautiful snow. Those people are gregarious, kind folks. People who think like their day is going to be somewhat periled by it, like it's going to be like whatever plans they had have now been thrown off because they're sitting in the snow in a hotel, which is going to be a cramped space, already have an attitude. So, yeah. Or she could just be a jerk.
But you know what made my day about that situation?
What's that?
She was on the phone talking, right?
Yeah.
And then she's like, oh, my goodness, I can't get this waffle off of this iron. So I just started laughing to myself, like, and that's why I tried to lend a helping hand to you, lady.
I experienced something like that recently in the gym, right? So the gym in my building, there are, I have to tell this because it's so, and I know why you don't do it, and this is probably why. First of all, as a man talking to a woman or a young lady,
to anybody at the gym. Anybody.
Right, exactly. I never do either. And it really bothers me that it has to be like that. But again, look, the girl's wearing running shorts. She's wearing like tight clothing. She's barely dressed. So I already know that women, because I watch a lot of stuff online, women are already uneasy about men in the gym. So I keep my eyes focused. I don't want to look at anybody. I'm not staring at a soul. I'm very, very, please don't look at me. I don't want to look at you. Don't look at me. Don't even talk to me. Anyway, I get to the gym, and the girl's about to go on the treadmill. I'm on the one treadmill that's down the way from her. In between us are 2 elliptical machines. So we're like 4 spaces away from each other. Anyway, I'm already into my run. This girl comes in, and she's about to get on the treadmill. And the guy before her had just left 5 minutes ago and didn't wipe it down. And I saw her going for it. And in my heart of hearts, I was going to say, it's not my problem. I'll just ignore it. Right? Just let her go in there in a sweaty, use the,
Yeah, that's
treadmill.
what you're supposed to do because you're responsible to wipe it down yourself.
Right. But first thing I said was, she was literally just over it, and I went like that. I had my headphones on. I didn't take them off. I waved my hand to make sure she got my attention. I barely even looked at her. Waved my hand like this, and she looked at me, and all I did was this with my hand. I did the wipe down, like Danielson, wax on, wax off.
Down.
Yeah. I went like this to her. And then she got the idea, and she went over there, and she cleaned it. I gave it a thumbs up, and I kept running. But I never said another word to it. But I'm like you. In a lot of cases, I can't talk to certain people because of a certain look they have. I can tell in the onset when I look at them, you can't talk to them. Now, think about this on the opposite side. We're at Target yesterday, and a woman, Roseanne, is in Target doing her thing, dilly-dally, and we're going to get our SodaStream refill. I'm standing online waiting for Roseanne to do her thing while I'm doing mine, and this woman is in front of me, and the line is out the door because of the impending snowstorm. So you know how it gets at the stores.
Yeah.
Everybody's there.
Yep.
So the lines were through. I mean, talk about the lines were like, even the self-checkout line was all the way back by pharmacy. It was long. I'm standing online at the cashier, and this woman's sitting in front of me, and I said to her, and I don't know why, I just said to her, I said, is this what people do when it snows out here? And she goes, yeah, it's so crazy. And all of a sudden, we start striking up a conversation, which is weird to me, because at the gym, I wouldn't even talk to that woman.
But that is...
At a grocery store, I can strike up a conversation easily.
It's the situation. First of all, now is a standard that in the gym, women...
don't like to be addressed.
No, and they wear barely anything.
Yes.
So the last thing you want to do is go up to them and talk to them.
Yep.
That's like the most offensive thing you can do. So
you're right, though. You're right.
Yeah. I'm not being helpful. I'm not doing anything. I'm just getting my workout in, go to the bathroom, wash my hands, and get the hell up out of there.
Do you know what I was thinking of doing? Maybe they should make like horse blinders for guys. Like it sit on the side of your face so you can only see what's in front of you. Because I won't make eye contact with anyone. It's so weird. I don't, and I get there and I just, it's just this thing. One guy who was, and again, by the way, I do it with guys too. I won't even make eye contact with them. One guy, I was going on my regular treadmill, which is on the right, and it was by the Stairmaster. Well, this guy had his wallet and his cup in my cup holder in the, well, shouldn't say mine, but the one thing I was using. And I get out there, and the guy starts reaching down for it. And I look up at him without staring at him, like only from the corner of my eye, and I go, no. And I take off my headphones, and I go, if you're okay with leaving him there, I'm okay with you leaving him there. And he was like, all right. So I finished with my run. He finished with his stairs. He finally comes off, and he comes and he grabs him, and he waves. I give him a fist pump, and he leaves. Now, that's the most communication I will do with anybody in the gym. Other than that, nothing.
The most I do is, hey, you using this?
That's it?
Yep, that's it. No, it's all yours. Or thank you, man. That's it.
So I would say to your original question, yeah, weather always plays a role. Because, by the way, this snowstorm, my gym was packed this morning.
Oh, really?
Packed.
Oh, but everybody's there. That's why.
Yeah, but that's
okay,
exactly.
That
so everybody's stuck in the snow.
Yep.
So it's like, and when I get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, usually no one's there. If at many one, he's an older Asian guy. He's the nicest guy in the world, but he's an older guy, and he's on the treadmill, and he walks the fastest treadmill I've ever seen, but only in like these quick little steps. So he's the cutest guy. He just walks, and he's literally. He looks like a cartoon, but he is there, and he is happy as all get out. He doesn't watch anything on the screen. He just does his little walk on the treadmill, and when I see him, he's always nice to see me. He's like, hello.
How big is your gym? It seems like it's a nice size.
It is, I would say my gym is about the size of all four of these about twice the size of these four studios.
Oh, yeah, so it's a nice size.
Yeah, it's a nice size. And it's got an extra room for like yoga.
Yeah.
And then another room.
The breakdown room.
Yeah, then it's got another room for cycling. It's got six bikes in there. It's got 3 bikes and then 3 rowing machines behind it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's a decent gym. And it's well lit, and it's nice. They have seltzer water and regular water for you to get there for free. And
okay,
yeah.
bougie.
It is real bougie. I love it there. But now, I'm looking out. Our window goes out into to the courtyard, or at least in the gym, goes out in the courtyard. You could see all the snow. And that's when I realized everybody was going to be in the gym because most of those guys would be outside.
Yeah.
And they were all inside. Everybody was waiting for the treadmills. So I do about 2 miles in a half an hour. So I just do that. And then if it's not busy, I'll do some weight stuff. And other than that, I'll just go home and just do the weight stuff when I get home. But yeah, I totally get the weather thing. I don't talk to people in bad weather, not unless they're all doing the same thing. I'm doing like
shoveling.
Yeah, if they're shoveling, then you'll talk and maybe even help a couple of people out. Outside of that, if I'm in the supermarket waiting in a long line, I just pass the time by talking to somebody. I'm that gregarious anyway.
Yeah.
Like if I'm on a line, I'll talk to somebody. But if you, at that food thing,
that really is the reason why I'm always just behind the scenes.
Yeah, you don't like being talkative.
I don't bother people because I'm a person that feels disrespected if I'm reaching out to you and you give me some sly remark. I don't take too kindly to that.
Yeah.
So I just be like, you know what? I'm not gonna say anything at all.
I don't. I've had that happen before. It's easier for me to let it go today than I would have. Back in the day, I would definitely respond poorly. I would make it an issue.
It made my morning when her waffle got stuck. Oh my God, that made my morning.
Well, there you go. Instant karma.
Yeah, I was happy.
Instant karma. That's how it goes. Chat room, curious, what's the cost? What is the cost of a snow shovel these days? John Beckman asked all the way from Nevada. I don't like you. I don't like you at all right now. He said I taught him how to be a hater. I did. I don't know how much a snow shovel is nowadays. Again, living in Texas, I never bought one. It's got to be $30 at least, right? Get out of here. That's got to be that flimsy little aluminum thing. No, there's no way a shovel is $18.
I just bought a shovel from Ocean State Job Lot for like $18.99.
You bought it from Job Lot?
Yeah.
That's not a real place, you know.
Yeah, it is.
Job Lot?
Ocean State Job Lot, yeah.
Isn't it Odd Lot? Oh, Job Lot is that like the distant cousin?
No, it's Ocean State. I don't know any other.
Really? I got to look this up.
Ocean State Job Lot is quite a few of them in CC.
How much is a snow shovel? It's been so long. Goodness gracious. The average cost of a snow shovel is around $60, it says. But wait, there's more. With most models priced between $20 and $115, depending on the type and features. Snow shovels have features.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, $10 to $50 they say
for
most shovels.
$18.99.
$18.99.
Yeah,
and
it works pretty good.
Is it plastic?
Big yellow.
Oh, the
bottom.
Yeah. Big yellow shovel part.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. You wouldn't? How about this? Would you ever invest in a snowplow? Like not a snowplow. You know what I mean?
A snowblower.
Snowblower.
No,
Yes,
I don't have to. That's what I pay HOA fees for.
Oh, because somebody has to do that for you.
Yeah, they have to do all that for us. The only thing I have to do is clean off my car.
Oh. Goodness gracious. Would you ever do the snow? I mean, what do you call it? The cover on the car when it snows? Would you ever consider that?
I thought about it, but I never.
You should do it.
I never really.
You should do it. It makes it so much easier.
How does it make it easier?
Well, you just pull the darn thing off. You pull the tarp off, and the snow goes with it. That's all. It makes so much more sense.
I don't know.
We paid the extra money to park in our garage so we wouldn't have to do that anymore. Because I
don't see anybody with a car cover out here.
Really?
Yeah.
They should.
It's rare. It's rare I see someone actually have a car cover for the snow.
Yeah.
I did it. We have it for our AC unit. That's about it. Yeah, I put a cover over that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to do that. I would just buy it. It's not that expensive. Just buy it, put it over the car, and just pull it right off when you get out in the car.
Yeah, that seems heavy. And I actually enjoy. I have this long. That costs more than a shovel.
What's
clean
that?
my car off with.
Really?
Yeah, that was like $25.
Well, you talking about the little brush thing?
It was a long hook brush. And you could extend it out if you need to. You got a brush on the end, and on the other side it has the scraper. And
I will tell you the coolest thing that I ever got. And do we have? We're going to the bottom of the hour.
What we got? Oh, I guess we gotta go.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll take a break. I'll tell you something I did in the snow. In fact, that U-Haul has the most amazing thing ever to remove snow from the top of your car. You can actually buy one for your regular car. We'll take a break. We'll be back. More news, more views.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Nicholas Russo, 157 Church Street, New Haven, 06510.
Champions are defined not by moments of glory, but by what they put in to get there. On the court, UConn's A.Z. Fudd, Caroline Ducharme, Morgan Shelley, and Sarah Williams show what it takes. And here in Connecticut, BPS Lawyers brings that same commitment in the courtroom.
National champions on the court, local champions in the courtroom. Different arenas, same pursuit of excellence.
One full-service firm, all your legal needs, always.
BPS Lawyers, your lawyers for life. Visit bpslawyers.com.
And now, a WTIC news update.
30 degrees in Hartford, light snow continuing. Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News. Cleanup efforts continue across Connecticut as the state works to move past the snowstorm that brought blizzard conditions to parts of the state. Meteorologist Bob Cox will have more on our forecast in a moment. Connecticut's Department of Transportation is stressing that the commercial vehicles that are out there need to get off the roads and stay off the roads until further notice. There is a commercial vehicles travel ban in place until further notice. 3 separate crashes, however, involving 2 tractor trailers and 1 dump truck caused major headaches on the state's highways today. Tractor trailers crashed in Stonington on I-95 and also on I-84 in Danbury. A dump truck earlier wrecked on I-84 in Manchester. The city of New Haven, meanwhile, is towing vehicles, over 200 of them, off city streets to facilitate road cleanup. And at this point in time, Eversource is currently reporting that there are just under 14,000 outages reported across the state as they are waiting for roads to get cleared and winds to die down further before letting line crews work toward power restoration. And another non-snow stories that we're following for you. New 15% global tariffs are set to take hold at midnight as President Trump tries a workaround to the U.S. Supreme Court decision last week that prevented him from using his signature reciprocal tariffs. And Rob Reiner's son, Nick, has pled not guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder in the killing of his parents. Now let's take a look at our roadways. We don't see any major highway crashes at this moment. There were some earlier, so that is some good news for anyone who's trying to get out today, although the DOT does recommend people just stay in until tomorrow or until roads are in better shape. They are not at this point in time. We do know that. In Naugatuck, Route 63 is closed in both directions at Route 68 due to a tree down with wires involved. Guilford still dealing with the closure on Route 77 Durham Road in both directions between Prospect Hill Road and Hubbard Road heading into the heart of Guilford because a tree came down with wires in it. In Litchfield County, Cornwall, State Route 4 is closed in both directions at Clark Hill Road because of a jackknife vehicle crash. And locally, we see problems in Bridgeport. Route 130 Fairfield Ave closed because of a tree down with wires in it, if we start looking at some of the other areas in the state. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com as we get ready for another weather check with meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center. I'm Morgan Cunningham, WTIC 1080 News.
Local weather, WTIC's Bob Cox.
All right, thanks, Morgan. The storm producing today's snow and wind is what's known as a bomb cyclone. The definition of bombogenesis is when you have a 24 millibar pressure drop within 24 hours. This storm intensified by 41 millibars in 24 hours, so it blew away those criteria and strengthened even much more rapidly than a borderline bomb cyclone. So this is a very strong storm, and it continues to produce snow throughout southern New England of varying in intensity. We still have some patches of moderate to borderline heavy snow in Connecticut, although more areas than that are looking at light to moderate snow at this point. We've picked up about 2 feet of snow in parts of southeastern Connecticut, and you've got 2 foot plus amounts that stretch from portions of Long Island into southeastern Connecticut and southeastern Massachusetts and Rhode Island. And in that area of southeastern New England, there's probably going to be somebody that gets 3 feet of snow out of this storm. The wind will continue to blow and drift that snow this afternoon, although the top wind speeds have come and gone, but we'll still be gusting over 40 miles an hour at times into the afternoon, and winds will continue to gradually come down tonight. And temperatures not going up much from here. Highs today are in the upper 20s to about 30 in many areas. And then tonight we drop into the teens. The sky will become partly cloudy. Any additional snowfall here going forward, probably no more than, say, 1 to 4 inches as things taper off from west to east later this afternoon and evening. So we drop into the teens tonight. Tomorrow's mostly sunny, highs 25 to 30, and we have another chance for a little bit of snow early Wednesday. That could produce an inch or two. Highs Wednesday afternoon reach 35 to 40. There's also the chance for a little bit of snow going into Friday morning. That could be a 1 to 3 inch event as well. So today might not be the only day where you have some school cancellations or delays. Right now in Hartford, we've got north wind at 23, gusting to 37 miles an hour, and it's 28 degrees at the weather station, WTIC, News Talk 1080.
Larry Older here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain has started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten, end of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer, out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you. Don't wait. If you're dealing with daily pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4RELIEF, 800 the number 4RELIEF, or go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, ReliefFactor.com.
Hi, I'm Joe with SimpleSaleUSA.com, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 203-896-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and more importantly, anywhere in Connecticut. I'm a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying junk houses. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and even foreclosure houses. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at 203-896-4000. That's 203-896-4000. 203-896-4000.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for: their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
It's Reese on the Radio on NewsTalk 1080 WTIC.
Keeping you up to date on everything that is snow-related in the Nutmeg State and beyond. It's Reese on the Radio in early today. We've been here since 11 o'clock, and we will be here until 6 p.m. Regular programming will begin roughly about 2 o'clock, but for now we're going to stick to the snow, and as it relates to that, making sure the conditions are clear. For those of you who are out there, I'm looking out the window, and it looks like it's windy. It continues to come down. It's a lot of wind drift. I'll tell you when it gets bad for me, when I see it. Like there was one point when I'm coming in, and I will see like a whole bunch of snow darting out towards me. Almost that it looks like it's coming out of a, what are those, snow, why am I forgetting the name of the darn thing, Roland? The snow blower, whatever the thing is. Yeah, it looks like it's coming out of there, but it realizes it's just a wind just moving the snow rapidly, and it's just shooting up out of the, wherever the street it's coming from. It just blows my mind every time I see it out there. I love the fact that we're getting all of it now, and hopefully, Roland says we're going to get some more on Wednesday. I'm not really looking forward to more snow. I'm trying to get through the snow we already have. I kind of feel like, shouldn't we have like a whole bunch of flooding happening immediately after? I feel like that's going to happen real soon. There's going to be all this so-called flooding we're going to have to deal with. Let me actually just go here to look this up. So according to the latest reports, snow appears to be ending in the Farmington area around 2 p.m. Look at that. Yay. I'm really, really excited about that. But then it says it's going to snow overnight on Tuesday. And then Wednesday morning. And then again on Thursday evening into Friday. Goodness gracious. Can we please? It looks like it's going to snow a lot. Looks like it's going to be some rain on Thursday morning as well. And the temperatures do not help because, as you all know, when we get around the mid-30s and snow, it's considerable. So later on today, we're going to see tonight, we're going to see a low of 18 degrees. In the morning, we're going to see about 29 degrees. And then an overnight on Tuesday of 12 degrees. And then shooting back up to 39. So it's going to be back and forth along with the snow and everything else. So this week is going to be a week. Conditions appear to be good. They say running is poor. Say do not run out on the roads. Do not, of course, cycle on the road. No gardening for you. Please don't do any of those things. And as you heard also in the news break, heart attack snow. Those for the old people. Now, I didn't even understand that could happen, but apparently shoveling snow, you can't exert yourself. I learned that, I want to say 20 years ago, that you can really, really get yourself winded. So don't innovate. Older people, if I can say to you to invest in something, I think it's time to get one of those snow shovels, those automated ones. The ones that you can either use a remote control with, that you don't even have to push. Just invest. They're not that expensive. Just take the money, buy one of those things, put it out in the garage, lift the automatic garage door opener, and send that puppy out there to clean out the driveway. And you will be fine. Not only that, you get to watch technology work. That's the best part. So if you're out there and you have to shovel the snow, do not do it when it's don't do it when it's windy, because that's just a waste. You're going to get the wind pushing the snow back to where you shoveled up, and that's only frustrating. Nobody needs that. Make sure it's light. Be careful. Snow when you can, and when you're tired, when you're tired, stop. Go take a break. You're not going to get it all done in one sitting. Relax. Be patient. If you know a kid in the neighborhood, spend the money. You know a young whippersnapper, 15, 16, 17 years old, got $100 to spare? Tell the kid, hey, I got to get my car out of there. Do your worst, kid. And they will. Bushwhacker says the tarp also freezes to your vehicle, Roland. So he says be careful of that. Not if you get, again, I wouldn't suggest using a tarp. If you're joining us a little while ago, I was suggesting getting a cover for your car that you can pull off when the snow's on it, but not a tarp. The tarp will freeze to your vehicle. Just make sure that whatever you get does not freeze. How would Roland know if the yellow snow is up? Oh, goodness gracious. That's actually a good question now that I think about it. Bones wants to know, will Connecticut ask the general public for help shoveling snow? Of course, he's talking about Zoran Mamdani asking for the town, to the city, or I guess neighbors, to come out and shovel snow. I don't think that program is working. In fact, the last I checked, there was a story that says that a lot of people did not come out to help shovel snow. But I wouldn't work. I mean, I don't want to sound horrible towards the state government or even the city government for that matter, but if I had to make a choice of shoveling snow in my neighborhood or working for the city, what do you think I would do? I work on my own. I'm not going to get taxed. The city's going to tax you. And what were they paying in Zoran Mamdani's little experiment with neighbors? I mean, I don't know anybody who would go shovel snow for the city. If you're that, in fact, let me put it this way. If you're that enthusiastic to shovel snow, why would you do it for the city and not just do it on your own? And just walk through the neighborhood and say, hey, Miss Barbara, can I shovel your driveway? $20 an hour. Have at it. No taxes, no 2 IDs, all that other stuff. That's right, Bones. Don't forget the 2 forms of identification.
The only people that were excited to do that were the people in Buffalo that were at the Buffalo Bills game who got paid to shovel the snow so people could sit down.
That's right.
And they got a ticket to the game, I believe, plus $20 an hour.
They got a ticket to a game plus $20 an hour?
Yeah, I believe that was the deal.
Wow, now that's smart. That I would do. They get that snow thing in Buffalo is
outrageous.
Oh, my goodness.
Even when we drive close to it, like if we're going up to like Albany, Schenectady.
Yeah.
And that's still a few hours away.
Sure.
And they get hit hard too. So I can only imagine.
So it's the winter of 1998 going into 1999, right? I moved there in 98 in Buffalo. And I know that it snows there, but I'd never even heard the term lake effect snow. I didn't know what it was, but I understood the concept. It made sense to me. But in my view, I'm like, how bad could it be? It just snows a lot. Well, it was that winter. Everyone was expecting Christmas snow. And sure enough, that year we got it. Christmas Eve, it began snowing that morning. We woke up to it. It was at least 2 feet when we got up in the morning. And it had snowed, but we all had plans to go to New York City from Buffalo. So we were all going to drive. So
wow. Drive from Buffalo to New York City?
Buffalo to New York.
Oh, my God.
8 hours.
Yikes.
So Brittany had already left to go somewhere. I think she had gone out of town. There was a girl I was dating at the time, living with at the time. Brittany had already left to go somewhere. My brother, that's right. My apologies. My brother and Brittany had already left on Christmas Eve to go to New York. I left Christmas Day by myself in a BMW 325i, 1983.
Wow.
No heat.
Wow.
No heat.
Nice and dumb.
Yeah, nice and dumb. I drove that car all the way to New York City, the entire way down there. Get all the way down. Mind you, it snowed the morning of Christmas Eve. We get down to New York. We stay there a week. We stay there another week. We drive back up. My brother and I drive back up on the 7th to go back to Buffalo. 2 things we didn't know to do. 1, we didn't know that we should keep the heat on, at least somewhat. Right, keep it on a timer where it turns on during the day or turns off during the night, whatever the case is.
Oh, you're talking about at the home?
Yeah, at the home. We did not leave the heat on. We left the heat off.
Wow.
We get back home, mind you, Christmas Eve.
To January 7th.
January 7th. We get home January 8th. January 8th. We show up and the door. I wish I could get everybody an address so you can see the home, but it's on Harlem Drive. You cannot miss it. It's on Harlem Drive in Sloan. There's a bunch of row houses that are all attached to each other on Harlem Drive, and we were on the corner home. Anyway, when we get home, we drive in. The driveway's clear, but the snow has drifted up to the back door because there's a front door and a back door, but our back door, all the snow had drifted into the back door to 7 feet high. It had covered the back door and the back window with snow. My brother and I get out of the car. I think he's 17 at the time. We get out of the car, and we have to take, with our bare hands, shovel the snow. We had to shovel into the home. We had to dig into the home, moving all the snow so we could get into the front door. When we walked in, the place was an igloo. It was absolutely frigid cold. Everything in the house had ice on it. It was horrible. We finally got the heat turned on, which, by the way, was dangerous to turn on, but we did.
You know how lucky you are that
I know.
the pipes didn't freeze?
I know. We turned the heat on, and it took 3 days to get to room temperature. We sat in that home cold, wearing sweaters with the heat on. It would not heat up the home for 3 days. That's how bad it was. It felt like there was, we had electricity and everything. We were sitting around with blankets covering us, watching TV with smoke coming out of our mouths inside. I'll never forget it. It had snowed every day since Christmas Eve until the 7th. That was when the snow started, when we got home on the 8th. There was no snow, and all of the snow had accumulated all over our house, completely covered everything, even the front door. Snowed every day. I'm like, lake effect snow. It was like literally the snow was just regurgitating. It was over and over.
See, that would have been my last days there.
Oh, it was. I moved out. I moved out the next summer. I never went back. Never lived in Buffalo again after that. But that was insane. But that's what made me. I don't know if you remember this, but I was doing the show here. And Buffalo had gotten a storm not too long ago, and about 25 people had died. This was like 2022, 2023, in fact. And I was up here doing the show live, and I was getting criticized for it. Everybody said that I was mocking people who had died in Buffalo. I was like, no, I was going after whatever his name, Byron, whatever his name is. Byron Brown, I think, was the mayor there. He's no longer the mayor there. He quit. Of Buffalo. I was ripping on him because the thing I couldn't understand was this guy couldn't figure out how to shovel the snow in Buffalo. I'm like, in Buffalo? Like, that's not only a part of your budget. Like, that is, it's not even rocket science. You are Buffalo. Snow is who you are.
Yeah, you got to know.
You know what I mean? It's like snow is a fabric of the city. People are expecting it. It's like you can set your clock to it. And the fact that the mayor couldn't figure out Buffalo snow the way that he should have, and 25 people died because, one, they couldn't get resources to them, explains to you how inept you are as a mayor. Worst part is that this guy was born and bred in Buffalo. Like, how do you not know that? You got to be preparing for snow in September in Buffalo because you know it's coming. Yeah. You know it's coming.
That's his fault, but and his team around him,
exactly.
Too. Team around him was trash.
And in my head, I'm saying the level of incompetence you have to not be prepared for snow in Buffalo blows my mind. It was the same thing when I was in Boston, 2007, when they had that big blizzard. That blizzard was so bad, the evacuation routes to go 2 miles took 7 hours. That's how bad it was. Why? Because what's his name? Deval Patrick and Mayor Thomas Menino, Deval Patrick being the governor, and Mayor Thomas Menino. Both of these guys, try this on for size. Talk about screwing it up. You couldn't screw up worse than this. Try this on. At the same time, snow is hitting the ground hard, and you send out the trucks to plow. You also send an announcement to people in Buffalo to go home early. What does that mean? It means the snow plows and the citizens are all on the road
at the same
together.
Time. Yeah.
And what do you think happened? Exactly what was supposed to happen. The roads were cluttered with commuters, as it was with the snow plows who couldn't get anywhere because they're surrounded by traffic. And the two of these bozos had no coordination with one another. One person saying, yeah, get out there and do the plows. Everybody else by the way, how they could have solved the problem was told everybody, no one going to work.
Yeah.
No one going to work. We got a snowstorm coming. Instead, let everybody go to work. Tell everybody, no, there's no snow day. Put all the buses out there. Put all the school buses out there. Put all the people at risk. And at the same time, when the snow's falling, tell everybody, go home early. if you get held up by a snowplow, that's on you. And sure enough, people were. We're talking main roads in Boston. Main roads in Boston. People trying to go through. It was so ironic. One guy says to me, he calls me on the show, and he says, I see a sign that says evacuation route in the event of an emergency. He says, I've been here for 2 hours. He goes, he said, I'm just trying to go 2 miles. He goes, I'm never going to get there. And people sat in their car and they waited. I mean, in some cases, we told them, you may have to wait until the snow melts before you actually get out of Dodge. But again, I don't understand. This is New England. If you don't know how to deal with snow, never take this job. Never. Why would you?
Why would you want to?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I don't know what to
It's
do.
a headache waiting to happen.
For yourself and your residents. That alone, if you can't, by the way, if you cannot manage the logistics of a snowstorm in New England, you have no business being the governor of this state at all. Seriously. You should be able to figure it out in your sleep. We're taking a break? Is it time yet, or are we going to the top of the hour?
Top.
All right, we'll go to the top of the hour. Michael A. says, that happened here in 1978. Again, yeah, I know. It takes all kinds, but that's got to be, Mom Donnie should have known that. He's got snow and dirt and feces all over the street. The only thing covering it up now is the new snow. He got a reprieve for a little while. But it's going to be bad. I'm just, again, I'm just saying to the Al Gore types, huh? What happened? New York Times had an article just, a year before? Said, no, say goodbye to snow. New York Times, shut your face. Shut your face. Just reading that. All right, one more hour. We'll get back to the regular program. If you've got any snow stories out there that you're experiencing, give us a call, 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. John Silver's coming up. He's in the newsroom. We'll be back. It's Reese on the Radio.
Get a head start to your day with WTIC News Talk 1080. Listen to us live on the Odyssey app before you even hit the road. Get the breakdown on the biggest news stories that Connecticut is talking about. To get started, download the Odyssey app and search for WTIC News Talk 1080. This is WTIC News Talk 1080 with Brian and Company in the morning, Reese on the Radio in the afternoon, and news around the clock. WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford and Odyssey Station.
1 o'clock Hartford temperature 28 degrees. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva. WTIC 1080 News. Blizzard conditions continued to persist throughout Connecticut today. Officials provided a virtual update at the State Armory late this morning. State of emergency remains in effect. In addition, the ban on commercial vehicles on the interstates effective until further notice as well. Over 200 calls for service from state police. They also responded to 80 crashes, 2 of which involved injuries, they say, but no fatalities, thankfully. Eversource reporting in the area of 13,000 of its customers without service. They brought crews in from as far away as Michigan and Indiana to help in those restoration efforts. United Illuminating reporting just under 800 of its customers without service. Bradley Airport says 90% of the flights today were proactively canceled. The airport authority says some arrivals possibly could be coming in later tonight. That's still up in the air, though. Bus service was suspended on Sunday along the rails. Metro North operating on a reduced hourly schedule. And Amtrak has suspended service from New York to Boston until at least 4 p.m. Again, that state of emergency continues. Bill Turner is Connecticut's Emergency Management Director.
Referred to as heart attack snow. We want people to be very careful as they begin to dig out and use caution, take breaks, stay hydrated, and if you're not feeling well, please stop shoveling.
State reporting only, again, minor injuries related to the storm with no fatalities. The DOT continuing its hard work. 600 state workers, a couple of hundred contractors, all out on the interstates trying to get things reasonably, at least. In Waterbury, the city's Director of Public Works, David Simpson, explains it's an even bigger problem locally.
It's probably worse because our routes are probably longer than those DOT trucks have, so we may not get back as quickly to that start point. But it is the same thing. It's just an extended period of time.
Also in Waterbury, there have been residents who haven't followed the city's parking ban that further gums up the works in terms of cleanup. The city of New Haven has towed 200 vehicles thus far to facilitate cleanup in the Elm City. Air travel along the Northeast taking a big hit as a result of all this.
Airlines started canceling flights on Saturday to get ahead of this storm, and now essentially they're going to be waiting out the weather, particularly in areas from, say, Philadelphia north to Boston. You are not going to be able to fly in and out of those areas today. Flights essentially suspended.
That is CBS News transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve. WTIC News Time is 1:03.
From the Brown Paint Deers and Scott Traffic Center, good afternoon. It's Andre Ferro. Noticing a lot of blacktop now on 84 east and west, but some of these secondary and tertiary roads are not going to be great, obviously, and these on and off ramps could be a little bit slippery, so please proceed with caution as you travel out and about right now. Noticing a westbound delay on 84 from Middlebury to Southbury, and Route 63 is closed in both directions at Route 68 due to down tree wires, so just follow the detour there. Traffic and weather together on the 8s. WTIC News Talk 1080. Be careful.
Local weather. WTIC's Bob Cox.
Well, we did have blizzard conditions verified by the National Weather Service along the shore this morning, but not all parts of the state have reached blizzard conditions today, but it's certainly pretty formidable regardless of how you want to quantify it. That we still have snow falling everywhere. A lot of it's light at this point, but there's still some batches of moderate to heavier snow that show up from time to time, and it's going to stay windy through the afternoon. Winds still gusting over 40 miles an hour, maybe up toward 50 or so in parts of the area, so that's going to continue to produce blowing and drifting snow, and temperatures are mostly in the 20s to around 30. We will see the snow tapering off from west to east later this afternoon into this evening. Wouldn't expect more than maybe another 1 to 3 inches of accumulation between now and when it's done. And then tonight it turns partly cloudy. The wind speeds will come down. It'll probably stay kind of windy in the higher elevations, but especially down in the valleys, you'll have a noticeable drop-off in wind, I think, during the night. And lows bottom out in the teens. Tomorrow it's mostly sunny, highs 25 to 30. We have 2 more chances for a little bit of snow accumulation. One comes in Wednesday morning. The other comes in Friday morning. Right now in Hartford, still have some snow falling. It's a north wind at 20, gusting to 40, and the temperature 29 degrees at the weather station, WTIC News Talk 1080.
All right, thanks, Bob. WTIC meteorologist Bob Cox in the Weather Center. We'll check the markets on Wall Street. Not great. The Dow's down over 700, the NASDAQ down 249, and the S&P is off 68. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Are you a commercial building owner in southern New England? Are you frustrated with your roof services? Contact Eagle Rivet Roof Service today. Our skilled technicians provide tailored roof repair and maintenance programs to maximize your building's lifespan. With 24/7 emergency response and comprehensive service options, we are Greater New England's trusted commercial roofing provider. Visit EagleRivet.com for a complimentary inspection or call 860-953-1231. Protect your investment with Eagle Rivet.
Are you struggling with hearing loss? Do friends and family complain that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to repeat themselves? If you want to hear clearly again, but don't want a bulky hearing aid that makes you look old, you need to try Atom X by Audien Hearing. The Atom X is a life-changing breakthrough, precisely designed by top audio engineers, fits comfortably in your ear, is nearly invisible, and lets you adjust your sound so you can hear conversations clearly, at home, at dinner, or on the go. And right now, you can try the Atom X risk-free for 45 days. Call Audien Hearing now at 800-295-HEAR. That's HEAR for a 45-day risk-free home trial with free shipping and money-back guarantee. The Atom X is lightweight, rechargeable, practically invisible, and costs 90% less than prescription hearing aids. Don't miss out. Call 800-295-HERE for complete details. That's 800-295-4327. Hearing for everyone. Audion here.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
From the Carter Mario Injury Lawyer Studios, visit getcarter.com.
That's getcarter.com. This is WTIC News Talk 1080.
We got a whole bunch of stuff to get into later on during regular programming at 2 p.m., so stand by for that as we fill you in. Fox 61 actually has a piece out that says, what to do if you lose power in Connecticut during the blizzard. And it says, as Connecticut experiences its second major snowstorm in a month and its first statewide blizzard in nearly a decade, power outages are expected in some areas. To help prepare residents for potential outages, officials from the Connecticut Department of Consumer Protection have offered a variety of safety tips. First, those who experience a power outage for more than a day should throw out any refrigerated medication unless the drug label says otherwise. Officials say temperature-sensitive medicine loses its effectiveness if not refrigerated and should be placed with a new supply as soon as possible. If someone's life is dependent, the medication, however, use it until the new supply is available. Now, would it be unwise? Because I'm going to remind people of a story I probably told when I was a kid and my mother couldn't pay the bills. We lived on 191st Street and off Woodhull. And I just know this because as a kid, I just remember countless times, roughly about maybe 7, 8, or 9. It's roughly about 8 or 9. And my mom couldn't pay the electric bill, and the electric was turned off a few times in our life. And one time during the winter, my mom took all of our refrigerated stuff and put it out on the fire escape and packed it in snow. Couldn't that be applied here for medication if you've been... I'm just saying, it's a blizzard. It's cold outside. It's probably colder outside than it is in your refrigerator, right? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want it to freeze either, but in my head, I'm going, if you have to have refrigerated stuff, put it in a cooler. Why would you, it sounds crazy, but why would you toss it out? A cooler couldn't that substitute? That almost sounds insane. There you go. Thank you, Bushwhacker. Right on point. He said it. A snow pile is a natural refrigerator. I couldn't understand why somebody wouldn't advise that. It's snow. It's ice. It's a refrigerator. Go figure. But anyway, I mean, they say don't. Anyway, when it comes to food supply during the power outage, keep the refrigerator closed as much as possible. It will remain cold for 4 hours if unopened. Meanwhile, a full freezer will keep its temperature for 2 days. Oh, I didn't know that. Huh, that's interesting. Anyway, any perishable food that has been at room temperature for more than 2 hours should be thrown out. The same goes for food items that have an unusual odor, color, or texture. With generators, one should never use the equipment inside their home. By the way, we still have to keep telling people that because some people do. In their home, in their basement, shed, or garage. It doesn't matter if the doors or windows are open. It's still not safe. Generators should be kept at least 10 feet away from windows, doors, or vents when outdoors. It is also critical to never store flammable liquids, such as gasoline or lighter fluid, near a generator or portable grill. Please do not do that, folks. The DCP releases also, the DCP release, also warns of scammers who will look to wreak havoc after the storm passes. Officials say that scammers will often pretend to be storm recovery companies. They might offer repair services at low prices without a contract. In Connecticut, all home improvement projects must be with a written contractor, and the contractor must be registered with the DCP. So please be careful out there if you are experiencing anything remotely close to these issues, especially without any electricity. That's a rough one for me because I almost feel like this is the time when you should have and must have a fireplace, in my view. I think fireplaces are just good. I've lived in a few places with fireplaces, and I've loved them all. I'm crazy about them, and I love using them. I'm a big fireplace guy. Bushback said, why do you think old-timers called them an icebox? Because they originally used ice from lakes and ponds that froze. Good point, Bushwhacker. Bushwhacker's very old school. Have you ever had to do that, Roland? You ever had to use a power outage in the neighborhood and have to put everything in a cooler?
Yeah, we put it in a cooler.
Yeah. Did your wife panic when that happens? Roseanne always
as
does.
An adult, I haven't had to do that. I haven't had to do that as an adult.
Did your mom ever panic when that happened?
No, we always had ice coolers because we used to go fishing and go to the beach and whatever all the time. So I never really saw her panic.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, talking about a person that has been shot, stabbed, and ran a brothel. So
what?
So I never really saw her panic a lot.
What rabbit hole have you sent me down? What are you talking about?
My mom.
Your mom?
Yeah, she was a gangster back in the day.
Well, with that kind of resume, goodness gracious, I need to interview her. How is she not a guest on my show? Are you kidding me? I would love to talk to her. That was all in New Orleans, I presume.
No, some of that was up here.
No way.
Yeah, some of that was up here. She moved up here way before I did.
Really?
Yeah, we stayed with my grandparents, and my grandmother was very protective. Mm-hmm. First of all, my mom is the baby of 12 kids.
Damn. Nobody had a TV back then, huh?
So her mom and dad, my grandparents, they had 12 kids. Wow. And my grandfather also had 7 other ones from his mistress. So he had 19 total.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, so she was the baby. So my grandmother used to look out for her a lot, but when my mom was out there doing what she was doing, she took us. 'Cause she didn't want us to be collateral damage or anything happen to her, to us while whatever she was doing. So it took her a while before she let her get us back.
Wow.
So she had to come up and make sure
everything was okay.
She wasn't in that lifestyle anymore, and she was really true to what she was saying, and change lifestyle and in church and all of that. So
yeah, well,
so I think that's how it normally happens. Is like you way left on this spectrum, and either you die or go to jail, or you go way right on the other spectrum.
Yeah, that's how it works. So. Bushwhacker also says technology can fail. Always have a backup plan. I'll be honest with you. Bushwhacker, you make a very, very valid point. I am concerned about young people. I had this dream. I'll tell you exactly what Bushwhacker's telling about it, and I'll sort of illustrate it in this dream that I had. I had a dream that these kids were coming up to a supermarket, and the sliding door did not open, and the kids lost their mind. The automatic door, it didn't open. It didn't slide open, and the kids didn't know what to do. They were looking at it, and they were just going, like, what do you do? And everyone was staring at them just going, push the door. There's another door. Open the door. They were like, why? They're like, that's how you get inside. It was like, but we're waiting for the sliding door. And it was like, no, open the door. There's a way to get in. Just pull the door open. Like, my dream was that we had gotten so far away from understanding how things work. The automation had taken over kids' lives, and they didn't know how to operate if they broke down. And that's scary. It's a scary dream to have. I have no idea why I was having it. Lori's in Glastonbury. Hey, Lori.
Hey there, Reese. Just working from home and grateful I still have electricity.
I hear you.
And a safe place to be. But also a shout out to all of the DOT drivers and town tow truck, plow drivers.
Absolutely.
Just praying that they stay safe and grateful for all that they're doing. I tell you what, it's funny, you said put everything in the refrigerator out into the snow, and when Superstorm Sandy hit, that's exactly what me and my ex-husband did. Was we took everything out of the fridge because we had lost power for 4 or 5 days.
Wow.
And so we ended up we put everything in we got a cooler and put all of the it wasn't, not Superstorm Sandy. It was there was a winter snowstorm that we had on, I think it was Halloween.
Okay.
I don't know if Roland would remember this, but it was like Alfredo or Alberto or something like that. And he the trees were just knocked down everywhere because it was a wet snow. And so trees blocked all of the roads, and just about the entire state lost power.
Wow.
Because it was wet snow, and they hadn't really prepped the trees, cut off the dead trees off of branches, and so everywhere was a mess. And we didn't have power for about, I would say, 4 to 5 days, packed the cooler with snow, threw everything into the cooler, and that's how we kept everything.
Now, did you still have gas power?
We...
Because how did you cook, if at all?
We had an electric stove.
Oh.
But we did have a grill.
Okay.
So we used our grill to cook foods.
Wow.
And figured out things that way. But yeah, that was a really interesting situation. But I tell you what, I don't remember a time when there's literally been 2 feet on the ground. And the poor plow guys, I'm looking out my window. I know that they've come through because I've seen them, but, man, you wouldn't know it.
Because the snow's accumulating again, yeah. That's what I noticed in my own neighborhood. I'm actually looking out the window now. It looks like it's let up a little bit. It doesn't, at least in Farmington, it looks like it let up a little bit. I'm not expecting it to go till 2 o'clock. I think it's going to stop earlier, and then we're just going to see a whole night filled with cleaning up the roads. And I give it to them. At least there'll be a hell of a lot of overtime for these guys in the next couple of, at least the next day or two.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a full-on sale. Like everybody's going to be buying boats come spring. You know what I mean? There's going to be a lot of boats sold, I'm sure. But here the snow is still sideways.
It is really.
And my work called today was called a weather emergency. They're calling another weather emergency tomorrow. So I'll be working from home tomorrow as well because everybody has to try to dig out. This is incredible. I've never seen anything like it. At least I don't I mean, I don't know. I'm 56. At least I don't remember seeing anything like it. But,
Lori, let me ask you this:
Yes, sir.
because you're a woman of a certain age, but I gotta ask.
Yes, sir.
Would there ever be a point where a snowstorm like this, or one you've experienced in the past, where you said to yourself, "Screw it, I got to go in"? Would you ever, where you had to go into the office, in essence, whatever the situation was, because of the work that had to be done, or a deadline you had to make, or money issues, whatever the case is there a level of which you could say to yourself, I'm going to rough it and get out on the roads and get to the office? Is there any, would you just take the L and just say, forget it, it doesn't matter what it is, no situation would ever put me in a place where I've got to drive on these roads to get to the office? Or is there a moment that you can say, that you could think of, that would make you say, I got to go and test the elements?
Okay, so you know that I always have a story for situations.
Of course you do.
By the way, side note, super excited about you and Roseanne getting baptized and that you guys found a good church home. And I'm over the moon thrilled for both you guys. Congratulations and blessings. So,
thank you.
Here's a story. Before there was an impending snowstorm, kind of similar to this. We were going to get somewhere between 8 to 12 inches, and I realized I didn't have any snow boots. So my roommate at the time, we lived in Bristol actually. And I said, what do you think the chances are that the Payless down the street is still open? And she's just like, I don't know. I said, it's not terrible yet. We could still try to make it. And she said, ooh, that sounds like an adventure. Let's go.
No.
So we went ahead and we got into the car. And, it took us literally within normal time, it would have taken us 10 minutes. It took us about, 35 minutes, 40 minutes to get to the Payless. And the woman there was just like, I was going to close in about 15 minutes thinking nobody in their right mind was going to be here. And I said, well, hello.
No one in their right mind is here.
And then there's me. So hi, here I am because do you have any snow boots left? And she's just like, yeah. I said, great. So my roommate and I, and all three of us were just laughing our butts off as I'm trying to, try on and buy these snow boots. Got settled for a pair that would just get the job done, and bitter safety as she drove home herself, and then we went back to the apartment. But yeah, but at this age, no, that's why God invented time out or pay time off. That's why God made pay time off. That's why, but not for nothing. That's why I bank a lot of it because for situations like this, I just took a week on vacation and then was out for a week being sick with the flu. I still have 2 weeks of vacation time. So
really?
That's why.
Do they make you take it? Is that is your company make you take it? I know there's some companies that say they won't pay you for it. They'll make you take it instead.
No, I bank it. I'm allowed to bank it.
Okay.
So that's what I do.
Do they do that here, Roland?
Things going to pop off.
Yeah, exactly. Roland, do they do that here where you just cash it out? Or do you have to take them?
As far as
the paid time off.
Oh, paid time off.
Yeah, can I take the cash instead of taking the time off, or do they make me take the time off?
No, you just build it up.
Okay, I'll just build it up.
Yeah, you can't just say hey, can I just take my PTO unless you're quitting?
Oh, then you can take it.
Then you can take it in cash.
Okay, so you can't take it at the end of the year.
No.
Well,
it just rolls over.
Okay, we're not liking this.
What you want to be able to December 31st, you want to be able to just take your cash?
Yeah, I want to be able to get just one fat check right around Christmas or New Year's. Roseanne's asking for a diamond. I'm figuring, what the heck?
Wow.
Yeah, she is.
A diamond ring?
Yes, a diamond ring. She wants me to
upgrade.
She wants me to propose again.
It's only.
That's sweet, though.
Nah, it's too early for that.
Ah!
That's very sweet.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. She says to me, do you know, I'll tell you this, Lori. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get myself in trouble.
Yeah, well, then
It's too early. It's too early. It's too early.
You know what? Let's change the subject.
Okay.
Go USA Hockey.
There you go. Congratulations. Hey, you know what? Congratulations.
Hey, 10 years. Wait, you gotta be a 10-year anniversary.
Okay. Is it bad that I'm really thrilled that they beat Canada?
No, it isn't.
Can go fly a kite. Is that terrible?
I am so glad. Isn't it weird that for the first time in a long time, Americans are celebrating beating Canada and not Russia? It's insane. It shows you exactly how far our geopolitical world has gone, that now that we're rooting against our neighbors to the north in a rivalry way. It's absolutely hilarious. I love every bit of it.
Oh, it's wonderful, and the way that the team responded to the win and being invited to the State of the Union, I thought that was lovely.
Absolutely,
it was really great and very well deserved. But I will leave you with that, and I'm glad I was able to prevent a potential melee.
No.
So take care.
Thank you.
Stay safe and warm.
I will. Thank you, dear. Have a good one. Let's go to Marcy real quick before we go to break. Hello, Marcy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great.
And thank you for taking my call. I just called because I heard you mention about people going to work, and I'm one of those women of that age. 1978, February 6th through 7th, they had a blizzard. It was 15 to 30 inches all across the state.
Wow.
What was her name? Ella Grasso closed the state. That was the year the Civic Center, the Civic Center collapsed.
Oh, wow.
My husband was in Kuala Lumpur, and I had a little baby, and I was working, and my mother took the baby. I'm nervous. And I drove from her house all the way to work.
How many miles?
Oh, my God. About 10 miles, but I think it took me an hour.
Hold on. You know what, Marcy, can you hold off? We're going to go to the top of the hour break, and I want to hear the rest of the story because I have so many questions about that. One, I want to know how old you were at the time and how young the baby was. Of course, your husband was way out of the country at the time you had to go to work.
Ooh, was I mad at him?
I want to hear it all. Stand by for me. Let me put you on hold. We'll get back to Marcy's story in a second. This is exactly the kind of story I want to hear. Let's get to the newsroom. John Silva is in WTIC News.
And now, a WTIC News Update.
It's 1:30, 31 degrees. I'm John Silva, WTIC at 1080 News. Well, the snow is about stopped here in Farmington, but continues to fall elsewhere. And there's that wind, gusts of 40, 50 or better, continue to buffet a good part of the state. We'll check in with meteorologist Bob Cox coming up. Air travel, as you would well imagine, is a mess all along the Northeast. At Bradley, 90% of the flights were proactively canceled. They say some may come in later tonight, but that certainly remains to be seen. And it is a ghost town at Boston's Logan Airport, where nearly 1,000 flights have been canceled. Reporter James Rojas has more.
Despite the nasty weather, some travelers were surprised by the over 900 flight cancellations here at Logan, theirs included. Dave from New Hampshire is in the same stranded boat. So I'm looking at the board right over there, and all the flights are canceled. What are you doing here today?
I didn't get an email, and I figured I rented a Subaru with all-wheel drive. The bulk of the storm I thought was going to be in the afternoon, or say mid-morning, so I thought my flight would be able to get out, but yeah, the lack of people really told me that I was wrong.
James Rojas for CBS News, Boston.
Snow came down fast and furious. Even plows had a tough time getting around. Rick Fontana is the emergency management director in West Haven.
We've had a number of plows that have gotten stuck that we've had to assist getting out. We've had a couple of accidents involving motor vehicles into plows.
At one point, they pulled plows off the roads due to near zero visibility. Fontana says some minor flooding has been reported. They've also towed more than 150 cars in West Haven after issuing a rare total parking ban. Rob Reiner's son, Nick, was in court to face charges. He killed his father and mother last December.
But I did find something interesting. He did say one word, and it was basically yes, but it was a resounding yes. The judge was setting a next hearing date for April 29th, which would jeopardize his right to a speedy trial. And she looked directly at him and asked if he understood that and if he was okay with it. And he looked back at her and calmly said yes.
It's correspondent Carter Evans in L.A. WTIC News Time coming up on 1:33. Checking traffic, which you well imagine there's not much of it, at least on the interstates, as the DOT continues to try to get things back to normal. We do have Route 4, though, closed in the town of Cornwall in both directions at Clark Hill Road because of a crash involving a jackknife tractor trailer. And also in, Beacon Falls 42 is closed in both directions between Munson Road and Feldspar Avenue due to a tree down with some power lines.
WTIC weather.
Let's check in with meteorologist Bob Cox for the latest on this blizzard. Hey, Bob.
Hey there, John. I've got a few more snow totals to pass along here. The climatological stations like Bradley and Sikorsky, they report the snow every 6 hours. So we have some new numbers in that came in at 1 o'clock. Bradley so far has had a total of 11.6 inches. They're actually on the lower end of the scale in this one. In Boston, there's been 14.4 inches. And check this out. In Providence, Rhode Island at TF Green Airport, so far, they've picked up 32.8 inches of snow. It's still snowing there. Now, that makes this the greatest all-time snowfall for a single storm in Providence. It breaks the old record of 28.6 inches that was set in the blizzard of 1978. So this is a brand new record for a single snowstorm in Providence, Rhode Island, 32.8 and counting there. Down in New York City, Central Park, 19.7 inches. LaGuardia Airport has 22.2 inches, and Islip on Long Island, Islip has a preliminary report out of 29.1 inches. So we've seen about 2 feet of snowfall from parts of Long Island into southeastern Connecticut, and more than that in southeastern parts of New England, including Rhode Island, into southeastern Mass. We still have some snow out there. Now, as the guys in Farmington have been mentioning recently, it seems to have stopped there for the time being. Radar confirms that there's not much showing up from Springfield, Mass, down into parts of Hartford County, including Farmington, going down into northern New Haven County. But you do have a band of snow that's falling in Litchfield County, especially noticeable in eastern Litchfield County. There's another patch that is down in eastern Fairfield County, and a third area of moderate to heavier snow still in the southeastern part of the state. And there is some lighter snow and snow showers in between. So it'll continue to gradually fade away during the afternoon from west to east. Later this afternoon and evening, it'll come to an end. And I wouldn't expect much more than another inch or two, maybe 3 at the outside in a few spots to the east by the time all is said and done on top of what's already out there. Winds remain gusty over 40 miles an hour. I suppose we could still hit 50 somewhere this afternoon. And temperatures in the 20s to about 30. Tonight we drop to the teens. The skies turn partly cloudy. The wind speeds come down a bit. And it looks mostly sunny tomorrow. Highs 25 to 30. That's where we're at in Hartford right now, with winds gusting to 43 miles an hour from the north. The Hartford temperature is 30 degrees at the weather station, WTIC News Talk 1080.
Thanks, Bob. Meteorologist Bob Cox for us in the WTIC Weather Center. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Brought to you by Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices. This has to be a joke. It's no joke. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Hurry in.
Ollie! Good stuff, cheap!
Each week, Attorney Allaire shares expert tips to help you plan for the future and navigate the complexities of elder law.
Even if you've given up on your New Year's resolution, one health habit that's easy to keep is Active Liver. From New Nordic, Active Liver protects your liver so you can enjoy life to the fullest. Online at Amazon or in stores at CVS, Wegmans, and now GNC.
I played soccer. Now I cheer for soccer. 67 pounds later, I'm ready for a 180.
Are you ready? Call Awaken 180 Weight Loss, 877-330-4180. It's not a diet fad or synthetic hormone shots, just science-based nutrition, customizable food, and lifetime coaching. So losing weight is a real thing for life.
Had a great career, 2 great kids. 41 pounds later, I'm ready for a 180.
Ready? Call 877-330-4180 now.
Paid for by government. The 1986 to 2021 United States Silver Eagle, the first ever U.S. silver dollar minted in 99.9% pure silver and is the best-selling coin in the world. These original and historic silver dollars have ceased production forever. They will never be minted again. For a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck silver dollars are being released to the public. You can own a full pound of original U.S. silver dollar coins featuring Lady Liberty and the heraldic eagle, never to be struck again. Guaranteed. Call now to secure original United States Silver Eagles by the pound. The first U.S. silver dollars ever to be struck in 99.9% pure silver. Plus, receive a free bonus, an American Collector's Pack valued at over $40 and free shipping with every order. Call 1-800-560-6468 now to secure your full pound bag of United States Silver Eagle coins before they are gone. That's 1-800-560-6468.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we've been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Herbie Fisher. No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
It's Reese on the Radio on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
All right, we're back. We were talking to Marcy in Bristol. She's talking about back in the day, I think it was in the 70s, she said, where her husband was out of the country, halfway across the world, young baby, snowstorm, and she has to get to work. Marcy? Now,
Yes.
Your husband is in Kuala Lumpur. Is that correct?
Yes, Malaysia.
In Malaysia, and I'm assuming he's military work. What?
Oh no, he works for Pratt and Whitney, and they installed gas turbines to power electricity in those days, and he traveled all around the world.
Wow.
Yes.
So you had a young baby at home. How old at the time would you say? Just a couple of months? Just a couple of years?
Okay, so I actually lived in Burlington, and my mom was in Bristol.
Okay.
So I took my 2-year-old, and I drove. Now, the storm, you imagine you had no cell phone.
Right.
I had no way to call work. It was early. No one would be at work that early, and I knew I would need some time to get to work. But anyway, I was determined I was going to get to work. I didn't even know the state was shut down. El Grasso had shut the state down. I didn't listen to the radio.
Right.
Drove to my mom's house, dropped off my 2-year-old son. I was 28 years old, and I got in my 1971 Buick LeSabre with rear-wheel drive.
I'm loving every part of this.
This was a palm of a car, and I called her Old Betsy.
Right.
And Betsy got me down Route 6 to Otis Elevator, which usually is 10 miles, right? It took me 2 hours. It took me a good hour to get there. It was awful. There were cars everywhere stuck. There were jackknife trailer trucks. It was unbelievable. And I said, Betsy, you're going to get me there. We went up Rattlesnake Mountain. I don't know if you know where that is.
No, but I want to know now.
Oh, well, it's going into Farmington. And anyway, I get to work, and I'm so proud of myself. And the guard's at the door, and he says, work's closed. Don't you know the state's closed? What are you doing here? And I'm like, I didn't even know what to say. I was beside myself. I was a wreck at that point.
Yeah. Did you stay or did you go home?
I had to go back in my car and go home. And at that point, Route 6 wasn't even plowed in those days. They were so busy doing the highway.
Yeah.
That Route 6 was like a nightmare. It was just, when I think about it now, whatever. But
it's a great story to tell, but at the time you were probably complete. Like you said, it took an hour to get there, and then only to be told that you had to go back.
Yes, and then I get all the way home. I started really listening to the radio then, and I didn't even know how to call my mom that I was coming home. And I made it home. Getting home was even worse because there were more. Then I had to go up a hill. There's Five Guys Burgers and Fries at Farmington, where Tufts University is. Five Guys Burgers and Fries. There's that little tiny hill you have to go up towards Bristol. I just pounded that pedal to the metal, and I flew up that hill. I made it all the way to Bristol, to my mom's house. I walked in the door. I lost it. I bawled my eyes out.
Oh.
I bawled my eyes out.
Can I ask you this, though? You're 28 years old. You have a 2-year-old. You drive to your mother's, and you're going to work. You're going to go in no matter what the roads look like. You see all of this harrowing debris everywhere, cars. I have to ask you, what drove you to go to work that day? Was it just because you had to, or it was sort of like common, it was your nature to just not look at that snowstorm as a hindrance? It's like, I'm going to work because that's what I do.
I think we had a different way of life then. That was and I had to get there, and I was bound and determined. I've always been very competitive in my life. Even though I'm a thinner person, I'll go out now. I'm 77. I'm going to put on my little snowsuit, and I'm going to help my husband clear out the driveway and with the snow blower and everything. It's just what we did then. We weren't babies.
Right.
I mean, I was born in Devil's Lake, North Dakota.
Okay.
So
wow.
I'm from that cold.
Oh yeah, you guys eat snow for breakfast.
Oh my! It was so bad there. We were on a farm when I was younger, and my dad would tie a rope from the farmhouse to the barn to make sure that we could always get to the cows to milk them, because they had to be milked in the morning and night.
And you had to, in essence, use that as your guide to get all the way, it's sort of like as the rope, you would sort of follow that or hold on to that to get to the barn.
That's right. And no way, that's how we were brought up, though, in those days. Reese, we were brought up that way.
Yeah.
You go to work, you have a job, and you got to get there. It wasn't about, this is nothing, the snow, really, here today. I guess the wind is the worst.
You said it, I didn't. You said it, Marcy. You said it, Marcy. I didn't. I tried not to say it. But they're going to get on my case if I treat it that way. I'm not going to. This one says it's 16 or 18 inches out there. And I'm going, yeah. So I totally get it.
Oh, anyway, I just thought I'd share that.
No, I loved every bit of it. And it totally listen, for me, it certifies exactly what I've always said, is that under different circumstances, the way we grew up, this is the kind of thing that we did. Snowstorms were just, I don't want to call anybody soft. I've just used the word cautious. We're just cautious now. That's all it is.
Yes, and I can see why. That's the way the way of the world now. Everybody is worried about
danger.
And it's danger, right? And the snow and getting into an accident and lawsuits and whatever. But anyways, that's what happened to me. I thought I'd share that with you.
No, I'm glad that you did. You guys stay safe and plow safely and stay warm as well, okay?
And you also. Have a great day.
Thank you, Marcy. God bless.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I get it. I'm overwhelmed by the amount of caution that people have for snowstorms. My biggest problem is, and this is, I'm going to tell you the difference between me and a lot of people. I can be a little reckless. But it's not like I don't stop and go, okay, maybe I was a little too reckless. I have my sort of limits where I go, all right, I'm in a little deep here. But that being said, I like testing myself. I'm not a risk taker in the sense of, I'm going to climb Mount Everest, But I did think about walking into work today. I did. It's a 10-minute drive, which means that it would have been about an hour to walk in. But I was thinking about it. I was looking at my boots, saying, will my boots make it? They've got actually pretty good traction. In my head, I was saying, are there sidewalks? On my drive, there aren't any sidewalks, which, again, lets you know what type of neighborhood you live in when they don't have sidewalks. That's always bothered me. Which also concerned me. I'm always worried about some other bozo driving recklessly or, splashing me with snow, water, or his car. So I couldn't walk to work. But I thought about it, and I said to myself, what an accomplishment it would be if I had walked to work at my age, 56 years old. I would have made it. I've made it through worse. Would you have? The distance you had to travel from the hotel here, would you have ever walked that?
Hell no.
No? If you had to?
No.
Really?
I wouldn't have to.
If you had to, though?
I wouldn't have to.
Okay, let's say there's a lottery win at the end of it. You're going to pick up $1 million, and the only way you can go is if you walk straight through the snow for an hour to get there. You can take an Uber back, but you have to take a trek. Would you go do it then?
I'll wait till the snow clears.
Oh,
ain't no rush.
There's always. You're right. There's no real rush. I shouldn't say that. In my head, I always think that there's a rush.
You just, there's chances you ain't supposed to take. Even me driving from, first of all, the roads, they only plowed. It's a one-way each way.
Yeah.
But they only plowed in the middle of the street.
That was so weird.
So they left the sides still snowy.
Is that wild?
So I'm coming down.
Everywhere.
I'm coming down, and there's a big tractor trailer, not a plow, coming the opposite direction at me. So now I have to move out of the way into the snow.
Yeah.
Because he really doesn't have anywhere to move. So I didn't understand the point of just shoveling in the middle of the street instead of shoveling on both sides so people could pass each other.
Again, my view is I think I can walk in the snow. I would probably walk to the grocery store in the snow. A quarter mile? Is that too far?
A quarter mile?
Quarter mile in the snow.
I mean, I guess you could do it, but I wouldn't chance it.
How about a half a mile?
No, I wouldn't chance it just because
too
many things could go wrong.
Sidewalks.
Say you slip and fall. You're gonna slip the whole way. First of all,
I know I'm gonna slip.
You're gonna slip and slide the whole way. So that's gonna hit your hamstrings. That's gonna hit your back muscles. That's gonna hit your quads. So you're gonna be that's a workout in itself. So you might get there, and then now you got to walk back, and that's gonna be the journey.
I would want to do it like solely for the purpose of having that kind of exercise. Like I would feel that at the end of the day. I do concern myself with the hamstring. You're right about that. I hadn't thought of that.
You got to stretch real good.
Yeah, you got to do
because
that.
When people don't realize, maybe some people do, but some people don't. When you're slipping and falling and you don't fall, the amount of muscles that you use to keep yourself from falling, and if you haven't stretched or that could be very, very costly. It's almost better if you just fell, so you don't hurt those muscles.
Isn't that wild? When I was a kid, when I say kid, I was in my 20s, and I rollerblade. I loved to fall. That was my favorite thing to do. Was to be speeding down Fifth Avenue in the opposite direction of traffic. Yeah, on Fifth Avenue. And I would get off the street, the main road, and then go on the sidewalk. I remember I hit a guy coming off a bus, and we all fell to the ground, and I rolled a couple of times. I had the best time. I loved falling. I had the little the little wrist guards and the knee pads, and I would hit the ground. Just slide down. I was like,
that's a young man's game.
oh yeah, absolutely.
I used to love to climb trees and jump out of second-story windows and jump off. I used to climb on top of roofs and jump off the roof.
Yeah.
I would never even think to try to do that now.
No, now
immediately I'm thinking about, I'm going to break both legs and possibly an arm if I do this.
I wobble going up a step ladder. I'm like wobbling.
Oh yeah, I'm not using I'm not using any ladder. If I got to use a ladder for something, it's not happening.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not climbing up a ladder.
You don't climb ladders?
No.
I still climb ladders.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I have to. I just, you know what? I just don't want to let the old age get me.
Yeah, it's not about the old age. It's just about I don't trust myself. Enough.
If you fall and you break a hip, that's serious.
No, that's life altering.
Yes, I know. It's like that. People start the doctors start circling you like vultures.
Yeah.
He's only got a little time left. Should we give him a new hip? That's all right. He'll die in 20 minutes. You break a hip, they start circling. Then they're looking at options. Should we give him a new hip? Should we rebuild him? Nah, he's fine. He's all right. I don't want that to happen at all.
I hear it's very painful too.
Yes, I do understand that it is. Jim's in Waterbury. Let's go to him. What's going on, sir?
Yeah, I remember the blizzard of 78.
Say again?
I remember the blizzard of 78.
78. Oh, okay, like Marcy was talking about.
Yeah, we had these friends, camping friends, and they were renting a farmhouse, maybe almost a half a mile off the road in Cheshire.
Uh-huh.
We had gone to a party that night before, and we got back and it started. So we were snowed in there. There was 5 of us, 2 horses, and 2 German shepherds. We were snowed in for about 4 days.
Wow.
And I had a 66 Chevelle. I opened the hood. You couldn't even see the engine. And then we were running low on supplies. My father-in-law had a Volkswagen bus, and after 2 days he got through with relief supplies.
What? With a bus? He took a Volkswagen bus to get to you, and it took him 2 days? Where was he coming from?
No. We were there for about 2 days.
Oh, you were there for about 2 days. Okay, and then he showed up with a Volkswagen bus with supplies.
To Cheshire to deliver us food.
Wow.
And we had to dig out so we could feed the horses and all of that, you know.
What were those 4 days like? What do you do to sort of pass the time?
I played cards mostly.
Yeah?
Yeah, and another big one, though, we had, I retired at 66, so I had a few when I was 65. I was working at this trucking company. Nobody could make it to work, so I spent 2 days in the guard shack sleeping on a cot because nobody else could make it to work.
Wow. See, that's what I'm talking about. There used to be a time where people were winning no matter what. And they just dealt with it. It's gonna be all right. Did you have a space heater in the room that you were in?
Yeah, the guard shack it had heat, so it was just me and the cameras.
Do you miss those times? Tell me. I know you reminisce about them.
Well, the people that we used to camp with these people all the time in Southbury, so they were good friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you lose touch with them, though.
Yeah, that happens too. But you know what? That kind of stuff, those kind of built memories, you never let them go. And I've never, like I said, I've that time in Buffalo having to shovel into my house and being in the cold, sitting there with my little brother while we're trying to stay warm inside of our house until the heat kicks in. We'll never forget that. That moment will live with us forever because we're from New York, and that Buffalo snow was unreal to us. We're like, we've seen snow, but we've never seen it like this.
No. I know your wife is happy with the snow. Because
yes, she is.
See snow, she got it.
Yeah, boy, did she get it tenfold indeed. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you. You too. Mike is in Bristol. Let's go to him real quick. How are you, sir?
Hey, Reese. How are you this afternoon?
I'm good. What's up?
Hey, number one, thanks for coming in early and taking care of us. But I'd be remiss. I spoke to Brian earlier. I drive Uber.
Yes.
You know, I offered to drive him to work any given day. If you can't get there, call me. I'll get you to work. I promise.
You know what? Without a doubt. But let me ask you this real quick, because I heard you when you were talking to Brian. Can you do me a favor? I know we got to go to a break. We're going to break at 7, right? Let's take a break real quick. Can you hold on for me? Because I want to ask you, because I know you've been out there doing Uber today, and I want to kind of get a feel of the people that you've been traveling around with, the people you had to pick up. Like, if you can sort of give me a breakdown of what those folks were doing, if they were running errands or going to work. Can you give me a breakdown of that when we come back?
Absolutely. I'll hold for you.
You got it. Thank you. We'll take a break. We'll come back. More news, more views. We'll talk to Mike and get what his Uber experience is like, getting people from here and there in this snowstorm. Stick around. We'll be back at Reese On The Radio.
Hi, I'm Joe with SimpleSaleUSA.com, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 203-896-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and more importantly, anywhere in Connecticut. I'm a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying junk houses. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and even foreclosure houses. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at 203-896-4000. That's 203-896-4000. 203-896-4000.
Wisdom Teeth giving you trouble? Columbia Dental's expert oral surgeons specialize in comfortable and efficient wisdom tooth removal. Open 7 days a week. Call 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
There's a lot happening in Washington and in your local neighborhood. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app to keep up with the latest.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is WTIC News Talk 1080 with Brian and Company in the morning, Reese on the radio in the afternoon, and news around the clock. WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford and Odyssey Station.
2 o'clock, good afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. The big dig out from the blizzard is underway. Officials provided a virtual update at the Armory late this morning. The ban on commercial vehicles on the interstates remains in effect until further notice. The governor had instituted a state of emergency yesterday ahead of all this. State police had about a couple of hundred calls for assistance. 80 crashes they reported, 2 of which included injuries but no fatalities. The power restoration efforts on the part of Eversource and United Illuminating continue. Last check, Eversource reporting about 13,000 of its customers offline. They brought in crews from as far away as Michigan and Indiana to help with the restoration efforts. The airports, as you would well imagine, are really not doing too well, and it may be a while before they are. Bradley International reporting 90% of its flights were proactively canceled for today. The airport authority says there could be some arrivals scheduled for later tonight, but that certainly remains to be seen. Bus service remains suspended in the state for now. The rails, Metro North has been operating on a reduced schedule, a holiday schedule, hourly trains they're providing. Amtrak has suspended service from New York to Boston until at least 4 this afternoon. Even with a slowdown in the snow in some parts of the state, the DOT says it has plenty of work left to do on the roads. Communications Director Josh Morgan says the full complement of trucks and crew members is out and up to the task.
650 pieces of equipment, about 900 drivers. We did call in our contractors, so we had about 200 of those trucks as well. So there is a lot of iron, a lot of equipment out on the roads today because of how intense the storm is.
We're seeing a lot of blacktop actually on some of the highways, but folks should still avoid being out if you can. Morgan also reminds drivers the commercial vehicles ban, again, still in place. We hope to hear more. Should not be on the interstates. City of Waterbury had a bit of a problem with compliance with the city's parking ban. The DPW director, David Simpson, says many of the multifamily homes have several vehicles per floor. That creates an increase in vehicles parked on local streets and lots where they can park in the snow. They've been asked to move to the odd side of the street so crews can make a clean pass, but not everyone's been following the orders. Still, Simpson says the work will get done one way or another.
The parking ban is asked to park on the odd side of the street, but at least it allows us one side to clear. It's nothing unusual in Waterbury, just with larger amounts of snow. My staff can't do as good a job as they want initially. We'll get it during the cleanup, though.
City of New Haven has towed over 200 vehicles that did not up that city's parking ban. Everyone's being asked to stay off the roads, near zero visibility at times due to the heavy snow and the winds. West Haven actually pulled its plows off the road at one point. The Emergency Management Director, Rick Fontana, says it's been tough on ambulances, too.
We've had a number of medical emergencies during the height of the storm, which, always creates a challenge when you're moving people in winds that are 50 to 60 mile an hour and driving snow and visibility that was literally down to just about nothing.
West Haven issued a rare total parking ban, towing more than 150 cars so plows can get through. Other news, Rob Reiner's son Nick was in court to face charges he murdered his parents last December.
A not guilty plea entered today for Nick Reiner, and the next court date is April 29th. But because there is so much information coming out in discovery, and we actually don't even have an official coroner's report yet, it is possible that it could be delayed even further. This one could take a while, especially since it could potentially be a death penalty case.
That's correspondent Carter Evans in L.A. President Trump delivers his State of the Union address Tuesday night. Correspondent Stacey Lynn's got a preview.
There's a growing list of House and Senate Democrats who have indicated they will not attend. That includes Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And according to her people, the Congresswoman does not plan to attend any of the counter events either.
We will air the president's address live on WTIC News Talk 1080 beginning at 9 p.m. tomorrow night. WTIC News time is 2:05.
WTIC weather.
And here he is again from the WTIC Weather Center. Meteorologist Bob Cox. Hey, Bob.
Hey there, John. Well, we're kind of finishing up with this storm. We still have some patches of snow out there. In other places, it stopped a little bit. In fact, in parts of Middletown recently, you saw a little break at the sun, and maybe a few other spots, too, as dry air starts to work in on the back of this system. So I don't think we'll see a whole lot more snow accumulate out there today, maybe a little bit of minor accumulation in a few places before it's totally finished up. As mentioned earlier, it's a record-setting day in Providence, Rhode Island today. They've picked up 32.8 inches of snow from this storm. It's still snowing there, and that makes this the largest single snowstorm on record in Providence. It breaks the old record from the blizzard of 1978, and it's also the greatest single-day 24-hour snowfall total in Providence. They picked up 30.4 inches of that total just since midnight. So 30.4 inches in Providence in 13 hours. Pretty amazing. The old record for a single day event or a single day snowfall was the blizzard of 96 back on January 7th and 8th of that year when they had 19 inches. So they obliterated that record. and they also broke the blizzard of 78 record. So this is the biggest snowstorm on record for Providence, Rhode Island, which got nearly 3 times as much snow as Bradley did. At last check, Bradley had just under a foot, 11.6 inches from the storm so far. But we have seen 2-foot totals in portions of Connecticut down near, southeastern corner of the state in particular. And as pointed out a minute ago, we're kind of finishing up with the lingering snow now. We'll see a clearing trend develop tonight. Wind speeds will start to come down a bit as we go through this evening into tonight. Temperatures drop into the teens overnight. And then tomorrow it's mostly sunny with highs of 25 to 30. And we have chances for a little bit of snow late Tuesday night and a Wednesday morning. That could be an inch or two. And also Friday morning, perhaps 1 to 3 inches there. So a couple more chances at a little snow, but there will be a lot of melting and refreezing this week, as after tomorrow, temperatures will be above freezing during the days and below freezing during the nights. Right now in Hartford, we're up to 33 degrees at the weather station, WTIC, News Talk 1080.
Thanks, Bob. Meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Why choose Affordable Baths? Because they're the only ones that give you the price up front. The other guys don't. The other guys install roofs, siding, windows, and doors. Affordable Baths installs bathrooms, just bathrooms, and they use Kohler fixtures. The other guys don't. Affordable Baths has a showroom that you can see, feel, and touch what you're buying. With the other guys, you'll never see your salesperson after you sign the deal. At Affordable Baths, they're with you every step of the way. So the question is not why would you buy from Affordable Baths, it's when will you work with Affordable Baths. Keep it affordable at AffordableBaths.com.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by LendSeek.
'Tis the season for spring celebrations. With spring just around the corner, financial advisor Sherry Greco-Rikis says you should start saving for those spring graduations, weddings, and religious observances.
Spring celebrations do sneak up on you.
She says spring saving should start early in the year, especially if you know you'll be part of a destination wedding.
Gifts, all these things add up.
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Every sandwich has bread, every burger has a bun, but these warm, golden, smooth steam buns, these are special, reserved for the very best. The Filet-O-Fish, and you can have them too.
It's Filet-O-Fish season. Get 2 for $6 or 2 10-piece McNuggets for $6 or mix and match. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Single item at regular price.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Hey, shh. Calm down. The show is about to start. Reese on the Radio. Turn it up. Turn it up loud. Turn it up loud.
It's like a dream come true.
Turn on your radio. Reese is on the radio.
Yo, let's get it.
Due to the nature of this program, discretion does not exist. It's Reese on the Radio. Right now on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Yeah! What's going on? Now I feel regular. By the way, do we get overtime? What's going on? It's Reese on the Radio. All you scallywags, nutmeggers, conversationalists, and all the love to you haters. We are back, and we are proud and loud to be here with the program. We've been here for a couple hours. For those of you who usually join us, we were here earlier at 11 o'clock during the snowstorm. Try to keep it snow-related, keep it light, but we got a whole bunch of other stuff to get into today, which we will. Apparently, we got Gavin Newsom nonsense. You can't wait till you hear about that. We got Hunter College nonsense. Wait till you hear about that. We got snow nonsense. Wait till you hear about that. We're going to talk about it all in the next 4 hours, as we always do right here. By the way, find out about that overtime thing. He said no. I'm just saying. The wife wants a diamond. And she didn't say how many carats, but she said carrots. So I can't get one. So at least got to be 2 carats. I'll talk about that a little bit in the show as well. So stand by for that. We got Mike in Bristol on the line. Mike drives Uber, right? You drive Uber, Mike?
That's correct. Uber it is.
Okay, so Uber it is. Now, this was one of those weird days because I heard Joey talking about it, heard Brian talking about it, was that, you know, you had mentioned, hey, don't forget about us Uber drivers out here in the snow driving people from here to there. Either people don't want to drive their own cars or don't have transportation and must get to their destinations. Talk to me about some of the places you've had to take people. Was it work? Was it leisure? Was it babysitter? Was it, you know, what kind of trips were you taking today?
So last night I worked 14 hours starting at 8:30 p.m.
Wow.
And drove 37 or had 37 rides that I completed.
That's a lot.
So of those 37 rides, I would say 95% were people coming or going to work.
Really?
Yes.
Private industry or business, like private industry or what do you call it? Government businesses or government workers?
I would say the majority were CNAs, nurses, medical type.
Really?
Type occupations.
Okay, so they have to be at work.
Right, whether it be a nursing home or one of the local hospitals. You know, obviously they can't work from home and care for a patient. So, you know.
Lord knows my doctors have. they will say, I had a doctor. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you, Mike. I had a doctor ask me to take a picture of something on my arm and send it to him, and then we had a video conference. I didn't even have to go in. It was the weirdest thing ever. I was like, this is very Jetson. But
That's
yeah.
kind of scary.
Yeah, it is kind of scary. So most of the people you were driving in had to go to 95% of the people had to go to work and primarily in the medical field.
Correct.
Yes,
Now,
exactly. I completely forgot about them.
Yeah, I can tell you that I had 2 people that actually went to work. They did the adult thing. They trudged into work only to find out work was closed.
Really?
And now they had to go back home. Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't think that. They figured their factory would open.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what adults do. They go to work no matter what. And the place was closed. Yeah.
Now you said you did what? Some 37 rides from
37 rides in 14 hours.
In 14 hours, you worked from 8:30. That would put you just over, I guess, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10:30, 11 o'clock, roughly. Yeah.
Now, are you home yet?
Yes, I'm home.
Okay.
I'm home.
All right. So you need to take a nap.
That's all I can tell you.
I'm going to go take a nap and then do it all over again tonight.
Are you going to do it all over today? Now, do you drive, like, considering the snow, what kind of vehicle do you drive that you have enough confidence to be out there?
You know, I've been driving Uber. I'm retired from the post office.
Okay.
Been delivering mail. I delivered mail for 22 years.
Right. So this is your atmosphere.
Right, exactly. And, you know, I've never had, in 6 years, I've only had to throw one person out of the car.
Wow.
In 6 years. I've never had a problem. I drive, you know, whether it be anywhere in Hartford, it doesn't bother me. I've never had an issue.
Right.
If I get the hair on the back of my neck standing up, I just cancel the ride and move on to the next one.
But what kind of vehicle, Mike? What kind of vehicle? Is it an SUV? Is it a sedan, midsize? Like, are you driving a crossover kind of vehicle? Because I'm just trying to figure out, like, what kind of vehicle do you have to have, or would you have in this condition? I'm sure it's 4-wheel drive, right?
Yeah, it's all-wheel drive, shift on the fly. So it's a 2022 GMC Terrain.
Okay, all right. That's a big vehicle.
Yeah, so it serves the purpose. It's good on gas. You know, it's not as big as, say, a Chevy Tahoe or something of that nature. It's a step down, but it's perfect for my purposes.
No, that's a good, listen to me, that is a vehicle, that's a great vehicle for Uber. I couldn't imagine one person not feeling secure in that, especially in this, because it's all-wheel drive and it's an SUV. I think more people feel confident in an SUV in these conditions than they do in my car. My car is like a crossover Nissan. So it's like the fact that it's front-wheel drive, clearly not a good fit for this kind of weather. But your car, 4-wheel drive or all-wheel drive for that matter, is a perfect vehicle to chauffeur people around in. So you're gonna go in, you're gonna take a nap, and you're gonna try it. You're gonna do it all over again. I'm going to assume you're gonna begin again at about 8:30 at night again.
Tonight, because I normally I only do 12 hours a night.
Okay.
Because of the extended day today, I probably won't start until 10 tonight.
Okay, so later, and then you'll see what it looks like. Now, if it's really, really slow, are you going to wrap it up early?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Probably, but knowing that a lot of people, on a normal day, there's 2 big Amazon plants that operate 24/7 up near the airport.
Right.
And we're constantly driving people up there. So, they were shut down last night. So I'm assuming they're going to be, burning the candle up there.
Right. So you're probably going to hover close to that area because you'll probably get a bunch of rides.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, man. It's a good plan. God bless you. I hope you're out there making a lot of money, but most importantly, stay safe, Mike. I appreciate the call.
All right. You have a great day, Reese.
Thank you, man. You too. Yeah, I mean, look, I totally get it. If I've got a confident vehicle that I could do it, like, I would be up there. If I had, like, a SUV, like, if I had a Yukon, I would do it. If I was Uber driving, I would do that in my Yukon. What do you got, Roland?
There is absolutely no way if I'm not comfortable driving myself in a snowstorm, there's no way in hell I'm going to trust somebody else to drive me there.
But what if
That's so crazy. I can't understand. I get it. I understand it's a great market. I used to drive Lyft and Uber too.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I only drove in the morning time.
But see, you're talking about the passenger. Like, they have faith in a stranger driving them
over themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
now,
I
if you
get
don't have
that.
a car and you need a ride to work, that's something totally different. But if you just don't want to drive your car, or you don't feel safe driving your own car, and you let someone else, a stranger, come and pick you up, and you put your life in a stranger's hands,
People do it so often they don't even think of it.
I know. I can't understand it.
And
I'm stepping on the gas and the brakes for. So I just.
The fake brake and the fake gas. Yeah, I would do that too. You know what? I kind of feel like people who have sort of grown up in the rideshare space can do it with ease. And remember I was talking about the Cybertruck, right?
Yeah.
I have Never been in a self-driving car, but it took a minute. And sure enough, I wasn't. Because in my daily life, I will admit, I would have my hands over the steering wheel waiting to grab it. You know, I was like, I'm waiting for it to screw up, waiting for it to screw up so I can take a hold of it. But in this case, I was completely relaxed. I put all of my faith into this vehicle.
You didn't sit in the other seat though. You sat in the driver's seat though, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's probably. You're right. You're right. That
Okay.
buffer
That
buffer is real. Because if I was in the passenger seat,
it gets crazy.
We talked about it here. I remember very early on in my tenure here, we had that one guy on the West Coast who was taking one of those ride shares to the airport. And it was a driverless vehicle, and the vehicle had a malfunction, and he circled the parking lot. The car was doing donuts in the parking lot for about 20 minutes. And the doors were locked, and he couldn't get out. And he had to sit in the car with the vehicle doing was driving in a circle while he was stuck in it. He called police, called 911, and the whole 9 yards while he was stuck in the car. So sitting in the back seat or sitting in the passenger seat, hell no.
Yikes.
You know, but I totally get it. But getting in an Uber in these conditions, if you're comfortable with that, I can honestly say you have put your faith in something more than God.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you have to put your faith in that individual and in God. You just say, you know what, this is it. But
somebody, one of the rap stars or some of either a rap star or NFL player, they got hurt.
Yeah.
They went to sleep in a Cybertruck. They got drunk, not hurt. They got drunk, and then they went to sleep. They got in a Cybertruck and hit home, and passed out.
Really?
And the Cybertruck drove them home, and when he woke up, he was like in the front of his house.
Really?
Yeah. So that's why I was like, that gets dicey.
Yeah, I don't.
Could you put an address in your Cybertruck and then take a nap?
I saw a video of that talking about
like
how
lay your seat back and just take a nap.
I've seen it. I saw videos of people doing it, and I'm not there yet.
That's scary.
Yes,
you could go to sleep and never wake up.
My view is I believe that I have to be careful with the other lunatics out there. I mean, I could put all the faith in the world in my Cybertruck. I just don't think I could put it in the person who's driving on the other side of the road.
Yeah, you got to drive for 5-10 people around you.
Yeah, exactly. Indeed, without a doubt. Let's go to Rudy real quick. What's up, Rudy?
Hey, you guys are having fun. Hey, on Friday I tried to call you because your wife said black people food.
Yes.
And you remember my last call was last Monday.
Yes.
And I meant.
Oh, no. See, whether you believe it or not, I know that in certain places, Rudy, that there are people who eat what's considered black people food. In fact, I remember a soul food restaurant in Soho, New York, that I think MC Hammer was part owner of, and it was a soul food restaurant, and nothing but white people were there eating it. I know it's very popular with white folks.
So I brought that up with, I had a table, they were nurses, and they were black, and they... one of them actually asked me out, left me her phone number.
Really?
But they were also, and I wanted to bring this up, they were also the same people that, it's Roseanne, right?
Yeah.
Says just because spandex comes in size 20, you shouldn't wear it.
Yes, she's a huge proponent of that.
We were talking about it, and these bright girls, nice girls, tipped well, but they, two of them, the one that asked me out was large, but they brought up, they were shocked that, like, when you get up into the Northeast, that they think, like, watermelon, collard greens is black people food and stuff like that.
They're surprised at that?
Yes. They never left Florida, basically.
Oh, so that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense.
They traveled, but they didn't go anywhere, but this is crazy, man, because I was in the blizzard of 96 in Boston. I was living in Southie, and it was right before St. Patrick's Day, I remember. But the mounds for the St. Patrick's Day parade were huge. But Providence, I'm watching Fox Weather right now.
Yeah.
Providence is at like 34 inches right now.
It's madness out there.
In 24 hours, 3 feet of snow. And our weathermen down here for Fox 13 in Tampa, they're from Warwick, Rhode Island, and Revere, Massachusetts, and they do. Guess what they're showing all day long?
Nothing but up north.
The weather cams in Hartford, Worcester, Providence, and I can't believe it. I'm kind of jealous that I'm missing it, but it's going to be it's going to be 32 degrees here tonight, and my tomatoes just popped up under the dirt. So did my bib lettuce, kale. I got to cover my stuff. It doesn't get this cold down here this late in the year.
Yeah, indeed. You got to be careful. I got to go to a break, Rudy, but that was always a pleasure,
Good
boss
luck,
man.
brother.
You got it. Let's take a break. We'll come back. More news, more views. Gavin Newsom. When we return, you're not going to want to miss this. It's the funniest thing ever. And then to dovetail, at Hunter University or Hunter College in New York City, boy, the liberals are letting it all hang out. You're not going to want to miss this. Stand by. It's Reese On The Radio.
Join us this Sunday for Tumalo Financial, your go-to for retirement planning and taxes. Tune in to the father-son duo from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. or catch replay from 5 to 6 p.m. Tumalo Financial, retirement planning with integrity on WTIC NewsTalk 1080.
There's a lot happening in Washington and in your local neighborhood. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app to keep up with the latest.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
There's no championship league for small business owners. But if there was, you'd be at the top of the standings. Because going pro with Lenovo Pro means you've got the winning formation. One-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors help you stay ahead of the competition. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
And now, a WTIC news update.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. Well, the big dig out from the blizzard's underway. It's a safe bet that most parts of the state picked up a foot of snow. There are reports of 2 feet in portions of eastern Connecticut. Wind has also made things challenging. There have been gusts reported over 60 miles an hour in some spots. Meteorologist Bob Cox joins us for an update coming up. Many cities and towns instituted parking bans before all this. The storm posing an unusual challenge for the plows in some spots. The heavy wet snow and 50-mile-an-hour gusts. Visibility near zero at times. West Haven's emergency management director is Rick Fontana, says several of their plows have been stuck and clearing the streets of cars has been difficult.
There's a number of streets that literally are a challenge. We did tow over 150 cars and ticketed over 300. We did something that we've never done in many years in West Haven. We did a full parking ban. No cars allowed on any street, both sides.
Fontana reports some minor flooding in the city. He says infrastructure is holding up, but he's concerned about the weight of the snow as it piles up. As for transportation across the state, the Connecticut Airport Authority says 95% of flights out of Bradley were canceled preemptively. There could be some late-night arrivals, and many carriers are going to be playing catch-up for a while after all this. The emergency management team at the state shifting into cleanup. As far as the effort is concerned, it includes making the roads safe for line crews to restore power. The state's emergency management director is Bill Turner.
Conditions that are still present with the wind, it makes it very difficult for them to operate in their bucket trucks and get out there and recover. But I can say they brought in mutual aid crews from surrounding states and as far away as Canada to help with the recovery effort that are staged here in Connecticut, ready to go once the conditions are safe to do so.
And as for the rails, Amtrak suspended service from New York to Boston until at least 4. And Metro North's been operating on a modified schedule with trains running every hour.
WTIC weather.
WTIC News Time 2:32. Let's check in with meteorologist Bob Cox for a look at the forecast. Hi, Bob.
Hey there, John. Well, we picked up basically 1 to 2 feet of snow across the state of Connecticut from this storm. We're pretty much done with the accumulating snow. There's still a bit of light snow out there in places. I wouldn't expect much more than a coating from that unless you're in the far eastern part of Connecticut, say near I-395 east toward the Rhode Island border, where maybe some areas could still pick up another inch or so by the time it completely ends this evening there. But we're looking for things to dry out and calm down a little bit as we head into tonight. It's still windy this afternoon. The strongest wind gusts have already occurred, however, but you could still be looking at some gusts that exceed 40 miles an hour from time to time this afternoon. And speeds will continue to come down tonight as temperatures drop into the teens for lows tonight. And then tomorrow it's mostly sunny. Highs about 25 to 30 degrees. We start out mostly clear Tuesday night, then clouds increase. The chance for some light snow toward dawn Wednesday. Lows Tuesday night 7 to 17. And some snow around Wednesday morning. We could pick up an inch or two there. Might even mix with a little rain before it ends in parts of the state. Highs reach 35 to 40. And there's also the chance for a little bit of snow coming in Thursday night and Friday morning. And that could potentially produce 1 to 3 inches. But highs will be near 40 Thursday and in the low 40s Friday. We're going to have a lot of melting and refreezing this week, so there's going to be a lot of ice developing from that process, unfortunately. Right now in Hartford, the temperature 34 degrees at the weather station, WTIC, News Talk 1080.
All right, markets not doing too great this Monday. The Dow's off over 800 points, the Nasdaq's down 287, and the S&P is off 78. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Have bad teeth that need to be replaced? Don't like removable dentures? Worry no more. Come on down to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester any day of the week and ask for the all-on-4 procedure. Call us at 860-643-1898.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds, and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day, and nothing worked until Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy. Enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick Hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again, my blood pressure went down, and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Lose weight or stop smoking with Hypnosis, only $59.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings. That's right. Seminars Thursday, March 12th, Cambria Hotel, Manchester South and South Windsor. Weight loss hypnosis, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 8 p.m. Or Saturday, March 14th, Holiday Inn Express, Southington. Weight loss, 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Register at markpatrickseminars.com.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Fan of WTIC? Then do us a favor. Download the free Odyssey app and favorite WTIC.
I was told we were about to start. But I was too busy doing other things. There was something online where a kid was making an argument about capitalist societies. And the kid, who obviously had a head on his shoulders, was trying to explain to him basic migration as sort of the explanation as to why capitalism works and socialism doesn't. And it's as simple as why aren't more and more Americans moving to socialist countries? It's just that simple. In fact, he even makes the argument that says Democrats have told us that we can't deport illegals out of the country because the places they come from, which are socialist, if not communist places, are dangerous and evil places that they would die in to move into the capitalist society that is the United States. And that's as simple as the argument goes. And for all of you who don't get that, okay, it's real simple. Nothing makes me laugh harder than the fact that some Jamaican who tells me Jamaica used to be a utopia as a socialist country while he sits in Connecticut. Again, they would be running to those socialist countries with everything they've learned here in the United States and making those socialist countries better under these new divine ideas. But they don't. They stay here and criticize capitalism. It makes no sense, but neither did the kid who was making the argument against. Chat room comments real quick. Bad Street says, my daughter works in a hospital and there is no calling in sick. She stayed in an inn 2 blocks from the hospital during this storm. Zach says Mike is one of the unsung heroes of these storms. That's for sure. He's talking about Mike in Bristol, who's driving Uber. Zach also says it's always devastating to be working during these storms, to drive to a Dunkin' Donuts and find that it's closed. I went to a Dunkin' Donuts, and when Roseanne was out of town, I went there, and there were no donuts on the racks, and I was furious. I was like, you guys don't have one donut? What the heck is going on? And they didn't. Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom proves to me in this little clip that the slaves, and that's who they are, the slaves don't even know when they're being insulted. They have been shucking and jiving to their white overseers for so long that these white overseers can talk to them in such reckless ways. The white overseer can tell the modern day Negro how stupid they are to their face. And the modern day Negro will shuck and jive and laugh. You got me right there, boss. And Gavin Newsom proved that. And y'all know he did. You know that that's the case. Now, I want you to listen to this very, according to the experts, privileged white man. Pretty much silver spoon in his mouth. He has always been Greasy Gavin, Gordon Gekko. He looks like a prom king. He's got the style, he's got the grace. Didn't he sleep with his buddy's wife? Damn. He's a cad to boot. But when he gets in front of the brothers and the sisters, he can tell them right to their face, y'all dumb. And laugh about it. And y'all laugh right with him. Here he is, Greasy Gavin, talking about, I'm just like you, brother.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. and I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech.
I'm just like you, brother. I got a 960 SAT and I can't read. I'm just like you, brother. The black man on the stage yucking it up. You tell him, boss. You tell him, boss, you just like us. You ain't different. They sat there and they loved every bit of it. Look at them. Telling us how dumb we are. Trying to relate to us. I can't read. You sit up here and tell me that these... Remember, this guy's got everything. He's got his life handed to him on a silver platter. You know he has. And then when it's time to relate, what does he do? He goes right for your education. In essence, he tells you he's earned nothing. He didn't work hard. He told you, I'm a dummy and I can't read. And then in order to relate to you, he uses that. That's what he sees you as. And y'all laughed. Do you even know what you were laughing at? Do black people even know what they thought was funny? Your miseducation, your stupidity, the fact that you're too dumb to realize when you're being insulted, is that what it is? I'm still trying to figure it out. I get a lot of people angry with me, especially white people, white liberals. They get really, really mad at me. You want to know why? I'll tell you why. Especially to my black listeners, all 7 of you. Let me tell you why. Because when they meet me, I shake their hands. I look them square in the eye. And I said, what's up? How are you? How you doing? You going to come on my show? You can come and have a conversation with me? And they get nervous. I've never ever had anybody look down on me. I refuse. This guy, Gavin Newsom, tells you exactly who he thinks you are. Just a bunch of dumb Negroes. Can't read. He's got everything. That's how he relates to you. A lot of these fools in the so-called African-American community, you know who you are. The reason why they don't like your friendly neighborhood Reese on the Radio is for that simple reason. So that I don't kowtow to any of these people, especially these white liberals who think that they own everything and run everything, and they can tell everybody, look down their nose to everyone and tell them what they need. You have no idea what I need. Stay in your lane. Stop telling black people what they need. You know nothing about them. You don't eat with them. You don't converse with them. You don't hang out with them. Everything you figured out about black people you read in Ebony magazine. Knock it off. And then I get pushback from the usual suspects, the authentically Negro, who tell me I'm not supposed to speak up and try to suggest that it's the white man who's putting the words into my mouth. But it's funny. Here it is, the white man saying he got a 960 SAT and he can't read. And y'all all, and I know why you laugh. I know why you laugh, because he's next in line to give you some pennies. That's why you laugh. He's got all the power, and if you give him enough of it, he'll probably throw you down some change. Here you go, boy. Take this quarter. Don't spend it all in one place. That's why. That's why you shuck and jive. You laugh. You giggle. You laugh at all massa jokes. Why? Because you hope that today it ain't going to be scraps. It'll be actual food. If you don't think you think I'm going crazy, listen to this. This is, of all places, Hunter College. Couldn't believe this. In a conference with a bunch of African-American and Latino kids, one Hunter College professor was caught on a hot mic talking to the kids. She was talking to someone else, and she says this. Couldn't believe it in the background. I hope you catch it.
On Friday, he delivers lessons and helps us fit those skills into our lessons.
Schools that they're too dumb to know they're in a bad school.
She's talking about the kids in the conference. The kids are too dumb to know that they're in a bad school.
I mean, apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like, if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore. They're just
Allison Friedman, what you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You gotta stop.
Yeah, that's right. She said it's just like it was said before. After a while, a black person knows that they got to use the back door, and you don't have to tell them anymore. That's it. That's all you need to know about the left. That's all you need to know about liberals. You guys look at me like I'm crazy. We'll come back. I'll explain some more. You're going to want to hear this. Don't go anywhere. It's Reese on the Radio.
January through March are the months our weather can change in a snap. 45 degrees one day, 10 the next. Can you depend on your car to start? Don Cusson here. Your battery can fail in extreme weather. So Cusson Automotive and Napa have a deal on batteries with an earn-back bonus on quality Legend batteries. With any vehicle service, we will test your charging system and battery for free. If your battery fails the test, we will replace it with no additional labor cost. Plus, you'll receive a $20 Visa card, so don't get stuck in the cold. Call or go to CussonAutomotive.com.
Cusson Automotive.
I played soccer, coached soccer. Now I cheer for soccer.
67 pounds later, I'm ready for a 180.
When life sneaks up on you, call Awaken 180 Weight Loss, 877-330-4180. It's not a fad diet or synthetic hormone shots, but a natural approach for awakening your own hormones. It's science-based nutrition, where our food is completely customizable and totally optional. And our lifetime one-to-one coaching makes losing weight a real thing, for life. Adults lose an average of 2 to 4 pounds per week.
Went to a great college, had a great career, 2 great kids. 41 pounds later, I'm ready for a 180.
Are you ready? 877-330-4180. Or visit awaken180weightloss.com now and see why there's a 98% satisfaction rating. That's 877-330-4180. Awaken 180. For health, for family, for life.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
It's Reese on the Radio on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
We're back. Before we get to the break, pay attention to this. This is important. This is important. When these folks talk to minorities, remember, they see them as victims. Remember what these white folks, who they are. They see the black people as, indigent. They can't help themselves. They need a leg up. They need programs. They can't do it on their own. They treat them like pets. Sorry, but they do. And some people are willing to be pets as long as they get the goodies. Treat me however you want as long as you cut a check. Sellouts. Come on. That's what they are. I know. I know who they are. I look at them. This is the reason why they don't talk to me. They can try that from afar. They can run that game all day. You don't like yourself. First of all, I love me some me. Ask anyone. Very, very much in love with myself. But I don't like sellouts. I don't like sellouts. I hate sellouts. Almost as much as I hate thieves. Some people can do both. But, that being said, I'm just paying attention to who massa is in all of this, because nobody's a massa over here. But a lot of you got masses. You know who they are. Pay attention to this 2018 Yale study right here in Connecticut.
I used to be pretty woke. I had the TDS, the Trump derangement syndrome. I thought everybody who voted for Donald Trump was a racist. All that changed when I encountered a Yale study in 2018. The study found that there was a difference between how white liberals and white conservatives talk when they talk to black people. And when I saw the headline, I was jubilant. We got 'em. That's what I thought. Turns out the opposite was true. The study found that when white liberals talk to black people, they do something called presenting lower competence. They dumb down their vocabulary using fewer syllables than they do when they talk to white people. And white conservatives don't do this. I remember seeing the study and thinking with horror, and we liberals call conservatives racist? What could be more racist than the patronizing view that black people need to be protected from our big vocabularies? Yet it was this patronizing view that minorities are oppressed and in need of saving that I could suddenly see was at play in much of the progressive worldview. It caused me to think, well, if I'm wrong about conservatives being racist, What else might I be wrong about?
Try a lot. Try a lot. Which is my point. I've been breaking this microphone, breaking it, trying to make this point for the longest. Yeah, it'll get its news run about what Gavin Newsom did, and then they'll move on. By the way, he's got zero favorability with African Americans. God bless him. But don't fret. Kamala Harris is on deck, and she's going to do the same thing. You remember her famous, interview with the hip-hop station in D.C. when she said, now, Russia is a big country and Ukraine is a small country. She was talking to adults. She wasn't talking to Disney kids. She was talking to two adult males. Well, actually, one adult male and one adult female. And she went on to describe the war between Ukraine and Russia as Russia's a big country and Ukraine is a small country. And Russia, the big country, invaded the small country of Ukraine. And that's bad. Scary part is, I wish I was paraphrasing. That's how they talk to you. Because you've got like a 960 SAT score and you can't read. Sad part is that you guys get mad at people like White Mike who call up the program, and guess what? I look at the scores. I look at the test scores every day that I can. When new test scores come up at a school district, I check them out. And guess what? Turns out, sadly, they can't read. They can't read. And look who's responsible for it every time. Look who's responsible for it. And again, you guys will shuck and you will jive and you will laugh. He said he can't read. He's just like me, yo. And then you wonder, who am I looking down on? I'm looking down on you. You say I talk down to you? Yeah, I'm talking down to you. Anybody who would find that funny, anybody yazz-a-bossing for the white man that tells you that you're dumb, you damn right. I'm looking down on you. Anyone who'll sell out so they can get their little crumbs while they're insulted right to their faces. This Gavin Newsom thing, it'll ride for a little while, then it'll go nowhere. And then it'll move on. And then the next leftist white person will call you stupid to your face and you'll yuck it up. And the rest of us will turn it into some sort of issue that we'll ignore. But I'll say the same thing the next time it comes around. Told you. But you can't convince these people. These people? Yes. These people who are dumb. That's what I'm talking about. Just in case you wanted to know. They love that when they go, who are you calling you people? You people. You people who are stupid. That's who I'm talking about. You people. You people who should know better and still do it anyway. We'll take a break. We'll come back. More news, more views. We got plenty of stuff to get into. And we'll talk about another arrest related to Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody's talking about it. We'll get to that too. John Silva's in the newsroom. We'll return. It's Reese on the Radio.
There's a lot happening in Washington and in your local neighborhood. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app to keep up with the latest. This is WTIC News Talk 1080 with Brian and Company in the morning, Reese on the Radio in the afternoon, and news around the clock. WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford and Odyssey Station.
It's 3 o'clock, Hartford temperature 31 degrees. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva. WTIC 1080 News. Well, looks as if the worst of the big blizzard is over. Now it's cleaning up the mess that we have to deal with. Ban on commercial vehicles, though, along the interstates is still in effect until further notice, although that could possibly come down at some point this afternoon or evening. State police say they responded to over 200 service calls, 80 crashes, 2 of which involved injuries, but there have been no fatalities. Eversource has been whittling the power outages down. They had about just under 14,000 a couple of hours ago. Last check just before we hit the air here The utility had about 9,100 of its customers offline. United Illuminating has cut its outage number down to just a little over 400. Bradley Airport says 95% of today's flights were preemptively canceled. They say there could be some flights incoming later on this evening or tonight, according to the airport authority. Bus service still suspended for the time being, has been since Sunday. Along the rails, Metro North's been operating on a reduced hourly schedule. Amtrak suspended service from New York to Boston until at least 4, so we hope to hear what their plans are going forward in the next hour or so. State of emergency remains in effect. As much of the state, good parts of the state anyway, received 20 inches or more of snow. Anywhere from a foot to 2 feet should pretty much do it. The focus now again on the cleanup and doing it safely. Bill Turner, the Connecticut Emergency Management Director, says.
Wet snow is mentioned, so please be careful. Sometimes the snow is referred to as heart attack snow. We want people to be very careful as they begin to dig out and use caution, take breaks, stay hydrated, and if you're not feeling well, please stop shoveling.
The DOT earlier told WTIC that the continuous snowfall made it difficult in the sense that plows had to loop back to their routes only to find them covered again with snow. In Waterbury, the Director of Public Works there, David Simpson, explains that's an even bigger problem for them locally.
It's probably worse because our routes are probably longer than those DOT trucks have, so we may not get back as quickly to that start point. But it is the same thing. It's just an extended period of time.
Also in Waterbury, there have been residents who didn't follow the city's parking ban, further delaying cleanup. And in New Haven, that city has towed more than 200 vehicles to facilitate cleanup there. Air travel among the Northeast is taking a hit as a result.
Airlines started canceling flights on Saturday to get ahead of this storm, and now essentially they're going to be waiting out the weather, particularly in areas from, say, Philadelphia north to Boston. You are not going to be able to fly in and out of those areas today. Flights essentially suspended.
That's transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve. Other news, California Governor Gavin Newsom facing criticism. He's accused of making a racist remark on his book tour in Atlanta. Speaking to the mayor there, Andre Dickens.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy.
And fallout from FBI Director Kash Patel's overseas trip to celebrate the USA men's gold medal winning hockey team. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
The FBI director's taken some criticism for this, for being seen partying while there were huge issues back home. Yes, it was a taxpayer-funded flight on a government jet to get to Italy. When it was first reported, including by CBS News, there was pushback from Kash Patel's spokesman saying that those were erroneous reports.
Officials say Patel had already been in the region on business. WTIC News Time is 3:04, checking traffic in Wallingford. Looks like we've got a jackknife tractor trailer on 91 northbound between exits 13 and 14 in the left and center lanes. Don't know why that's there since the ban hasn't been lifted yet. At any rate, in Berlin, there's a rollover on Route 9, southbound side between exits 31 and 30 with the left lane blocked. Let's check the WTIC Weather Center forecast.
The snow gradually tapering off, and then overnight, clouds breaking. It will be breezy with gusts 20 to 25 miles an hour, but travel will remain extremely difficult and dangerous. The low temperature down to 19. Tomorrow, breezy and cold with intervals of sun and clouds, the high temperature 29. Watch out for many icy patches to develop tomorrow night with increasing clouds, the low temperature 8 above. On Wednesday, not as cold, but we will have intermittent snow and flurries accumulating a coating to an inch. So watch out for a few slippery spots, the high temperature 41. On Thursday, becoming cloudy with periods of snow late in the afternoon into the evening with an inch or two of accumulation. Thursday's high 37. And Friday, mostly sunny, the high temperature 39. This is meteorologist Chad Merrill in the WTIC Weather Center.
Dow's down over 800 points this afternoon. The NASDAQ's down over 300, and the S&P's down 80. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Get a head start to your day with WTIC News Talk 1080. Listen to us live on the Odyssey app before you even hit the road. Get the breakdown on the biggest news stories that Connecticut is talking about. To get started, download the Odyssey app and search for WTIC News Talk 1080.
January through March are the months our weather can change in a snap. 45 degrees one day, 10 the next. Can you depend on your car to start? Don Cusson here. Your battery can fail in extreme weather. So Cusson Automotive and Napa have a deal on batteries with an earn-back bonus on quality Legend batteries. With any vehicle service, we will test your charging system and battery for free. If your battery fails the test, we will replace it with no additional labor cost. Plus, you'll receive a $20 Visa card, so don't get stuck in the cold. Call or go to CussonAutomotive.com.
Cusson Automotive.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Irby Fisher. No representation is made that the quality of legal services to be performed is greater than the quality of legal services performed by other lawyers.
Reese on the radio, making sense of the news. Yeah, even when it makes no sense at all. Now on WTIC News Talk 1080.
We'll get to some of the stupidest things I read today coming up real soon. We've also got music news coming up today. And with the snow like this on a snow day, I know a lot of people are sitting at home, so don't forget we want to hear from you as well. So give us a call at 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. We'll also have a lot of debates. There's a lot of stuff that we need to update you on, and I will get those answers for you. Let's start with the most important. The Republican gubernatorial debate so far between Betsy McCoy and Ryan Fazio. That is going to be coming up at the end of April. We will have not only a location, which we have definitely secured, but we will have the details on how you can attend. We will have a way for you. We're not going to do a contest giveaway or anything like that, so we don't want to kind of, we don't want to lame it up. We're going to have an opportunity for you to participate so you can apply to be first come, first serve. We're going to see if we can get a lot of people in here, and I'm not talking about 50. I'm talking about a lot of people in here to participate. We're also going to be finding out how people can contribute questions, and we will pick the lot of them, pick the best ones out of them to ask the candidates, which they will address to you. We have not received anything from Aaron Stewart, but we will after we send out our we're sending out what's called, I guess our legal department is going to send something out to all of the candidates, which in essence is a breakdown of how this debate is going to go. It's pretty much the rules. It expresses the rules of the debate, that it is not an attack on Ireland. This is not some sort of free-for-all where people are, throwing haymakers at each other. This is to appease or to this is for the audience, in essence. They are there to win your vote. Betsy McCoy, Ryan Fazio, and Aaron Stewart, to present their campaign to you for your vote. Mudslinging is not permitted for this thing. As we're trying to explain that to everybody and make sure that you guys want to take that stuff out of politics, here we're doing it. Everybody else in the business, from FSB, TNH, to Fox 61, to NBC Connecticut, all of them are going to do the whole mudslinger stuff because that's what they think gathers ratings. I don't find that important. I can do that all day. If you want to hear mudslinging, you come here 2 to 6. But these candidates, I want them out there appealing to you and getting your vote. That's what this is going to be about. We're going to ask them tough questions and what their plans are for those things that concern you. So they are addressing you and not themselves. So we'll do that. That's important. Also, programming note. Tomorrow, we will have Hartford's own comedian, Marshall Brandon. Marshall Brandon will be here live in studio, sit across me. He is featured at the Hartford Funny Bone, and he is on tour with Dave Chappelle. He is open for Dave Chappelle and Donnell Rollins. You guys are familiar with both of those guys, and you'll be familiar with him. He's going to come here, but he's going to be our host. Excuse me. He's going to be our featured comedian at the Reese on the Radio Funny Haha event that we're going to be doing every, I want to say 3 months. It's maybe 2 months. They want to do it a whole lot. I don't want to do it that much. I don't want to saturate the thing. But he's going to be headlining that coming up in the next couple of months. He will be here to introduce himself to this audience. Then on Wednesday, we will have Cara Pavolak D'Amato. She will be in the building to talk about House bills, the legislature, anything going on. And, of course, the controversy behind her jacket, which said ICE in, which created a little bit of a hubbub. I understand that because of that, she's been receiving death threats. I want to talk to her about that personally. I know she's married into the D'Amato family, but I'm going to give her a little, so I'd say, sage advice for people who send death threats. And you know what I never noticed? You know, I don't know if this happens. Maybe they keep it from me. But Roland, do you ever notice that I never receive death threats? Do you ever think about that? Like, I never get a death threat. Have I? Have people called here and threatened to kill me? Have they? Have you been keeping it from me?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that I've received death threats before?
Maybe like maybe like 2 times.
Twice?
Yeah.
Applaud them. Oh, bless their heart. Really? Was it like violent or was it just like quick?
No, this lady said she was going to blow you up.
She wanted to blow me up?
She said she was going to blow you up.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a bomb blow you up.
Yeah. It was a woman, though.
Yeah, it was a lady.
You sure it wasn't my ex-wife? That sounds like something my ex-wife would say.
No.
No? Okay. All right. I'm just saying.
She was talking real crazy.
She was. So she had her on the phone for a while?
No, not for a while, but...
What, she just coming quick? It's like, tell him I'm going to blow him up, and then click?
No, she was speaking she's speaking in a different language.
Ooh.
She'd start off in English and then go into...
Her language, whatever her native language.
Yeah.
It wasn't Pig Latin or anything, right?
No. It wasn't Spanish either.
It wasn't Spanish either? Because you would have recognized that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know what it was.
Okay. How long ago was that one?
This was like maybe like your first 3 months in.
Really? Very early?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. And what about, like, both of them were they
one man, one dude. He didn't really, it wasn't really a death threat, though. He was more like he wanted to fight you.
Oh, he wanted to fight me?
Yeah.
Black guy?
I don't think so.
He wanted to fight me, though?
Yeah.
What do you say? I wish I could fight that guy?
Knock your head off.
That's my favorite. People say that all the time. Every time some guy wants to fight me, they always say, I want to knock his head off.
Yeah.
I get that all the time. People get mad at me all the time. Do you know I have to tell this story. So, it made news, so it's actually pretty cute. So I was reading a news story about lottery winnings. Like after every town gets a portion of the lottery money, or at least in Massachusetts they did. I think they do it here too. So someone had come up with the list of each town that gets a portion of all the lottery money. And I was reading through the list, and my producer at the time, Cooksey, is from Lynn, Massachusetts.
Okay, I know Lynn.
You know Lynn, okay. And he has told me horrible stories about Lynn, about how horrible it is. And so I'm going through the list, and I'm going, this town is getting money, that town's getting money. All right, I don't know that town. Okay, maybe it should get this much money. And then Lynn comes up, and it gets a considerable amount. And I go, Lynn gets that? That place is a dump. And then the town manager, I guess, of Lynn, who loved the show, called Cooksey on his private line and said, and left a voicemail and says, hey, tell that guy I used to be a fan of, I'm no longer a fan of, I want to knock his block off for insulting Lynn. So during the commercial break, he tells me that the town manager called and said that he used to like the show, but now he's mad because I called Lynn a dump. Well, I played the voice message on the air, which was so mean. But I played it on the air, and I was playing it up. And I was like, you know what? Listen, I told the guys, you know what? I think it's fair. Why don't we make it competitive? If you want to knock my block off, we'll go to a Lynn boxing ring, one of the local places, and we'll box it out for charity. If you knock me out, all of my charitable donations go to yours, and if I knock you out, all of your charitable, funds go to mine. And we'll do the whole thing. So everybody was like, oh, man, that's exciting. Let's do it. Well, sure enough, this thing takes a life of its own. The local Fox affiliate goes down to Lynn, Massachusetts, and references my claim on the air. A local radio host says Lynn is a dump. We asked the residents. Sure enough, Fox is going through the whole neighborhood going, is Lynn a dump? And sure enough, there were people on both sides. One person was like, how's he going to call us a dump? And this guy should not have been on the camera. It was like, how you going to call us a dump? We're not a dump. And I'm like, sir. They turned it into a bit. So finally, the Fox affiliate comes to my house, and they want to do a bit. So because the town manager now is getting crap for it. Because he made the threat to knock my block off and wanted to fight me. They started giving him crap for it. And so he's got to explain himself and why he even bothered to do it. So I heard this and I go, well, that's wrong. Why would he be getting guff? I'm some radio bozo crapping on his neighborhood, and he's sticking up for himself. So I told Fox to come to my apartment. I stood up there and said, anybody who's mad at this town councilor to defending his neighborhood, you guys should be cheering him on. I'm a nobody. I'm some bozo on the air talking crap about his town, and he's defending it to the point where he wants to knock my block off. And we're going to do a charity event for it. I was like, why would anybody think that what he did was wrong? It's like, you should be celebrating. There should be more people like him, whether the place is a dump or not. You should be celebrating somebody who stands up for your town. And sure enough, that took the heat off. He actually liked me after that. And he said that was a gracious thing to do. And I was like, dude, it was the normal thing to do. If I call your place a dump and you want to step up for it and you want to fight for it, I totally respect that. Even if my neighborhood, Hollis, Queens, it is a dump. But if I felt, pride for it, I'm going to step up for it. I just thought that was weird. That somebody would chastise him for stepping up for his town. I said, you guys need to reelect him.
Nah, but I think they say it's on the up and up, but it was a dump back in the day. I know.
What, Lynn?
I ain't date her. I went to see her. She lived in Lynn.
Uh-huh.
And I only went there one time, bro.
It's a mixed bag.
Yeah, and I was like, I ain't feeling this town. I'm out of here.
A lot of people don't like it. Do you know who's from Lynn? A very famous lawyer is from Lynn, Massachusetts. You got to know this. You got to know who's from there.
A famous lawyer?
Famous lawyer from a famous case. And the only reason why
Johnny
you know...
Cochran?
Nope.
Oh,
He's one of those lawyers, though. F. Lee Bailey.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, you'll know who he is when I mention him. F. Lee Bailey is from Lynn, Massachusetts, and F. Lee Bailey was the guy who famously played the N-word tape of Mark Furman. You remember that? Mark Furman was the cop who found the glove, and he questioned Mark Furman on the stand, asking him if he ever used...
So it was related to the...
Yeah, the OJ case.
It
said same case.
All right.
Yeah, F. Lee Bailey asked Mark Furman on the stand, have you ever used the N-word? And Mark Furman said no. And he was the one who found the so-called bloody glove.
Mm-hmm.
And F. Lee Bailey had the strategy to sort of to test the veracity of his testimony and his integrity, and to ask him, did he ever use the N-word? And F. Lee Bailey had the famous tape of him doing exactly that when he said no. So that's F. Lee Bailey. He destroyed the credibility of Mark Furman on the case. That's what made him famous. He's from Lynn, Virginia. Michael A. says, yet they scream for more money in the inner city schools. Yeah, they do. Yeah, that was a famous time in when I worked in Boston. I love that. The City of Sin, you never... Lynn, that's the nickname. Lynn, the City of Sin. You never come out the way you went in. That's the nursery rhyme for the town of Lynn. Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. And I do remember that vividly. That was... Our good friend Gene Pinkham used to always recite that to me whenever we talked about Lynn, Virginia. I mean, Lynn, Massachusetts. Every time. When we come back, more Epstein fallout, another arrest in the UK. People keep screaming and hollering, when are we going to see the arrest? Well, I guess we're going to say that this isn't enough either. We'll break that down coming up in a little bit. Stand by for that. And let me see if I can play this other clip that I had. I was saving it for, where was it? Oh, here it is. This one. Back to my point with Gavin Newsom. You guys will remember this one. He was your favorite president and mine. I'm kidding. Joe Biden.
And the other thing we should do is we should challenge these students. We should challenge students in these schools to have advanced placement programs in these schools. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
It's important. Don't put it on me.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
I love every bit of it. I love every bit of it. Also, when we come back, I know I'm gonna get some angry letters from the pot smoking crowd. Marijuana use among teens bring higher risk of psychotic disorders. Also, we'll talk about the kid that went to Mar-a-Lago and has died. Traveled all the way from North Carolina to go to Florida. Ends up buying a shotgun. Ends up in the morning hours on the Mar-a-Lago lot. And gets killed by the Secret Service. Something odd is in that story, and I was looking at it yesterday as I was coming back from church, and I was talking to Grok about it, and something didn't make sense, and it doesn't. So we'll break that down as well. I'm not much of a marijuana smoker, by the way, just to bring that up. I never was one as a kid. I don't understand people who do. Every time I go somewhere, it seems like everyone has pot smoke smell on them. When I went to the Mark Twain house last week, Friday, I was there the entire time, and I was trying to have a great time, which I was. I ate some food, had a great conversation with that guy Daryl there. It was a great time nonetheless. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I'm leaving to go home, and someone had walked in the door, and they were reeking of marijuana. And I finally figured out what it reminds me of. It is like someone had smoked a fart and walked into the room. That's what it smells like. I hate the smell of it. I cannot stand it. And I know there's some people out there who smoke it for whatever reason it may be, your anxiety, your cataracts, or whatever other cancer treatment. I get that, and most of those people do it in their homes, so they don't have to have to deal with it. Again, it's nothing against that. I'm not calling you. I'm not calling you names. I know I'm trying to say this in a respectful way. I'm talking about the casual smokers who think that you could do it everywhere. You can't do it everywhere. Please stop doing it everywhere. It should not be allowed in polite society. Just do it at home. Do it in the privacy of your own home. Don't subject us to it. It's so annoying. And it smells awful. And I look down on you when I see you. I do. I don't know. It's like, for me, it's just, maybe it's just because the kids who do it, they always look so dirty. They just do. They just do. They just look, I don't know. I have a problem with people who share spit. Here, hit this. No, thank you. Just, I don't know. It's just me. You can be mad. I don't care. I'll deal with it. I'll take the anger. We'll come back. We'll talk about that, especially this kid with the Mar-a-Lago thing. And I'll tell you why I suspect that something is running. It doesn't make sense. I found out something that's happening that's going on in North Carolina that still doesn't make the whole shooting thing make sense, even though I know some people have sort of moved on from it. So we'll get to that when we return. Stand by. More news, more views when we return. It's Reese on the Radio on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Champions are defined not by moments of glory, but by what they put in to get there. On the court, UConn's A.Z. Fudd, Caroline Ducharme, Morgan Shelley, and Sarah Williams show what it takes. And here in Connecticut, BPS Lawyers brings that same commitment in the courtroom.
National champions on the court, local champions in the courtroom. Different arenas, same pursuit of excellence.
One full-service firm, all your legal needs, always.
BPS Lawyers, your lawyers for life. Visit bpslawyers.com.
Follow WTIC News Talk 1080. Don't miss out on important updates in Connecticut, from breaking need-to-know news, weather alerts, and more. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app now.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Paid for by government. The 1986 to 2021 United States Silver Eagle, the first ever U.S. silver dollar minted in 99.9% pure silver and is the best-selling coin in the world. These original and historic silver dollars have ceased production forever. They will never be minted again. For a limited time only, full-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck silver dollars are being released to the public. You can own a full pound of original U.S. silver dollar coins featuring Lady Liberty and the heraldic eagle, never to be struck again. Guaranteed. Call now to secure original United States Silver Eagles by the pound. The first U.S. silver dollars ever to be struck in 99.9% pure silver. Plus, receive a free bonus, an American Collector's Pack valued at over $40 and free shipping with every order. Call 1-800-560-6468 now to secure your full pound bag of United States Silver Eagle coins before they are gone. That's 1-800-560-6468.
And now, a WTIC news update.
It's 3:30, Hartford temperature 32 degrees. We've still got some snow here in the Farmington area, and it's still windy too. It has wound up in some parts of Connecticut, but the snow again continues to fall elsewhere. Blizzard warning does remain in effect, as does the state of emergency. And the ban on commercial vehicles on highways is still in effect until further notice. As far as the state's utilities are concerned, Eversource is reporting just under 9,000 of its customers without service, so they are whittling that number down. And they were able to pull in crews from as far away as Michigan for this operation. UI, United Illuminating, says about 450 of its customers were still offline. Snow came down fast and furious, and plows had trouble getting around it. Rick Fontana, the Emergency Management Director in West Haven.
We've had a number of plows that have gotten stuck that we've had to assist getting out. We've had a couple of accidents involving motor vehicles into plows.
At one point, they pulled the plows off the roads due to the near zero visibility. Fontana reports some minor flooding as well. They towed more than 150 cars in West Haven after issuing what they called a rare total parking ban. Other news, the State Office of Inspector General has released additional details on an officer-involved shooting in Hartford last Thursday. The IG says a man identified as Everard Walker was suffering from what a family member said was an acute mental health crisis. Officers were called to assist professionals at his Capitol Avenue apartment when police say he pulled a knife and was shot. The medical examiner says Walker died from gunshot wounds to the torso, neck, and upper right extremity, as death has been ruled a homicide. Rob Reiner's son Nick was in court to face charges. He killed his father and mother last December.
But I did find something interesting. He did say one word, and it was basically yes, but it was a resounding yes. The judge was setting a next hearing date for April 29th, which would jeopardize his right to a speedy trial. And she looked directly at him and asked if he understood that and if he was okay with it. And he looked back at her and calmly said yes.
CBS correspondent Carter Evans. WTIC News Time is 3:32. Here's the forecast.
Following the blockbuster blizzard, we will have clouds breaking overnight, travel remaining extremely dangerous and difficult, and those gusts 20 to 25 miles per hour, so there could be sporadic power outages with a low temperature of 19. Breezy and cold, sunshine and a few clouds tomorrow, the high 29. Icy spots tomorrow night as the low temperature drops to 8 above. We will have increasing clouds. And then intermittent snow and flurries on Wednesday with accumulation of a coating to an inch with a high temperature of 41. More periods of snow late in the afternoon into the evening on Thursday with an inch or two of accumulation. The high on Thursday, 37. This is meteorologist Chad Merrill in the WTIC Weather Center.
Dow's down over 800, NASDAQ down 279, S&P's down 73. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Wisdom teeth giving you trouble? Columbia Dental's expert oral surgeons specialize in comfortable and efficient wisdom tooth removal. Open 7 days a week. Call 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Join us this Sunday for Tumalo Financial, your go-to for retirement planning and taxes. Tune in to the father-son duo from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. or catch replay from 5 to 6 p.m. Tumalo Financial, retirement planning with integrity on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Even if you've given up on your New Year's resolution, one health habit that's easy to keep is Active Liver. From New Nordic, Active Liver protects your liver so you can enjoy life to the fullest. Online at Amazon or in stores at CVS, Wegmans, and now GNC.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, brain fog, low sex drive, and it makes it tough to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is important to our overall health and well-being. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and if some or all of those symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. But more than this, we can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 800-930-5956 or visit northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Listen to WTIC News Talk 1080 on the free Odyssey app. Download and like WTIC today for alerts on special programming.
All right, we're back. Reese on the Radio right here live. We'll take your phone calls in a bit. 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. And you can join us in the chat room on X or on YouTube. Now, this young man, Austin Tucker Martin is his name. And he was shot and killed at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend. And they say that nobody had any beat on this kid. Like, he was just some guy who was on Instagram painting pictures of golf courses. Apparently that was his thing. And I was looking at this story going, something's fishy here. Not because I wanted to. I'm not this guy. As I said, there are the people who are conspiracy theorists for the sake of being. I am not. I just listen to what people say, and then I respond to what's said. And I think people are purposeful in their language. Two things struck me as odd. We'll find out something later on. I know we will. But two things struck me as odd. One, this is a 21-year-old male. And the person who was kind of sending out the red alert that he was missing was his aunt, not his mother. The aunt was doing most of the social media posting. Now, that could be for a host of reasons. Mom's not social media savvy. Mom doesn't want her business in the streets. Fine. But it still struck me as odd. I wanted to find out what I could about it. But in the aunt's social media post, she said a couple of things to me that kind of triggered my red flag-o-meter, as it were. She said that Austin went or left, the last time anyone had seen him, was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. By 7:51, this aunt is posting that he is missing in an uncharacteristic way. He had been gone, again, 1 o'clock, he left, 7:51. It's going on 7 hours since anyone has seen him. That is unlikely with his regular pattern. This concerned the aunt and the family, and they filed a missing persons report. Now, many of you, like me, were saying, in 7 hours, a missing persons report? I thought you're supposed to wait at least 24 hours. Well, to my surprise, in North Carolina, you don't have to wait that long for a missing persons report. I know. I was dumbfounded too. Really? Okay, fine. That's beautiful. Toss that conspiracy right out the window. Boom. Gone. I was done. And then I heard the words that did not sit well with me. The FBI is also looking for him. What? It's a missing 21-year-old. Maybe he ran away with a girl or boy, whatever. But he's 21. I understand that it was uncharacteristic of him to disappear for that many hours or no one to hear from that many hours. And okay, with that, you contact the police. I didn't hear anything about autism. I didn't hear anything about any mental state, nothing like that, ADHD, mental incapacitation, nothing along those lines. Police report, and the FBI is involved. So I went to go look that up. Whoa. I know you don't need 24 hours to file a missing person report in North Carolina, but do you contact the FBI in 7 hours? And there's no such protocol. And then we start digging a little deeper. And I think, let me make sure that I have it here, because I think that I have news in so many different places, but I had to come in early, so I may have to go to another source to find out where it is, and it is not in here. Okay, well, nonetheless. Okay, well, after I searched, and I waited a little while, it turns out that the young man may have gone down to Mar-a-Lago over the Epstein files. Weird. That's a weird thing to be going to Mar-a-Lago about, don't you think? But it was. He went down there for the Epstein files. The president wasn't there. First lady wasn't there. But sure enough, he was there because of something in the Epstein files. Or at least, he was going down there to, I don't know, right or wrong, to go deal with what he perceived as perpetrators of some sort. But there he was down there. And all of a sudden, I don't see the story anymore. What happened? Really? Nothing? No one has figured out exactly why this young man went down drove from North Carolina to Mar-a-Lago to go deal with an issue related to the Epstein files. And everyone is silent on it. This is a possible assassination attempt of a sitting president. And the news media is awfully hush, hush, hush about it. And I can't get anyone to see it, at least show any interest in it. Boggles the mind. Boggles the mind. Maybe the thing about bodies under the greens. Zach, you have to explain what you're talking about. You have to explain, because I've heard something like that. What Zach is talking about is like there is a rumor that there were bodies that were buried under the golf courses, and maybe that was the reason why he was painting so many of them. And they were different golf courses. None of, in fact, from what I looked up, they don't appear to be Donald Trump golf courses. That he just seems to like golf courses. Does he play? I don't know. He obviously has some sort of affinity for them, but I haven't seen anything remotely like that. But again, here's the part that I don't understand. Why was the FBI so involved so early? 7 hours, folks. Within 7 hours, the FBI was looking for this kid. And everybody's telling us, like, no, there was nothing suspicious going on. No, he just painted, fairways and greens from golf courses. No, there was nothing. FBI involved that early? Everybody knew what this was about. So did the aunt. So did mom, brothers, sisters, friends. Everybody's saying this guy's a recluse. By the way, if you have a reclusive person in your life, watch that guy. Put a tracker on him. I'm kidding. Just be very careful. Just be very, very careful. I've never been, I would consider myself a loner, but I'm also very talkative and gregarious. But I'm always nervous. Like when I see people in certain places and they don't talk to anyone, they always got their head down. They're always reading and writing stuff. Like people who still use pencils in public places make me nervous. You ever go somewhere and you see that person, he's there with blank sheets of paper and he's writing? It just keeps writing stuff. John Flynn was doing that. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, John. I'm kidding. No, but you know who I'm talking about. Those guys are just, they never look up. Just doodling. Just writing the secret decoder message that's going off in their brain. When you look at them, they cover it so you can't see it. That's never a secret thing they're working on. What are you working on there, buddy? Nothing. Mind your business. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I'm just saying, I'm always nervous around those guys. They make me uncomfortable. So this kid, obviously, something wrong with him. FBI's clearly early involvement. It sort of rings, and for something, so red flags are going off on that one. We're going to find more details about it. I'm just looking for the story. It looks like now it's been completely washed away. Everyone has gotten rid of it. So I will find some more details to it. When we come back, more Epstein fallout, speaking of which, with this kid. More Epstein fallout. So we got another arrest of a man who's been arrested. And also this story here. The Boys Club, how Epstein's influence shaped the exclusion of women in STEM. And the Department of Justice has released these documents. This is, again, the stuff that people are ignoring in the Epstein files, for me, is mind-boggling. Because you have so many conspiracy theorists out there that only see one conspiracy that they have to uncover. Who had sex with the underage girls? That's where their focus is. And it's, again, all the rest of this crazy stuff that's in here. Wild stuff is in here. Nobody's paying attention to it. They only want to know this stuff. They just want to know that stuff. And no one, and here's the thing, not one person has stopped and said, dude, don't you think it's a little creepy that that's all you care about? Let me be the first. Dude, don't you think it's a little creepy that that's all you're concerned with? That you're looking up all the dirty details of that? Like take a minute and reflect. Huh? Your obsession with that is really bothersome. And it should be. Men and women alike. And I love the way that they talk about it, too. They're all talking about it. I'm looking for justice. You're looking for something else. You are. You're definitely looking for something else. But, whatever. That's how that goes. I'm not reading that. Fitz, you're an awful person. I love you, brother. That's crazy. My drive-in was great. We got to take a break. Oh, yeah, we got to take a break. Let's get to that. More news, more views, and we'll talk about all of this and much, much more when we return. It's Reese on the Radio.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Nicholas Russo, 157 Church Street, New Haven, 06510.
Got a tree causing big trouble in a tiny space? Don't risk it. Call the experts who specialize in the impossible jobs. At Tree Wise Guys of Connecticut, we handle the heavy lifting so you don't have to. From precision limb cutting and stump grinding to full land cleaning and emergency storm damage cleanup. No job is too big and no space is too tight. When it matters most, trust the guys who know trees. Trust Tree Wise Guys of Connecticut. Visit treewiseguysct.com today to get a free quote on your next project. That's treewiseguysct.com.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by LendSeek.
Artificial intelligence may be spurring greater productivity in the U.S. economy, according to the Federal Reserve's San Francisco president, Mary Daly, who says that productivity gains could allow further growth without inflation, although adding it's hard to say how long that will continue. Daly also said that no technology ever reduces net employment, not in the history of technologies, but it does change what that employment looks like. I'm Jason Brooks.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
It's Reese on the Radio on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
Zora Mamdani is really finding a way to make this horrible on himself. I'm going to give him a 1-year sort of pass, unless, of course, he makes it really difficult for the people in New York. I'm hoping that I don't have to go down there for one thing. I've got to go visit my brother. Roseanne is driving me nuts to go visit my brother. He's in Long Island, and I got another brother in Jersey City, so I got to go through Manhattan just to drive through. I don't want to have to stay there. But I know Roseanne, she's going to say, can we see at least see Times Square? Ugh. I have to go through that. I know she's going to want to. I just don't want to be in that place. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. The place is just dirty. It's filthy. It's pathetic. I don't want to have to go there, but I'm going to have to. So, Zoran, good luck to you, buddy. Just good luck to you. I'm hoping that you burn it to the ground. I really do. I'm that guy. I'm rooting for you to destroy it. I want you to wreck it. I understand you got Muslim prayer on Friday nights in Times Square, filling up the entire Times Square with Muslims, with the call to prayer on the loudspeakers, man. Congratulations, man. Listen, make it a Muslim city. Do whatever you can. Turn it into Londonistan. Absolutely. Convert the whole lot of them. Whatever you do, I know now he's celebrating. He's the first New York City mayor to ever attend a mosque or be a member of a mosque. Good on you. Absolutely. Raise prices, raise property taxes. Do what you got to do. Love every bit of it. Can't wait to see what you do with the place. It's like watching someone rearrange the furniture. It's going to be fantastic. It's just going to be fun to watch. The summer is going to be great. Did you hear what's happening at the malls? At the Green Acres Mall, and there's another mall in East Elmhurst where the kids are wilding out like back in the late 80s, early 90s. The kids are wilding, running through the supermarkets and running through the malls and just tearing ish up. Cops can't contain them. Thousands of kids, or hundreds even, showing up, just running rampant through the streets, loving it. Imagine what the summer's going to look like, especially with all the social workers who will be there handling all the domestic disputes, because the cops, they won't be there to serve. They'll only be there for dangerous crimes, like robberies and shootings. The cops will be available for that. Everybody else gets a social worker. That's what Mom Donnie's going to do. Can't wait to see what that looks like. Oh, it's going to, I'm not going to lie. I have to get a popcorn subscription. That's what I'm going to need to do. Maybe we should get on that. A popcorn subscription just to watch the mayhem. The winter months should not be this chaotic. Everyone should be inside. Everyone should be sheltering in place during a blizzard. But guess what? Every day in New York, it is getting crazier and crazier. Oh, and by the way, have we had this many shootings in Connecticut in the winter? Anybody remember that? A lot of people shooting in the winter. Yeah, every day somebody's getting shot in the winter. I got to check the numbers on what our stats are for shooting in Connecticut. I know we're up there. It was low last year. Didn't Bridgeport have the 1 year they had some of the lowest? I wonder what it's like this year. I got to check that out. We'll get to that as well. All right, when we come back, Epstein, weirdly enough, keeping women out of STEM. And we'll read some of the quotes from the email dump that happened today, and plus a whole lot more on this very snowy Monday on Reese on the Radio. Let's get our first check during the show, weather and traffic, with our good friend Mark Christopher. He's at the BPS Lawyers Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Reese. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon, everyone. And very quiet on the roads. Not a lot of people on the roads, which is good. It's looking very good both sides of 84, 91 north and south, Route 2 east and west, 291 through 84. Okay, quiet Middletown, quiet Waterbury, 91 in the Parkway, moving well toward New Haven. If you are heading into the area of Marlboro, Route 66 is shut down in both directions between Flood Road and Rhonda Way because of a tree down in the wires there. Traffic and weather together on the 8th. WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
The snow gradually tapering off, and then overnight, clouds breaking. It will be breezy with gusts 20 to 25 miles an hour, but travel will remain extremely difficult and dangerous. The low temperature down to 19. Tomorrow, breezy and cold with intervals of sun and clouds, the high temperature 29. Watch out for many icy patches to develop tomorrow night with increasing clouds, the low temperature 8 above. On Wednesday, not as cold, but we will have intermittent snow and flurries accumulating a coating to an inch. So watch out for a few slippery spots, the high temperature 41. On Thursday, becoming cloudy with periods of snow late in the afternoon into the evening with an inch or two of accumulation. Thursday's high 37, and Friday mostly sunny, the high temperature 39. This is meteorologist Chad Merrill in the WTIC Weather Center.
Get a head start to your day with WTIC News Talk 1080. Listen to us live on the Odyssey app before you even hit the road. Get the breakdown on the biggest news stories that Connecticut is talking about. To get started, download the Odyssey app and search for WTIC News Talk 1080. This is an important public service announcement for our listeners. Reese on the Radio is also a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Reese on the Radio, and hit the follow button so you can get every minute of the show your way and on your time. This is WTIC News Talk 1080 with Brian and Company in the morning, Reese on the Radio in the afternoon, and news around the clock. WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford and Odyssey Station.
4 o'clock Hartford temperature 33 degrees. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. Blizzard warning remains in effect throughout Connecticut. The conditions are varying Some areas are still getting moderate snow with some bands that are moving through. Other areas have seen the snow shut down entirely. Officials provided a virtual update at the Armory earlier today. They say the ban on commercial vehicles on the interstates remains in effect until further notice. State police say they've responded to over 80 crashes, 2 of which involved injuries. No fatalities, though. Eversource, just before we hit the air here, reporting just under 7,000 of its customers without service. So they've pretty much cut that number in half, at least in the time that I've been here. Crews have been brought in from as far as Michigan and Indiana to help with those restoration efforts. United Illuminating reporting about 500 of its customers offline currently. At Bradley Airport, they say 95% of the flights were preemptively canceled. The airport authority, though, says some arrivals are currently scheduled for later tonight. Bus service is still suspended, as it's been since Sunday, and as far as the rail situation is concerned, Metro North still operating on that reduced hourly schedule. Amtrak had suspended service from New York to Boston until at least right around now, 4 o'clock. Haven't heard yet, though, if it's been restored to normal as of yet. Connecticut shoreline pounded, and even the equipment used to clear the roads struggled today. Here's WTIC's Dave Mager.
In West Haven, heavy snow blowing everywhere due to 50-mile-an-hour gusts.
Our plow drivers, literally, we had to pull them off the road due to visibility that was down to about 0.
Emergency Management Director Rick Fontana says when they are on the road, some plows are getting stuck. In New London, Mayor Michael Passero says 7 big plows are working, but some others are not.
We ended up having to pull the rest of the fleet of smaller vehicles and smaller plows because they just couldn't manage in these conditions.
That means they're running behind on plowing some side streets. He predicts the dig out will take several days. Dave Mager, WTIC 1080 News.
Dr. Alfred Croto, acute care and trauma surgeon at Hartford Hospital, says when it comes to shoveling snow, better to do it in increments and not all at once.
Go out a few times and do the job a few times so that it's not one large task, but multiple small tasks that you can accomplish. It gives you a lot less work, a lot less stress on your body, especially if you're not used to doing that kind of work.
He also advises staying hydrated when you're out there and also keeping an eye out for frostbite or hypothermia when spending extra time in the cold conditions. The son of Rob and Michelle Reiner was in court today to face charges he stabbed his parents to death last December. Here's reporter John Baird.
The hearing only lasted a few minutes, long enough for Nick Reiner to enter a not guilty plea through his public defender. He's accused of stabbing his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, in their Brentwood home in mid-December. District Attorney Nathan Hochman said the death penalty is still on the table at this point.
We take the process in which we determine whether or not the death penalty should be sought extremely seriously, and it goes through a very rigorous process.
There hasn't been an execution in California in more than 20 years. John Baird for CBS News, Los Angeles.
Tough day for the markets. The Dow down 817 points. NASDAQ down 258. S&P down 71. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Let's take a step back in time to an era when things were built right, built to last, and a handshake meant something. Yankee Home delivers that same craftsmanship still today. It's midwinter, and you can really feel it every time you walk by your old windows. Cold drafts sneaking in, warm air slipping out, and some mornings you can see your breath inside. It's time to call Yankee Home. Yankee Home's energy-efficient, high-quality windows are designed to keep the warm air in and the cold air out all winter long. And every job is done right the first time, never catty-wampus. Take advantage of our winter special. Buy 4 or more windows and get free installation or financing options like 0 down and 0% interest. Call Yankee Home now at 1-800-885-HOME. That's 1-800-885-HOME. Or visit yankeehome.com.
Yankee Home makes it easy as can be with our never cattywampus lifetime guarantee. Yankee Home.
On approved credit, restrictions apply.
It's Reese on the radio. And don't say we didn't warn you on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
Top of the hour right here on Reese on the Radio. Don't forget, folks, Substack is my weekly article, I'd say, that I write every week. Please go check it out. This week is no different. It is just as fun and interesting. It talks about the housing bill here in Connecticut, but the most important thing to understand about the housing bill, at least the perspective that I have of it, is that it is an extension of the participation trophy. And you think about this, and this is the best way to describe it. And I talked to Betsy McCoy about this, even Ryan Fazio, is that when you work hard in your life, no matter where you come from, and a lot of people who listen to this program come from what would be deemed the inner city, be they white, black, brown, whatever. And they worked hard, and they did everything they could to make it out of that inner city to buy a home or to even rent a home in a suburb. They did all of the long hours. They did all of the things like starving themselves, eating ramen noodles for 6 months or a year to save money so they can put a down payment, so they can have a nest egg, so they can buy a nice car. Whatever the case may be, people did the sacrifice. And what this housing bill says, all of that hard work that you did to get there, now we're going to eliminate that. Now we're just going to plop people into those communities. You fought very hard to get into the communities that you live in now, that suburban neighborhood, that HOA you have to pay, that manicured lawn that you fought to have so that you could have your lawn look better than your neighbor's lawn, to have that community, to have your kids go to better schools. After all the hard work, after all the work you did for years, decades even, you may have waited until you were 50 years old like me before you could ever buy a house. You know, I'm not going to lie. I started from back of the line. I had to work my way up. Marry a wife who was determined to buy a house in order for me to do it, but I did it. Now somebody else is going to tell you we're just going to plop people in because everybody deserves to live in a nice neighborhood. No more. So go check it out. The article is called, I Want to Live Where the White People Are. Don't lie, so do you. It's on my Substack. You can find it on Facebook. Go there now. Mark Christopher, he's getting you home. He's in the BPS Lawyers Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
Reese, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon, everyone. Very light traffic on the roads right now. Not a lot of people out there. Good news for the plows that need to clean things up. We're looking good. 8491, Route 2, 291, and 384. Quiet Middletown. Waterbury's okay. 84 and 891 in the Parkway. Doing well heading down in toward New Haven. In Marlborough right now, Route 66 shut down in both directions between Flood Road and Rhonda Way because of a tree down into some wires there. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
Well, we've seen the snow move through, and fortunately the snow ending. Still the gusty winds, perhaps past 40 miles per hour at times. Now tonight the clouds will finally break. We will see breezy conditions, the low temperature 19. That means anything wet will refreeze, even though we will have the winds gusting 20 to 25 miles per hour. In some spots, more exposed spots, it will help dry out the pavement, but other spots that are more protected, it will create some difficult travel. So difficult travel tonight, mostly sunny tomorrow with a few clouds during the afternoon, the high temperature 29. Increasing clouds tomorrow night, the low temperature 8 above, so definitely some refreezing of melted snow. Intermittent snow and flurries on Wednesday, accumulating a coating to an inch with a high of 41. Thursday, periods of snow late in the afternoon with an inch or two of snow accumulation. And then on Friday, mostly sunny with a high of 39. Right now, it's 31 in Bristol, 30 in Willimantic, and 31 in Hartford. This is meteorologist Chad Merrill in the WTIC Weather Center.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Nicholas Russo, 157 Church Street, New Haven, 06510.
Lose weight or stop smoking with hypnosis guaranteed or your money back. Only $59.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted craving, late-day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. Also stop smoking Thursday, March 12th at the Cambria Hotel Manchester South and South Windsor. Weight loss hypnosis 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking hypnosis 8 p.m. And Saturday, March 14th at the Holiday Inn Express in Southington. Weight loss hypnosis 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis 2 p.m. Register at markpatrickseminars.com.
Hola amigos, Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
It's Reese on the Radio on NewsTalk 1080 WTIC.
It's articles from the New York Post. The Boys Club. How Epstein's influence shaped exclusion of women in STEM. In 2018, an elite group of academics and scientists planned to gather for an exclusive retreat in a luxury farm in the woods of Connecticut. The guest had been handpicked by prominent New York literary agent John Brockman, who frequently hosted similar salons for luminaries in science, technology, and media. The problem? Brockman had included 2 women on the list, and his staunch supporter and his biggest funder wanted them out. John, the old conferences, did not care about diversity. I suggest you not either. That was Jeffrey Epstein. He wrote that in a note or in an email in response to Brockman about programming. He says, quote, "The women are all weak and a distraction. Sorry." In reply, Brockman justified the women's inclusion and says they'd been part of a related book about AI, which needed to be inclusive to sell. Quote, "Today, it's impossible to get a publisher to buy such a book with essays by 25 men and no women." Brockman concludes the email by citing the Me Too movement and mentioning the news and other scientists whose books he had tried to publish coming under fire for sexual harassment allegations. He wonders whether it might be best for optics if the disgraced financier, the biggest financial backer to Brockman's nonprofit Edge Foundation, didn't attend after all. He says, Me Too isn't going away, it's growing. It's all pervasive, and we're now in a McCarthyism moment on steroids. Brockman did not respond to requests for comment. The 2018 exchange, which was revealed as part of a trove of files released by the Department of Justice, illuminates Epstein's deep interest in entrenchment in the scientific community. He was well connected to scientists at top universities who continued to associate with him after a 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution from a minor. But the files also underscore how he used his power and money in ways that kept women out of places where they might succeed. And there is no controversy here. There is no screaming and hollering by women. Not at all. No outrage whatsoever. The influence that he had on STEM. Excuse me. I think we all had a sense that the system wasn't super fair, right? Said Nicole Bannon, an assistant professor of biology and a member of 500 Scientists, a grassroots organization that started in 2016 to combat racism and misogyny in STEM, or science, technology, and engineering and mathematics, for those of you who wish to know. Seeing some of these emails and peering behind the curtains of the rooms that we were never invited to, I think this really laid bare, I don't know, just truly how broken and corrupt the system is, which, again, I thought most people cared about. I was always under the impression, in fact, I got that impression in the entire 2024 campaign, that the people who were in charge, the ones that were pulling the levers, they were the people that you all cared about, exposing them. It wasn't just about draining the swamp. It was about changing the power structure. The corrupt folks. Well, here you have it. There's a whole bunch of people who are involved in this, and you know what they were doing. Nothing. Instead, tell me more about the girls. Look, don't get mad at me. These are your words, not mine. These are your interests, not mine. You're the ones who keep saying to me, oh, you guys are afraid to talk about the Epstein files because they're about Trump. And here we go, week after week. They're not about Trump. Week after week. A CBS doctor, CBS affiliate, just resigned CBS. Come on. He's gone. He's donezo. CBS News had to let go of the guy. Who else is there? Let's go one step further. Who's this one? This is, here's another one. Just arrested earlier this morning, breaking news it was, Peter Mandelson. He was the UK ambassador to the United States. He was arrested today in association with the Epstein files. Was this guy a friend of Donald Trump's? I don't know. Let's look. In a 2018 interview with the Evening Standard, he called Trump a bully. Okay, that's not bad. A lot of people have called him that. In a 2019 interview with an Italian journalist, widely reported and later unearthed in December of 2024, he went further, describing Trump as, quote, a reckless and danger to the world. And he was, quote, little short of a white nationalist and racist. A little short of a white nationalist and racist. And now this guy has been arrested with regards to the Epstein files. Interesting. Interesting. Yet I don't hear anyone talking about it anywhere at all. I saw the CBS story. Where's the CBS story? I just had that in front of me. That CBS story is kind of damning. It's a CBS doctor. I think he is. I'm almost positive he is. Some sort of doctor here. Dr. Peter Attia. According to, that's just coming over the news right now. It says Dr. Peter Attia. Oh, that blocked my screen. I hate when this website is garbage. Anyway, Peter Attia is stepping down from CBS News just weeks after being named as a contributor under boss Barry Weiss, following the recent release of the Epstein files showing his chummy relationship over hundreds of emails with the late financier. The anti-aging researcher said Monday that he would be resigning effective immediately. A source familiar to the matter told the New York Post. CBS announced in the news in a Monday letter to staffers, according to The Hollywood Reporter. Earlier this month, Attia stepped down as a chief science officer for David Protein, a popular wellness protein bar brand, according to the company. Attia, 52, was one of the high-profile contributors brought to CBS News under Weiss, who was hired by Paramount Skydance boss David Ellison to bring more conservative voices to the network. He's now gone. Not long after, the editor and chief announced Atiya's hiring, the Justice Department released uncovered troves of correspondence between Atiya and a late Jeffrey Epstein, including a joke about female genitals, saying that they are low carb. Yeah. But again, as I said, no Trump. None whatsoever. And still no talk. And here's the thing that I hear from most, right? I want everybody. I don't care who it was, Republican, Democrat, man or woman. And yet I see these people either stepping down, leaving their jobs, getting arrested even. And where's the celebration? Where's the jubilation? Yes, get those girls justice. Yes, we're getting justice. Nothing. What do I get? Where's Trump? What's Trump? Because there's only one. I understand, Moby Dick. I get it. It's all right. It's okay. It's okay. It goes with the territory. Anyway, when we come back, and you have to forgive me because I'm so bored of it. I'm bored of it at the point where I'm explaining to people, and I did, by the way. Who wasn't here? If you weren't, let me explain to you. I was the one who said, be careful what you wish for. I've been doing that for years here. Okay. You're going to get what you want. And when you do, I don't want to hear any stuff about how it comes out. And no one has. And I still don't get any apologies. I should have heeded, Reese. I should have thought about it. You were right. Not that I don't need you to tell me that I'm right. I don't. I already know I am. I'm fully confident in how right I am on this. I'm not trying to browbeat you. I don't need one up on you. I need none of that. Already know I'm right on this. Why? Because I'm patient. But it'd be nice, just saying, it'd be nice, one or two of you say, you know what? You were right. I shouldn't have made a big deal out of it. Now everybody's, hey, that's where we are. That's where we are. Let me see. At a perfect place on the turnpike with parking for 100 cars. And that Bob Judge. Okay, I don't know what that is. I missed that one. Okay, all right. Sometimes it doesn't always square. The People's Party said something interesting in the chat room. The People's Lobby, I should say. He gave a great idea since I was talking about boxing. That Lynn councilman. He says that we're going to have a boxing match between me and a stoner. And if the stoner wins, I have to hit a joint. But if I win, he has to quit smoking marijuana. I don't think I should have to fight one person at a time for them to quit. I mean, if you can make it broader than that, like let's say if he wins, I have to become a regular smoker of marijuana. But if I win, he and everybody in Connecticut has to quit. That would be that would be worth something, in my view. Again, like I said, go to ReeseOnTheRadio.com. No, sorry, you can't go to ReeseOnTheRadio.com. The website's not up yet. I keep saying it. Go to my Facebook page. Just look up Reese on the Radio on Facebook. If you can't go there, look me up on Substack. It's at Reese on the Radio on Substack. Go to Substack.com at Reese on the Radio so you can check out the Substack. You can become a subscriber. Subscribe now. You will get it directly in your inbox every Sunday at 7:30 in the morning. Or you can friend me or follow me on X, and you'll get it exclusively at midnight. 7:30 if you follow me on Substack, but if you join me on X, if you follow me on X, just go to Reese on the Radio. If you go there, you can get the Substack first thing in the morning at midnight. So you can get it when you wake up in either place. You can still see it, okay? And it's also on Facebook. I think I posted on Facebook after it appears on X, so I can show you the link. But it is Reese on the Radio on Substack, and today's article is I want to live where the white people are. It is going off like gangbusters. I'm very impressed by it. by the response that I'm getting to it. Even Betsy McCoy read it and wrote a nice response to it as well. So thank you, Betsy. I appreciate that. Checking it out. She's she's a wonk on House Bill, on this House Bill as well, House Bill 8002. So if you're interested in checking it out, please do. And it's got a great illustration of me being welcomed by all the white neighbors. That ought to tick them off. I love doing that. It's my favorite thing to do. Is he already issued a statement? Let me see if I got time to read this. Let me see. Okay. Donald Trump has released a statement as it relates to Iran. So as we always do with breaking news, we do breaking news. Numerous stories from the fake news media have been circulating stating that General Daniel Cain, sometimes referred to as Raisin, is against us going to war with Iran. The story does not attribute this vast wealth of knowledge to anyone and is 100% incorrect. General Cain, like all of us, would like not to see war, but if a decision is made on going against Iran at a military level, it is his opinion that it will be something easily won. He knows Iran well in that he was in charge of Midnight Hammer, the attack on the Iranian nuclear development. It is a deployment. It is a development no longer, but rather was blown to smithereens by our great B-2 bombers. Raisin Cain is a great fighter and represents the most powerful military anywhere in the world. He has not spoken of not doing Iran or even the fake limited strikes that I have been reading about. He only knows one thing: how to win. And if he is told to do so, he will be leading the pack. Everything that has been written about a potential war with Iran has been written incorrectly and purposefully so. I am the one that makes the decision. I would rather have a deal than not, but if we don't make a deal, it will be a very, very bad day for that country. And very sadly, its people, because they are great and wonderful. And something like this should never have happened to them. President Donald J. Trump. We'll take a break. We'll get some weather and traffic. We'll see what the roads are like. Well, I know they're a mess, but no one's on them. Still, nonetheless, our intrepid traffic guy, Mark Christopher, is at the BPS Lawyers Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
All right, Reese, thank you very much, and that is absolutely correct. Very light traffic, not a lot of people out there, which is good. 8491, Route 2, 291, 384, all moving very well. Quiet Middletown, Waterbury's okay, 84 and 891 in the Parkway doing well, heading down in toward New Haven. Route 66 in Marlboro shut down in both directions between Flood Road and Ronda Way because of a tree down into some wires there. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
The snow gradually tapering off, and then overnight, clouds breaking. It will be breezy with gusts 20 to 25 miles an hour, but travel will remain extremely difficult and dangerous. The low temperature down to 19. Tomorrow, breezy and cold with intervals of sun and clouds, the high temperature 29. Watch out for many icy patches to develop tomorrow night with increasing clouds, the low temperature 8 above. On Wednesday, not as cold, but we will have intermittent snow and flurries accumulating a coating to an inch. So watch out for a few slippery spots, the high temperature 41. On Thursday, becoming cloudy with periods of snow late in the afternoon into the evening with an inch or two of accumulation. Thursday's high 37. And Friday, mostly sunny, the high temperature 39. This is meteorologist Chad Merrill in the WTIC Weather Center.
History. What you know about Black history?
Odyssey Harper celebrates Black History Month
Let me refresh your memory.
by honoring icons of excellence.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was an African-American clergyman who advocated social change through nonviolent means. His writings and public appearances shaped the American civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. A powerful speaker and a man of great spiritual strength, he became the public face of civil rights in 1963. Dr. King organized the March on Washington, D.C. that drew 200,000 people demanding equal rights for minorities. In 1964, he won the Nobel Peace Prize, becoming, at the time, the youngest recipient ever. He was shot to death by James Earl Ray in 1968 while visiting Memphis, Tennessee.
All black. Odyssey Harper celebrates black artists,
Making history.
athletes, and trailblazers all month long.
Celebrate the culture.
Find out more on the Odyssey app.
Brought to you with pride by Goodwin University.
And now, a WTIC news update.
4:30, good afternoon. I'm John Silva. WTIC 1080 News. Governor Lamont has lifted the ban on commercial vehicles, including trucks, trailers, and tankers on interstate highways. The ban was in concert with a state of emergency Lamont declared before the big storm arrived. The state received anywhere from a foot to over 20 inches of snow in some spots. In Hartford, Mayor Arunan Arulampalam says the citywide parking ban will be lifted as of 7 o'clock Tuesday morning. That means those residents who parked their cars in blue light and other city lots will have to make arrangements to dig their vehicles out and remove them by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. In West Haven, they had a time of it trying to clear the roads as best they could. The city's emergency management director, Rick Fontana, says several plows got stuck and clearing the streets of cars was difficult.
Number of streets that literally are a challenge. We did tow over 150 cars and ticketed over 300. We did something that we've never done in many years in West Haven. We did a full parking ban. No cars allowed on any street, both sides.
Fontana reports some minor flooding in West Haven, says the infrastructure held up, but he's concerned about the weight of the snow as it piles up. Connecticut Airport Authority says 95% of the flights out of Bradley were canceled preemptively. There could be some late-night arrivals. Many carriers are going to be playing catch-up for several days after all this. Eversource reports about 6,800 of its customers still have no service. The number is about 1,500 for United Illuminating. Rob Reiner's son Nick was in court to face charges he murdered his parents last December.
A not guilty plea entered today for Nick Reiner, and the next court date is April 29th. But because there is so much information coming out in discovery, and we actually don't even have an official coroner's report yet, it is possible that it could be delayed even further. This one could take a while, especially since it could potentially be a death penalty case.
Correspondent Carter Evans in L.A. Wall Street, the Dow down 821 points today. NASDAQ down 258, S&P off 71. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Paid for by government. The 1986 to 2021 United States Silver Eagle, the first ever U.S. silver dollar minted in 99.9% pure silver and is the best-selling coin in the world. These original and historic silver dollars have ceased production forever. They will never be minted again. For a limited time only, full-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck silver dollars are being released to the public. You can own a full pound of original U.S. silver dollar coins featuring Lady Liberty and the heraldic eagle, never to be struck again. Guaranteed. Call now to secure original United States Silver Eagles by the pound. The first U.S. silver dollars ever to be struck in 99.9% pure silver. Plus, receive a free bonus, an American Collector's Pack valued at over $40 and free shipping with every order. Call 1-800-560-6468 now to secure your full pound bag of United States Silver Eagle coins before they are gone. That's 1-800-560-6468.
Stay locked in. in. Reese on the Radio is on WTIC News Talk 1080.
I think we may have some good news for everybody because I was just looking at X, and you'll never guess who has posted for the first time in months. None other than Mark in West Hartford. Is he back? I just tried to call him, but I just want to give him a shout out. Mark, if you're listening, you know everybody's been worried about you, wondering where you are. They missed your brother. I know he's been talking about the craziness that happened at West Farms Mall. Did you hear about this at West Farms? There was some sort of melee at West Farms over the weekend. It fascinates me, but it doesn't matter when it is. These rowdy-ass kids cannot seem to behave. Usually it's the summer when they start acting wild, but I guess now it doesn't matter what the season is. Doesn't matter how cold it is. These kids cannot get a grip. But they're out there fooling around again. Anyway, so he posted about that, about the mayhem that's happening at the West Farms Mall, which again really upsets me because I really like that place. I liked it years ago. And Roseanne said, "Are you sure this is the same place?" And I'm like, "Yeah, well, it's not really the same place, but it's still one of the nicer ones." Is there a nicer mall than West Farms? Do I have to travel? I have to travel further to get to it? Yeah, in Connecticut, other than West Farms, is there a nicer mall? It seems like all of them are going belly up and closing down. So anyway, if you know a nicer mall for Reese on the Radio to go to, please let me know. We will definitely travel there. Because if the West Farms is just, garbage, if it's turning into that, there's no reason to go back. I do have to go back because I actually have to go to a store there to go replace. Yeah, they're building it up, but the people who are going there are trash. And I've seen the elements there, and I know the kids don't have a lot of places to go, and I get that. Look, I should not see cops in my mall. This is one of those things that people don't understand. Times have changed, Reese. They don't have to. They have changed because people have allowed them to change. And when I have to see armed police at the mall, we used to have mall cops. And why? Because the kids got in silly trouble. You know what I saw at West Farms the other day? I totally forgot this. Do you know what I saw at West Farms a week ago? This will blow your mind. A big 6'6" black guy in a mask stole sweatpants from the Pacific Rim store. And if you've ever been there, it's sort of like a tropical swimwear, outerwear, summer place. The girls go there. It's like it's kind of Abercrombie kind of, but it's like, it's surfer wear. And this guy ran out with an armful of sweatpants running. Like, I'm looking at him and he's masked up and he runs out the place. And the two girls outside, they're going, "Did we just see what we thought we saw?" Sure enough, they did. I'll tell you all about it in a minute. Anyway, Mark Christopher, he's getting you home. He's in a BPS Lawyers Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
Reese, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon, everyone. And if you are heading into downtown Hartford right now, things are in very good shape. Not a lot of cars on the road, so that's good. Help the plows get their job done. 84, 91, Route 2, 291, 384 moving well. Quiet Middletown, no problems in Waterbury. 91 in the Parkway moving well, heading down in toward New Haven. And if you are traveling into Marlboro right now, Route 66 shut down between Flood Road and Rondaway because of a tree down into some wires there. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
We've seen anywhere from 9 to 15 inches of snow, and tonight with the temperature dropping back to 19 degrees, that is going to cause the pavement temperatures to go below freezing, so there are going to be some icy spots on the roadway. The clouds will break, and we will have those gusts at 20 to 25 miles per hour. So the real field temperature will be down into the lower teens and upper single digits, bundled up overnight. Tomorrow, breezy and cold with sunshine and a few clouds. The high temperature 29. frigid tomorrow night, the low temperature 8 above. That means more icy spots from any of the snow that melts tomorrow afternoon. And tomorrow night we will have increasing clouds. And then on Wednesday, intermittent snow and flurries accumulating a coating to an inch, the high 41. And more snow back in here on Thursday, an inch or two of accumulation, and the high temperature up to about 38 degrees. Mostly sunny on Friday with a high of 39. Right now it's 31 in Meriden, 28 in Waterbury, and 32 in Hartford. This is meteorologist Chad Merrill in the WTIC Weather Center.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and at newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Discover unbeatable deals during the President's Day sales event at Sullivan Automotive's Northwest Hills dealership in Torrington. Looking for an electric SUV? Own the 2026 Chevy Equinox EV for only $37,270. $10,750 off MSRP. Don't miss this deal. Visit NorthwestHillsDealership.com for details and schedule your test drive today. Sullivan Automotive and Northwest Hills Dealership in Torrington.
Sullivan Automotive, the dealer you can deal with.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
The NAACP calls him, whoa, I don't think I'm allowed to read this. It's Reese on the Radio. Let's just say some people are not fans. On News Talk 1080 WTIC.
You know, this thing with Jasmine Crockett that I find fascinating as of late is they're going to really, really run her down. And I was this guy named Marquise, he's a I guess influencer of some sort on Facebook, and this guy is what's the best way I could put it? He's a selective activist. You know, whatever the activism is, he selects that one that he's for, so to speak. A lot of them are like this, and he is another young African American guy who was screaming and hollering about Jasmine Crockett just 6 months ago. How she's the future of the party, how the party needed more of her oomph, and her sort of style of attacking Trump. And there were people posting this all the time. It's like, you know, women like Jasmine Crockett are the women that Donald Trump fears the most. And that's very important to the activist class, is that they have decided what Donald Trump fears. Like, he's afraid of things, which I don't want to go down this road because I don't want to miss the point, but I have to. Okay, what is that about is interesting. So when you ever hear these pundits talk about what Donald Trump is afraid of, why is that important? Why is it important that they get that point across? Fear is a big thing to the left. They legislate, they govern, they influence out of fear. It's never out of hope. Never. You couldn't name a thing that they are hopeful for. Remember, they are always reacting to doom and gloom. If you don't vote for us, it is going to be awful. That's who they are. So fear is the only language they know. And so they're always projecting onto Donald Trump is fearful of Beto O'Rourke. Donald Trump fears the Democrat Party. He's afraid of Hakeem Jeffries. Are you afraid of Hakeem Jeffries? Like, you know who Trump is. Donald Trump is a lot of guys know this. Women, ladies, you may not know this, probably because you have much more dignity than we guys do. But guys are going to know this exactly as I express it. Donald Trump is the kind of guy who will slap a guy. And it may not be physically. He does it verbally. He's the kind of guy, he's a slap-around guy. He's been around mobsters, right? He has been. We know this. He's had mobsters. In fact, they come out and they talk about it. Former mobsters go on podcasts all the time. They say they always try to infiltrate Trump's businesses, and Trump tells them right at the back, no interest. They've never been able to intimidate him because he's a public figure, and he doesn't take any guff for them. So he's been around some of the toughest guys in that underworld, if you will, and then they turn around and tell you Donald Trump fears Jasmine Crockett and Hakeem Jeffries, and I'm supposed to buy that? They're the ones who are afraid. They're always fearful. But back to my original point. This thing that's being done to Jasmine Crockett is the slow walking of what you were about to see in the Democrat Party. And I told you this a couple of months ago, so I'm going to repeat it, so to speak, sort of in a different way. This is going to happen very soon. And you'll watch it as the 28 comes around. It won't be so much about 26, but it'll definitely be about 28. So they will slow walk, pushing back all of that diversity stuff as far as campaigning goes, as far as, putting candidates up to go against MAGA World 2026, 2028. They cannot risk the party giving it to minorities, gays, or transsexuals. They can't. So they're going to start slowly going. Jasmine Crockett is an example of that slow walking. That's what's happening. And it's easily, you get the intelligentsia, you get the elites talking about this guy Tellerico. And you start filling the minds and the heads of course, these so-called civil rightsers, telling them, Jasmine can't win. Here are the numbers. We need a guy like him. But they don't make it about race. Even though that's what they've been doing for the longest. Everything is about race. Black woman this. Black man, well, barely any black men. They don't care about black men. Forget about it. Black men, no. They want no parts of that. But black woman this. Transgender that. Gay, lesbian this. Now Jasmine Crockett runs for Senate. Nobody stopped her. They let her go, and then out of nowhere, this Tellerico guy, never even heard of him. You remember him? You know where he came from? No. Comes out, all of a sudden, Stephen Colbert giving him props. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, some of the, how is it that on MSNBC or MS Now, Simone Simmons, Jonathan Capehart, and the other, gay guy with the big afro, they host a weekend show? Where's all the talk about the racism in the Democrat Party that is shunning Jasmine Crockett? Nothing. Where's Al Sharpton talking about, Jasmine Crockett is being ignored by the Democrat Party. They are putting all their chips behind the white guy, and the guy, the biggest race baiter in the world, nothing? NAACP, nobody's talking about anything. Why? And ask them. They'll tell you. Jasmine can't win. Well, why can't she win? She's a Democrat. Doesn't she embody everything that you guys have been telling us that that you're supposed to embody in order to be a part? Isn't she a card-carrying, water-carrying member of the Democrat Party? She's black. She's a woman. She's educated and a Democrat, and she doesn't fit the bill. And the guy you're going for is a guy named Tellerico. and he's the guy who can win, why can't she win? Maybe the truth is what we all know. She alienates too many people. She's too ghetto. She's too street. She's a phony. She's inauthentic. Her wig doesn't wear straight. I don't know. I could think of a host of reasons. She's a clown. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the reason why you guys want her to play the background, maybe start a super PAC, just someplace where she's out of the way. Because you've recognized that all of this time she was doing nothing but embarrassing you. And now you get the white guy, Tellerico, and you go, you know what? He is not embarrassing like Jasmine Crockett, but we can't say it. And that's also because you're cowards. You can't tell Sister Girl to sit down and be quiet when you know you should. We've been telling you that for the longest. And when you started to hear that we were loving it, by the way, when we were telling you we love this woman talking, Jasmine Crockett, she's running for what? Yes, more of it, please. And what did you bozos tell us? What did you tell us? You just jealous. You're really afraid of her. Remember? You're really just scared of her. And we were saying, scared of her? Are you kidding me? We want more of her. Can you get 3 more like her? Get them out there too? I mean, you used to have 3 others out there. You had Joy Reid and you had Fannie Willis. I mean, you had a lot of these, sister girls out there, stomping their feet, twisting their wig, rubbernecking, while wagging the finger, talk all and all that. You don't know no capable black. We the most all of a sudden, the most intelligent group in the world, the most educated group in the world, can't lead the party in Texas? No interest at all? You're just shunning her and you don't think that we notice? You don't think that we notice that no civil rightsers, the people who find racism in Christmas songs, you couldn't find racism here? You found racism in math. You didn't find any racism here? And no one's talking about it? And what to make it even worse, black folks joining the fray. Yeah, she can't win. Yeah, we need a winner. Just say it. Just say in order to win, you need to go back to your whiteness. Yeah, black people say it too. All the Democrats, we're going to have to take a black seat to white folks again. And I mean, I'll be honest, I know exactly why. Because you can't behave. You can't. They gave you some power. They gave you some television time. And what did you do? You went ham. You started talking street. Started showing up with your Jordans, your pants sagging, your wig kneeling. You started acting like a bunch of clowns. You started code switching. In one breath, you are, I'm a very dedicated member of the left. To turn in, you know what the problem is? You switched up on them. And people were going, sorry, guys, I can't vote for that. Got any white people on deck? Stand by. White person on deck coming. You remember? Don't get mad at me. I don't care. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't care anyway. My view is you got to beat Tellerico no matter what happens. What's her name? Let me see what Crockett. I remember this. I remember Sister Girl well. And I know that you guys do. I got so many. I cannot believe how many sound bites I have of her. Remember, this was supposed to win you guys elections.
But as somebody who understands history, when I see ICE, I see slave patrols. Now, I never lived through the slave patrol period, but if you know the history of policing in this country, then you understand that they were born out of slave patrol.
Yeah. How about when she said she would take a cognitive test? Remember that?
I'm not concerned that he's an unintelligent man. I know he's unintelligent. That part is clear. But like, I'm wondering also, like, is it dementia Don that we're getting? Is it just dumb Don that we're getting? Like, I don't know, but there is a problem. Like Houston, we have a problem.
So, will you take the test?
Listen, my constituents don't have any concerns, but if he wants to do a test, yeah, so long as it's real people that's administering, not the bootleg doctors that claim he was perfect.
Yeah, remember all that ghetto stuff? Y'all loved every bit of it. Right? You guys loved every bit of it. Jasmine cried.
Solve crime, okay? That is what they are supposed to do. They are supposed to solve crimes, not necessarily prevent them from happening.
That was your girl. That was homegirl. Remember? I love her.
And I am so tired. You know what? There was an article that just came out that said that actually the most educated demographic in this country right now is black women.
Yeah. You're right, Jasmine. That's why we're going with the white guy. They say, Michael A. says that she can't run because she had difficulty getting an ID. You're probably right, Michael A. I didn't even think of that. That's probably why, because she's still having a problem getting an ID. I'm starting to figure out, I'm still trying to figure out what happened. What happened? That was the girl for a long time. Y'all swore up and down that woman was going to take you to the promised land. And now she's getting pushed to the back seat. Way to the back seat. In fact, I don't expect her to have a seat anytime. She's going to be like a footnote in history. It'll be one of those years where we'll be going, remember her? Yeah, I remember her. You think she'll get a TV show, or she'll probably get a podcast or something like that? I mean, what else is left for her? She can't run for anything. Maybe if she's smart, and I think it would be beneficial for her. What I would do, Jasmine, I would do this in a heartbeat. I would start a podcast, and I would tell all the state secrets. Boy, would I. That's what I would do. I would go all in. All the people who betrayed you. I'd have all the inside baseball stuff. All the people who threw you under the bus, from the New York Times to the Washington Post. I'd get all the dirt. Oh, it'd be fantastic. That's what I would do. Anyway. All right, we'll move on. We'll get this show wrapped up. Last hour coming up. Boy, it's been a long day. Hey, did I get a message from Tesla? Got to go read that. Hey, we'll be back. Mark Christopher, he's getting you home. He's in the BPS Lawyers Traffic Center. How we doing out there, Mark?
We're doing good, Reese. Not a lot of cars out there, so no incidents to really tell you about right now. It looks pretty good out there. 8491, Route 2, 291, 384, all in great shape. Quiet in Middletown. Waterbury's okay, 84 and 891 in the Parkway, moving well, heading down in toward New Haven. We have a road closure in Marlboro, Route 66 in both directions between Flood Road and Rondaway. Tree down with wires there. Traffic and weather together on the 8s. WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
The snow gradually tapering off, and then overnight, clouds breaking. It will be breezy with gusts 20 to 25 miles an hour, but travel will remain extremely difficult and dangerous. The low temperature down to 19. Tomorrow, breezy and cold with intervals of sun and clouds, the high temperature 29. Watch out for many icy patches to develop tomorrow night with increasing clouds, the low temperature 8 above. On Wednesday, not as cold, but we will have intermittent snow and flurries accumulating a coating to an inch. So watch out for a few slippery spots, the high temperature 41. On Thursday, becoming cloudy with periods of snow late in the afternoon into the evening with an inch or two of accumulation. Thursday's high 37. And Friday, mostly sunny, the high temperature 39. This is meteorologist Chad Merrill in the WTIC Weather Center.
Odyssey Hartford celebrates Black History Month by honoring icons like Alex Haley. Haley spent years tracing his lineage back to a single African man, Kunta Kinte. This journey inspired both his epic book and the landmark television miniseries Roots, earning him a Pulitzer Prize and a National Book Award. Today, Haley is credited with sparking a nationwide interest in genealogy among African Americans. Odyssey Hartford, celebrating Black artists, athletes, and trailblazers all month long. Find more on the Odyssey app.
Brought to you by Albertus Magnus College, where your dreams become reality.
Follow WTIC News Talk 1080. Don't miss out on important updates in Connecticut, from breaking need-to-know news, weather alerts, and more. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app now. This is WTIC News Talk 1080 with Brian and Company in the morning, Reese on the radio in the afternoon, and news around the clock. WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford and Odyssey Station.
5 o'clock, good afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. It appears as if the worst of the snow is behind us. Some areas may see some leftover action, but by and large, that shouldn't amount to too much more. Not that we need it. Anywhere from 10 to 20 inches fell during the height of the blizzard. Some areas of southeastern Connecticut got walloped, with that amount pushing 2 feet. Now, Governor Lamont lifted the ban on commercial vehicles on the interstates. In Hartford, the parking ban will be lifted as of 7 tomorrow morning, Tuesday. That, according to the city's mayor. That means owners must remove their vehicles from blue light and city lots by 10 a.m. Tuesday. City's Public Works Director says it's a big job, but snow clearing work is progressing. Chris Hayes says unlike some shoreline towns, Hartford did not have to pull plows from the road due to conditions.
The conditions never got to a point where we had to completely shut down. Certainly, if drivers needed to throughout the night, they would temporarily pull over as a particular squall went through, but we were able to stay on top of it throughout the storm.
Schools are again closed in Hartford on Tuesday, and again that parking ban will be lifted as of 7 tomorrow morning. Down in New London, Mayor Mike Pazaros asking the public for patience. He says it'll take several days to dig out from what he calls a remarkable storm.
You should not have any unrealistic expectations about how fast our city will be able to recover from this. We're doing, you could just be assured that we are putting our best effort forward, and we will recover and life will resume as usual at some point. But please be patient.
He says schools will be closed again in the city Tuesday and possibly beyond that. They've been restoring power at the two big utilities around here. Eversource last check had about 6,000 or so still offline. United Illuminating was reporting about 1,500. As we alluded in West Haven, they had to pull some of the plows, or actually got stuck doing the job of clearing the streets with cars making it difficult for them, says the city's emergency management director, Rick Fontana.
There's a number of streets that literally are a challenge. We did tow over 150 cars and ticketed over 300. We did something that we've never done in many years in West Haven. We did a full parking ban. No cars allowed on any street, both sides.
He says there were reports of some minor flooding when high tide rolled in, but the infrastructure held up for the most part. But they are concerned about the weight of the snow as it piles up, particularly on roofs. When it comes to snow removal equipment, including snow throwers, Dr. Alfred Croteau says know what you're getting yourself into beforehand. He's a trauma surgeon at Hartford Hospital.
Know the kind of equipment that you're using. So if you don't know safe lifting mechanics, lifting with your legs and not your back, or how to use a snowblower, not the time to figure it out. That's how people get hurt.
He advises not sticking anything into the blower, fingers or sticks, to clear it. He says it's better to allow any snow or ice to melt first before using the machine again. President Trump denies there's an ongoing debate with a top military leader about how to handle Iran.
President Trump is pushing back on what he calls fake news reports of a split with General Daniel Kane over Iran, saying in a very lengthy post on Truth Social that claims that Kane opposes potential military action are 100% incorrect. He said the general would prefer to to avoid war, but believes any U.S. operation would be easily won. He said while he prefers a deal as well, he warned it would be a very bad day for the country if no agreement is reached. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
Yeah, the president says he's raising tariffs from 10 to 15% after the Supreme Court ruled his other levies were illegal. Investors are concerned. Stock analyst Michael Farr.
Bit of a flight to quality today. Investors are feeling unsettled. They're trying to price in. Markets are always trying to price in what that 15%, if it goes through, will be worth.
Yeah, that showed on Wall Street today. The Dow dropped over 800 points. The Nasdaq was down 258, and the S&P gave back 71. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship. That's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At Northeast Men's Health, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 800-930-5956 or visit northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you. Northeast Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
The hour that packs a punch. It's Reese on the Radio on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Yeah. News. Interesting news today. Of course, we've got some birthdays to acknowledge. People like Howard Jones, the pop new wave singer for 1980s hits that like Things Can Only Get Better and No One Is to Blame. That's a great song, turning 71. Brad Whitford, who's the guitarist for Aerosmith, he is turning 74. Skylar Grey, I don't even know who that is. Michael Wilton, who's the guitarist for Queensryche, is 64 years old. Now, here's some interesting anniversaries for albums that dropped this year. Actually, it's this date. It should read. I think I'm going to go with. Let's start from the bottom up. Apparently, there was a group called Slater Kinney. Never heard of them. They had an album in 1999. It's the 27th anniversary of that. I remember this album very well. The title album for Jody Watley. She was the former singer of the Shalimar. She was former singer on the group Shalimar. The Ramones' 1983 album called Subterranean Jungle. It celebrates its 43rd anniversary. Dock of the Bay by Otis Redding celebrates its 58th anniversary. Things Fall Apart by The Roots. The legendary Roots crew out of Philadelphia celebrate their 27th anniversary. That same year, TLC dropped Fan Mail. And none other than Eminem's, I guess you would call it, they call it his debut album, but it's not, because I do understand he had an album before that called Infinite. But the Slim Shady LP dropped in 1999. That is 27 years ago. The Slim Shady Now, I have to ask, Roland, did you buy that album at all? I know I bought it. Did you buy that album?
I didn't buy it. I burned it off of somebody.
You did burn it. Yeah, 99 would have been the burner years. You did. I will have to say one of my favorite tracks on that album, I think he did a song with Redman on that album. I'm almost certain he did. But the last track on the album, I Just Don't Give a, that was probably the best track on that album.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't remember that album that well?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I was senior in high school.
Ugh. Goodness gracious, you don't remember an album from senior in high school? That's crazy.
No, not my favorite rapper.
Okay. Anyway, let's get another check on weather and traffic. Mark Christopher, he's in the BPS Lawyers Traffic Center. Mark, Eminem, the Slim Shady LP. Would you have purchased that in 99?
No.
No?
No.
Did you even hear the album in 1999?
I heard the hit songs off it,
Okay.
yeah, but I didn't hear the deep cuts.
Well, oh, absolutely. Let's stick to the songs you know.
Now, when I started here in May of 1989,
okay,
my first assignment was Howard Jones was playing a show for our FM
really?
station, and they were like, Mark, I want you to bring the Howard Jones's personal chef to, like, it wasn't Whole Foods, but it was like a store similar to Whole Foods on Farmington Avenue. So that was my first ever assignment when I started here.
So your first assignment, you actually had to, chauffeur?
Chauffeur Howard Jones's personal chef to a
That's
grocery
wild.
store so he could make Howard his dinner for that night.
Howard Jones must have been a big deal.
Yeah, I was like, "What? Howard Jones is chef? Okay, yeah, no problem. I'll drive him over there. I know where that is."
That's a great gig. I'm not gonna lie.
That was my first ever official duty here at the TIC complex.
Wow.
Hey, if you're heading into Hartford right now, it's quiet 8491, Route 291, 384, all moving well. Quiet Middletown, quiet Waterbury, 91 in the Parkway, easy ride. We do have a road closure in Marlboro right now. Route 66 shut down between Flood Road and Rhonda Way with a tree down and wires down at that location. Traffic and weather together on the 8's WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
Well, the clouds will break overnight. The good news is the storm has moved away. The bad news is it's left anywhere from 8 to 15 inches of snow. And with the temperature dropping down to 18 degrees, those pavement temperatures are going to drop below freezing. So there's going to be some icy spots on the roads. So difficult travel tonight because of that. Tomorrow's high 28 degrees. We are going to see sunshine mixed with a few clouds. Once we get into tomorrow night, cold with increasing clouds down to 10 degrees. So more icy spots. And then we have a front that's going to move through. At ahead of it, 1 to 2 inches of accumulating snow on Wednesday, the high temperature 41. Most of that will come later in the evening. The flurries will end Wednesday evening, otherwise partly cloudy Wednesday evening, down to 25 degrees. Right now, it's 31 in Glastonbury, 32 in Plainville, and 32 in Hartford. This is meteorologist Chad Merrill in the WTIC Weather Center.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law.
Nicholas Russo, 157 Church Street, New Haven, 06510.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. Magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
It's Reese on the Radio on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
I promise we'll get into the stupidest things that I read today. No time like the present.
Yes, you do. Stupid as can be. This could very well be the stupidest
An international edition of the stupidest things I read today. ChatGPT snitches on a murder plot. A South Korean woman allegedly used ChatGPT to research mixing drugs and alcohol for a double murder scheme. But AI remembered every query and helped the cops build the case. In Russia, a man looking for work couldn't find it, was having a hard time. So he deliberately got arrested so he could score free room and board in prison. He confessed to fake crimes just so he could get locked up. That's desperate. The article actually quipped on here that says he may want to build a better resume. They may be right on this one. And a Turkish guy probably had an ordeal that is one of my biggest nightmares. He choked on a food item by himself at work. So whatever he was eating, in fact, did they say what he was eating? Yeah, it doesn't say whatever the food was, but he choked on it while he was alone in his office. And he was forced to give himself the Heimlich maneuver. Now, I don't know if anyone knows this, but do you know how to give yourself the Heimlich maneuver on your own, Roland? Okay, what do you use? Like, do you use your arms and sort of...
No, you use like the edge of a chair or something like that.
That's exactly what he used. That's 100% right. He slammed himself, or his gut for that matter, into a chair to perform the Heimlich maneuver in order to dislodge the food. And that only happened to me once in Florida at Universal. And I almost choked on a steak right next to Roseanne. She flipped. She flipped out. Scared the hell out of her. I started choking. It wasn't really. It was really, really bad. I was actually pretty scared. I thought it was a wrap for me. I never ever want to. That's a scary way to go.
Yeah.
There's a host of others. But yeah, so those are the stupidest things I read today. Be careful out there, especially when you're eating alone, as it were. Good news, like I said, Mark in West Hartford is back on X. If you want to find him, please do. You probably already follow him. He's posting like crazy about West Farms Mall. Apparently there were some issues there, some young people, some rabble-rousers, as it were. Roseanne no longer likes to go there during the weekend, so she tries to avoid that place. I don't want to say the term that she uses, but I can't help it. She uses the term bus people. But there's a reason why. So if there's a backstory to that, the reason why she used it was because I was talking about living in Buffalo, and they had a Galleria Mall, and a young girl was killed on the highway that crosses into the Galleria Mall. And Johnny Cochran came there and sued the city because they believe that they didn't want poorer kids coming to the mall because the mall was, again, some sort of racist dog whistle. So they had to create a bus availability to get the people from the inner city to the mall because they were being discriminated against. And I never understood that. Why would I want to shop someplace that didn't want me? It's like demanding to eat someplace where you're not wanted. Who would want? I wouldn't trust the food there, would you? Who would trust the food there? If somebody said to me, we don't serve your kind here, and I've got to call lawyers to make sure that they do, why again? Oh, you guys don't want my green money? Okay. I'll go someplace that does. I never understood that. I just didn't. Malls are racist, so are buses. Not so much, because I keep asking people, okay, so you created an opportunity for people in the inner city to go to the mall. You created bus lines for them to go to the mall. What happened? What happened? How did the mall survive? No. Mall doing well? No. People spending money there? No. What about profit and loss? Huh? More loss than profit? Really? Okay, then what did you gain? Nothing. So, if the people don't want your money, now it's one thing if you really, really want to shop there, you'll go. You'll get there. But if you're really moaning about the access to it and you don't spend any money there, you contribute nothing. It is supposed to be reciprocal. That's all I'm saying. Boston Jules says, I wonder if that Tellerico dude is related to Steven Tyler from Aerosmith. His real name is Steven Tellerico. I don't know. I do not know. That would be interesting if it was. That's not a common name at all. That's not in the least. Also, if you're just joining us on this snow day, we played some audio from Gavin Newsom, which, again, is getting a lot of burn on television and radio. You may have heard John Silver talking about it a couple of hours ago in the top of the hour news, that his comments have created a bit of a storm, if you will, mocking African Americans in the audience, saying that he only has a 960. He had a 960 SAT score, and he is just like you, meaning black people, because he can't read. To show you exactly how out of touch this guy is, Dana Bash actually talked to him and says that, while he's trying to pretend that he's some run-of-the-mill average guy, he actually comes from what we call good stock.
13 plus businesses, eventually 20 businesses. We had about 1,000 employees at peak. Not saying that to impress you, but to impress upon you how entrepreneurialism has defined my life. But it was also defined in the relationship to the Getty family. And with that came this notion, well, it was handed to you. It was given to you. You inherited it, as opposed to the hard work and that grind that defined the lived experience.
Can it be both? You have the hard work and grind, and you had doors open.
Yeah. Oh no. And that's.
I mean, it's not just the Gettys. Your grandfather and your father were both very connected in San Francisco.
I'm here because of all of them, and their shoulders, and 100%. And it was those two. So all those doors, all the privileges of those relationships, remarkable gifts. And they're deeply mined and discussed there. And then, again, with a work ethic from my mom. And so it was both and. And so I was comfortable and uncomfortable in so many ways in both worlds.
Oh, he was so uncomfortable having all of that money. And then, of course, he gets around the black folks. And, of course, he doesn't know how to behave. He has got to dumb it down for them, which is what he does. And sure enough, those bozos laugh at him because they think it's funny. You're supposed to talk like this to us.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you.
Remember, he just said that with Dana Bash. I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. Didn't he just say that? Hold on. I'm almost certain that's what he just said. This guy's he's full of one-liners, the same liners over and over again. Here it is.
Your great-grandfather was very good friends with Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
And J. Edgar Hoover got a file on them.
Got a big file on them. And, and was at the house and following them, and impacted his career, impacted his future, also impacted the family, and impacted, so their way of living and seeing the world.
But you never knew any of this.
Didn't know any of this. I mean, there were vague hints of it. But it was never.
I have to say there's kind of a Forrest Gump-esque notion to this, because it's, whether it's your great-grandfather was very good friends with Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Where's the line? I thought there was a line coming up. Here it is.
Forrest Gump-esque notion to this, because it's, whether it's Oppenheimer, you learn that your grandmother went to the Soviet Union. I mean, they were communists.
She was Trigger Addis, an actress.
And she studied with Stanislavski.
Yeah.
Goodness, he's got a hell of a resume, this guy. This guy's got a hell of a resume with just his family alone. But anyway, back to his earlier comments, because you've heard them elsewhere. Again, talking to black folks to appear to be one of them, he said this.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you I'm like you. I'm no better than you. You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy. and I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech.
Oh, poor baby. He can't read a speech. So he's getting a lot of backlash for that, as he should. And here's the part that makes me laugh. Let me read you a couple of comments here and I'll show you exactly the type of nonsense. These foolish Negroes always sort of set upon me. And I wish they wouldn't bore me with this nonsense. And I truly do mean this, black folks. Just don't bore me with this. You're a sellout. And how do I know? When I hear stuff like this. It has nothing to do with liberalism or conservative. Both sides have white racists. I'm conscious enough to recognize that. You only vote one way. When you only vote one way, you're telling me that you're okay with your racists. You can't scream and holler about racism, and then pick a racist to ride with. How about ride with none of them? That would show me some sort of integrity. You're not showing me that you're fair and balanced because you understand that there's racism on all sides. There's racism everywhere. Don't excuse it. This is why people treat you like you're dumb. This is why liberals treat you like you're dumb. If you talk to white people like this, if you impress upon them this kind of stupidity, it's no wonder they think you can't take care of yourself. That is the dumbest thing I've ever read. Absolutely. There's racism on all sides. I just pick my racist. So you like racism. You're not offended by it. It doesn't offend you enough to walk away. And it's always true, and I know this from the bottom line, you like a certain kind of racist. Like when Joe Biden says, if you don't know who to decide for president, then you ain't black. That's the kind of racism you like. The one that tells you, behave like you're supposed to, boy. Don't you go stepping out thinking for yourself. You know your role. You know your station. That's the kind of racism you like. Because they're crumbs. They're crumbs that come with that. You know it and I know it. You get those crumbs any way you can. Yes, sir. Insult my mama. How much money you got? Sell out. Anyway. All right, moving on. We'll get up out of here very, very soon. We'll wrap this whole puppy up and we'll start again tomorrow. Snow is finally stopped. Sure, the roads are being cleared until there's more snow tomorrow night. We'll see how bad that is as well. All right, stick around. Let's get another check of that weather and traffic. Mark Christopher is getting you home. He is in the BPS Lawyers Traffic Center. And, yeah, that's about it. Roland, is the button not working? Maybe not. There it is. Mark Christopher is in the BPS Lawyers Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
Understandable if the band's a little bit late. I mean, the travel conditions are a little, in some areas, a little tough. If you're heading into Harper right now, it looks pretty good overall. 8491 Route 2, 291 384. Seeing some slow traffic on both sides of Route 2, Marlboro into the Colchester exit. So look for some slow traffic there. Quiet Middletown. Waterbury's okay. 91 in the Parkway moving well, heading down in toward New Haven. Marlboro Route 66 shut down between Flood Road and Ronda Way. Tree and wires down there. Guilford, same story. Route 77 Durham Road shut down between Prospect Hill Road and Hubbard Road because of a tree down there into some wires. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
The snow gradually tapering off, and then overnight, clouds breaking. It will be breezy with gusts 20 to 25 miles an hour, but travel will remain extremely difficult and dangerous. The low temperature down to 19. Tomorrow, breezy and cold with intervals of sun and clouds, the high temperature 29. Watch out for many icy patches to develop tomorrow night with increasing clouds, the low temperature 8 above. On Wednesday, not as cold, but we will have intermittent snow and flurries accumulating a coating to an inch. So watch out for a few slippery spots, the high temperature 41. On Thursday, becoming cloudy with periods of snow late in the afternoon into the evening with an inch or two of accumulation. Thursday's high 37, and Friday mostly sunny, the high temperature 39. This is meteorologist Chad Merrill in the WTIC Weather Center.
Mystic, Hamden, Putnam. When you want local news, turn to WTIC News Talk 1080, reporting on the local stories that affect you. From Manchester to Mystic, Hartford to Hamden, and Putnam to Plymouth, one radio station has your local news and breaking news as it happens. WTIC News Talk 1080. Listen on your radio, smart speaker, and on your phone with the free Odyssey app. And now, a WTIC News Update.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. The snow is wound down. Some areas still seeing some light snow and some flurries, but by and large, it's pretty much over. The work continues, though, as far as the cleanup is concerned. In West Haven, the city's emergency management director is Rick Fontana.
We've had a number of plows that have gotten stuck that we've had to assist getting out. We've had a couple of accidents involving motor vehicles into plows.
Says at one point they pulled the plows off the roads due to near zero visibility. Fontana reports some minor flooding. Says they towed more than 150 cars in West Haven after issuing a rare total parking ban. Speaking of bans, the ban on commercial vehicles on the interstates lifted earlier this afternoon by Governor Lamont. In Hartford, the parking ban that was instituted yesterday will be lifted as of 7 tomorrow. So that means those of you who've parked on those blue light lots or any other city lot will have to move your vehicle by 10 tomorrow morning. Again, the ban is lifted as of 7, but you have until 10 to get your car out of those blue light lots. The utilities continue their work. Eversource had its outages down to less than 6,000 at one point. United Illuminating was reporting about 1,500 without service. Other news, the State Office of Inspector General released additional details on an officer-involved fatal shooting in Hartford last Thursday. The IG says a man identified as Everard Walker was suffering from what a family member said was an acute mental health crisis. Officers were called in to assist at his Capitol Avenue apartment. Police say he pulled a knife and was shot. The medical examiner says Walker died from gunshot wounds to the torso, neck, and upper extremity. His death has been ruled a homicide. And Rob Reiner's son, Nick, was in court to face charges. He killed his father and mother last December.
But I did find something interesting. He did say one word, and it was basically yes, but it was a resounding yes. The judge was setting a next hearing date for April 29th, which would jeopardize his right to a speedy trial. And she looked directly at him and asked if he understood that and if he was okay with it. And he looked back at her and calmly said yes.
Correspondent Carter Evans in L.A. Wall Street, the Dow down 821 points today. NASDAQ gave back 258. The S&P was down 71. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.
The Odyssey app lets you jump back to the moments you missed from WTIC News Talk 1080. Download the free Odyssey app, search WTIC News Talk 1080, and tap earlier today to get started.
Anyway, I was looking at a couple of these murder statistics. They don't have the average. I guess they don't have the number yet, but I'm actually just checking based upon the numbers according to the actual news reports, and it looks like we've got let me see, confirmed. Okay, those are other things outside of murders. Well, there are people charged with murder, so this one's arson. So we've got Bridgeport, Hartford, Hamden, Meriden, Bridgeport, New London, Hartford. Additional notes from reports: Danbury, Hartford. So it's a couple. I don't know if it's on trend. I don't know if it's higher or if it's lower, but I'm going to look into that. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. But I find it very, very odd that these incidents, if you will, don't have, no one's talking about them on a level, because I'm seeing a lot of shootings taking place almost every day. And there's an incident, not just, even with cops for that matter, or cop involved shooting. What was that? That was weird. That happens from time to time. Just no one freak out. That was just a little weird. Scared the hell out of me. Anyway, we'll get those numbers tomorrow, plus a whole bunch of other news and views. Mark in West Hartford just sent me a note. I'll read that, and then I'll sort of give you an update on him and how he's doing. He's finally responded, and so we wish him, of course, speedy recovery. I'm hoping that he's doing great. But he is posting on X. If you want to follow him, is Mark from West Hartford. Just look that up, and you'll be able to find him. Does a lot of good reporting on stuff that's going on in Hartford, the stories that usually get missed by mainstream media. That's how I met him and how we started covering most of the stories that we have. All right, so we'll follow him, as we always do, and cover those stories. Also, tomorrow, and I don't know how I forgot this, programming note. Hartford's own comedian Marshall Brandon will be on the program tomorrow at 4 o'clock. He'll be talking about the comedy series he's going to be doing, at least the start off of the comedy series we'll be doing in the coming months. I think we're going to start off in May, maybe a little earlier, but that's going to be, it may be in May. We're going to be doing that very soon. So he'll be here to introduce himself to this audience, if you haven't heard of him, Marshall Brandon. He also opens up for Dave Chappelle. And as well, we will have Representative Cara Pavolak D'Amato. She'll be on the show on Wednesday, and she'll be talking about House bills, the legislature, and a whole bunch more, plus her jacket controversy, as you all know about. All right, we'll get to that. Mark Christopher, he, of course, is getting you home in this very slow and very snowy day in the BPS Lawyers Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
All right, Reese, thank you very much. Well, if you're heading in toward the Hartford area right now, looks good. Very light traffic, so no delays in around the Hartford area, 8491, Route 2, 291, 384. Quiet Middletown, quiet Waterbury. Seeing some slow traffic on both sides of Route 2 as you move between Marlboro and Colchester. That tells me it could be a little snow falling there. Quiet Middletown, Waterbury looks okay, 84 and 891 in the Parkway moving well, heading down in toward New Haven. In Beacon Falls, Route 42 is shut down between Felspar Avenue and Bonner Street because of a tree and wires down there. In Marlboro, Route 66 is closed between Flood Road and Rhonda Way, tree and wires down there. And in Guilford, Route 77 Durham Road is shut down between Prospect Hill and Hubbard Road. Once again, trees and wires down at that location. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
Well, we still have the breezy wind. Fortunately, the snow has ended, but travel will be extremely difficult overnight. The low temperature going down to 19 degrees, so anything that melted today or any roadway surface that was wet is going to see slippery travel with that low down to 19. Now, tomorrow, a mix of sun and clouds, the high 29 degrees, but we fall to 8 degrees tomorrow night, so more refreezing of the melted snow. Intermittent snow and flurries on Wednesday, a coating to an inch with a high of 41. Once we get into Thursday, a separate system will bring snow late in the afternoon into the evening with an inch or two of accumulation. And then once we get into Friday, mostly sunny, the high 39, so more melting of that snow. Outside, right now, it is 31 in Glastonbury, 32 in Plainville, and 32 in Hartford. This is meteorologist Chad Merrill in the WTIC Weather Center.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and at newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Have bad teeth that need to be replaced? Don't like removable dentures? Worry no more. Come on down to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester any day of the week and ask for the All-on-4 procedure. Call us at 860-643-1898.
Let's take a step back in time to an era when things were built right, built to last, and a handshake meant something. Yankee Home delivers that same craftsmanship still today. If your bathroom has moldy corners, dingy grout lines, broken tiles, and rust stains, it's time to call Yankee Home. You can have a brand new, bright, beautiful bathroom in as little as one day. From design to demo, plumbing to final product, our team will transform your bath fast. Every job is done right the first time. Never cattywampus. Take advantage of our winter special with 50% off installation plus 0 down and 0% interest. Call Yankee Home at 1-800-885-HOME. That's 1-800-885-HOME. Or visit yankeehome.com. That's yankeehome.com.
Yankee Home makes it easy as can be with our never cattywampus lifetime guarantee. Yankee Home.
On approved credit, restrictions apply.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
What's up, everybody? You know who it is.
You know who it is.
You know who it is. It's Reese on the Radio. Frederick Douglass of the 21st century.
It's WTIC News Talk 1080.
All right, we're about to get up out of here. Let's talk to my buddy Fritz. What's up, buddy?
Oh, you call me Reese? This is Fritz.
I know. I said Fritz. I said, hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, I didn't think you really called me. I have Damian here and Chrissy here. We all want to say hi.
Hello, everybody.
And I just hope you guys made it to the weather and everything's good there at the station. And we really just called just to say hi.
Well, I appreciate you always calling to say hello, and you guys are, some of my favorite people. You being safe out there in the storm, because I know you got to do a scooter ride. Weird thing going on with your commute. Did you have to deal with that yesterday or today?
I didn't have to deal with it today. Tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow you'll have to deal with it. Okay.
Yeah, I have to ride the scooter to a garage to get my car to drive to work.
Well, how far did you say you had to go? Was it like 10 minutes?
It's about a quarter mile.
Oh, that's not too far. I was just telling Roland about walking a quarter mile.
Yeah, but in the snow, in the hills in Federal Hill in Bristol, it's kind of like the scooter's kind of necessary.
Yeah, I hear you. Absolutely. Like I said, a quarter mile walking to the grocery store, I would do that. I would do a quarter mile to the grocery store in the snow. But Roland thinks that for some odd reason I'm going to pull a Hemi. I'm going to pull a Hammy if I go to the store in the snow because I'm going to fall down. He has no faith in me.
I don't think so.
Thank you, Fritz.
I think you're in better shape than that. I mean, come on. Really?
I try. I'm running 2 miles every day, and I'm no sugar for a week.
You're running on a treadmill?
Yeah, I'm doing a treadmill. I would never run outside. There's no sidewalks out here. You people are crazy.
Reese on the radio.
I'm never. Anyway, God bless all of you, man. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Have a good night, Reese.
Thank you, man. You too. You got it. Mike in Hartford, how are you?
I'll tell you what, my whole body, I feel like I just went through Bud's camp after shoveling for 3 hours out there.
Did you shovel for 3 hours?
I got a plowman, but we don't have a garage, and all the snow that comes off the cars falls in between the cars.
That's
and
right.
I got to climb in there, and I'm telling 71 years old, you think I know better.
Mike, let me ask you this. Do you guys have the ground rules, like the whole, once you dig out of a parking spot, you guys put lawn furniture in the parking spot?
No, we're homeowners. I got a 90-foot. I got a driveway that's the same length as an NBA basketball.
Okay, so you never have to worry about that.
I don't have never parking issues. The only time there's a lawn chair out in the driveway is when I'm sitting in it.
You know what? That was a requirement when Roseanne and I went looking for a house in San Antonio.
Yeah.
I was like, I am not parking. I want a car parked in the garage. I never want to park on the street again. I can't. And we park in our garage now in our apartment. But I'm like, I don't ever want to park out in the elements again. Never again.
I talked to somebody from U-Haul. Plainville's got a huge complex. U-Haul.
Yeah. Of course, I've been there.
And he said people are leaving left and right. They can't get their trucks back fast enough.
That's right. Oh, you know what? I was speaking about that. Do you know that U-Haul has one of these things? It's got a long stick with sort of like a snow scraper that you can put on the top of the 26-foot truck, and you can pull the snow off of. But the stick is sort of like, I think the stick's like a good 10, 15 feet long. And you can take it, put it on top of the truck, and you can pull the snow off so that the snow doesn't, fall off when you're driving.
What makes you think people around here are going to do that? They don't even do their cars.
I was going to say, if you get that, if they got this device, it would be far better than the one they sell at like the Advanced Auto. Because this one is like literally, it's a pole, and you stick it down, like you literally drive it into the snow and pull it. It pulls all the snow to you, and it's fast and easy.
I'm telling you, I get the Sunday Hartford Current. I'm going to cancel it pretty soon because I sat down about an hour ago to read it, and I read 2 pages and I threw it away. Lamont's in there again, and he's talking about, no, things are going to, we're going to increase our spending.
Mike, here's what you do. Here's a way for you to keep the paper, right, and have it be useful. You get a bird, and you get a bird cage, and now you know what to do with the paper.
That's unfortunate, but it's just people are just getting so fed up. And
don't read it. Do not read the paper. You know what? You know who made? I'll never forget when he said it, and I didn't even know how to take it. Rush Limbaugh started a product. I know you used to listen to Rush back in the day, and Rush used to have this one thing. Who was the one network Rush Limbaugh wouldn't play on his show? Do you remember who it was?
One network?
One network he refused to play on his program. Do you remember what network it was? The most obvious.
I'm not sure I know what you mean. I mean, what network?
Okay.
What network would he not go on?
No. In other words, you know that Rush was infamous for the audio sound bites. And I love the audio sound bites.
Yeah.
There was one station he would never play audio sound bites for, and that was MSNBC.
Oh, of course.
And I used to say to it used to drive me crazy. Now, I play them on my show, but it used to drive me crazy because I used to say, why would you not play them? And then he said another thing that drove me crazy. He stopped watching the Sunday shows. So he didn't watch Fox News Sunday. He didn't watch Meet the Press. He didn't watch any of them. He said, nope, I'm no longer watching any of them. I was like, wait a minute, man. Come on. How are you going to get all that? He refused. But I get it now. And what he realized was he was giving them more fodder or more attention than they were deserving. And he refused to give them that sort of outlet into his brain. So he just ignored them, and he stopped listening.
Here's the thing. I got to get my license renewed at the end of this year in December, okay?
Yeah.
And the fear is already creeping in. Actually, it isn't this time around because I don't have to deal with motor vehicle. I go to AAA. Why don't they just close all the DMV branches and just have AAA do your job?
Well, you know what? We saw, for the first time in ever, I saw a AAA near the Restore. There was a Restore place that we just drove by, and there's a AAA there. I've never seen a AAA brick and mortar place. And I didn't know that. You could get your driver's license there?
Yeah, you can go down. Southington's got one on Queen Street on Route 10.
I think that was the one. I think that was the one we went by. Anyway.
It's impressive. They've got all services, but I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Nope, I appreciate you, Mike. I don't even get to hear from you all that often. Thank you, buddy.
Okay, thanks.
You got it. Last but not least, let's go to Peter in Plainville. Hello, sir.
Reese, what's happening today?
What's up, man? We're just trying to get through the snow. What about yourself?
I had no problems.
That's good.
First thing I did, well, when I bought my house, is I bought a snowblower.
I was just telling people that.
Schmucks out there trying to do this crap with their shovel in a hand. Electric start, there's nothing like it.
Is it? Listen, I've never used one. I've always did the handheld, but I'm not going to lie. Every time I see a neighbor with one, I'm so jealous. I'm like, because I'm always concerned. I wouldn't buy one because I was renting at the time. Now I own a home, and it's in a place that never snows. So now I've got no reason to buy one.
Yeah, well, now you got a reason to buy one now for being up here again.
Yeah, exactly. If we buy a house here, that's the first thing I'm getting.
And stick with an Arian or Aaron's, whatever they're called. They're
Okay.
a damn good machine.
Okay.
So,
And what is yours? Gas or I'm assuming it's gas powered?
Oh, of course it's gas.
Yeah, gas powered, without a doubt. Okay. Good.
I'm not going to run with the extension cord down the driveway.
Absolutely. I know some people will, though. They do sell them. I was wondering if it was gas powered. You sound like a gas powered guy. No way you would actually plug that darn thing in.
No, you met me at ShopRite. So
I know.
I'm a normal person, and I enjoy my tools, and I keep them in shape.
Absolutely.
They last a long time.
Peter recognized me. Just to give you a little background on Peter. Peter took a shot that he wanted, and you know the old saying by Gretzky, right? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. We were at a ShopRite. I was at a ShopRite. He was there at the ShopRite. I walk out and I get in the car. He's walking by and he looks at my license plate and sees that it's Texas. And he sees me and he goes, I wonder if that's Reese on the Radio. And walked up to me and says, I was just taking a shot. I saw you, tall black guy with Texas license plate. I said, it's got to be him. And he was 100% right. And I appreciate you taking the shot, Peter.
Well, I didn't know you were tall, but I did see the RR for the hat.
You did. That's right. I was wearing the RR hat. That was a dead giveaway.
But again, enjoy listening to you.
Thank you, sir.
So keep up the good work.
You got it, sir. We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a great night.
You too. We're going to wrap it up in a little bit. And what is it? I have one from 1963. What, a snowblower? Yeah. Wow. Does it still work? That's an old model. Craig says, in Maine, you do refrigerations at Town Hall. In Maine you do registration. I said refrigeration. Registrations at Town Hall. It really? Huh. Well, I mean, registrations are one thing. It's just the whole. I've got to do the DMV thing here. To get a driver's license here, or I got to go all the way back to Texas, which I had no real thrill to do. I don't know. I'm going to make the decision soon enough. But I got to renew my license and make a decision on when I'm going to do it. So we'll see. I'll make that decision soon enough. Tomorrow, I think Roseanne might come in tomorrow. If she's feeling better. She's just absolutely under the weather. First, we thought she had food poisoning. Then it turned out it wasn't food poisoning. Then she had a headache. Now she's got sinus issues. And she didn't. I think that last night she said she stretched and she hurt herself. She slept through the night. At least she did that. I feel like she's all broken up. But and get home and see what she's like when I get there. Hopefully, I will. You know what? I'll call her and see if she wants some soup. I got her some wonton soup yesterday. She didn't finish all of it, but then again, she doesn't finish anything. Let's see if she needs some food. Get home and take care of her. I don't have a really good bedside manner. I'm just not. Roland, I get that impression from you too. Do you get? Are you a good caretaker when your family is sick?
Of course.
Really?
Like
do you sit by the bed and rub Vicks and all that other stuff and take temperatures and all that stuff?
Oh, I'm not taking any temperature. Nobody takes temperature in my house.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
For what? Either if you got a fever, you can feel it. You say, hey, I got a fever. I don't need to take a temperature. You got a fever, you got a fever.
Isn't that okay? I always thought that was sort of.
Now, if you look like you about to
keel over
and pass out, then we would take you to the emergency room.
Yeah. So.
Or the urgent care.
So you answered my question. You are a horrible caretaker. I have got to sit by. I've got to cuddle. I've got to deal with her in the hot flashes. Like she'll do this whole thing where I've got to hug her up while we're lying on the bed or sitting on the couch. I'm going to put my arms around her. And then the hot flash will come. And then she will say, and I quote, "Get off me." So while she's lying on my chest, she'll tell me, "Don't touch me." And I have to move my hands. And I have to stay like this with my arms open so I can't touch her. And then when the hot flash is over, then I have to cuddle her again.
Yeah, I'm not doing none of that.
Oh, I have to do all of it. I got to do all of it.
Yeah, I'm not doing none of that.
Then I have to go squeeze the lemon, and then I have to put garlic powder. No, not garlic powder. It's hot chili pepper powder with honey, and I got to make a tea. And I'll
do that. I'll make a tea.
Yeah, I'll do all that too.
But I'll make a tea. I'll cook you some soup. But I'm not doing all that on and off.
No, I have to. That for some odd reason she says that helps her with her sickness, that I'm cuddling. Cuddling works. It makes her feel better. I don't know. I just do what I'm told.
Buy a big teddy bear.
That's what I am. I'm a big giant teddy bear. And here's the worst part. I don't like to be touched. I don't like hugging. She got mad at me the other day because I wouldn't kiss her in public. I mean, I'll kiss her, but like not when someone's sitting right next to me, like at a restaurant. Like if someone's sitting next to me, I'm like, I don't want it. And the hugging and the grabbing and I just don't want to do it. And she takes offense to that. So when I get home, I know what's going to happen. It's going to be, you gotta hug me. And I'm like, okay, all right. So I gotta hug her and I gotta sit there, and I have to do it for at least 10 minutes.
Bless your heart.
It's going to be a mess. I know it is. Oh, you know what? Thank you, Michael. He's right. He said pick up some soup at the Highland Park Market. Yeah, that expensive place. That really makes me feel uncomfortable. It does. I don't know why. But it's a nice place. I will go there. Anyway, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Be safe out in the snow. We return at our regular time. As I always say, radio is free, so we thank you for paying attention. Remember to keep JC in your hearts and in your minds. Sean Patrick, we love you and we miss you. Remember that panic is not planning, so plan your work and work your plan. Me, I'm Reese on the Radio. You have a good night, a pleasant tomorrow. We'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Getting you home is Mark Christopher. He is in the BPS Lawyers Traffic Center. Good night, Mark.
Hey, good night, Reese. Have a great night, and don't forget, if you're heading into Hartford right now, things are looking good on the roads, 8491, Route 2, 291, and 384. Seeing some slow traffic both sides of Route 2 between Marlboro and Colchester. Could be a little flurry going on there.